Ah. Allo, allo, allo Londe, Fez, Tito, Jamie. My bad. Stuff happened. We needed to edit some stuff on the stream starting screen and the title and the go live notification. I fucked up. Not good. Man. I'm starting to wonder if I started too early though. 2 hours ahead of live stream. Not good. Hello. We are. This is Path of Exile, by the way. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. We're just making a leave emote. We already have an arrive. We need a leave, so right now we're just Newly looks very different. True, but don't let it fool you. It'll be good league, trust. Oh shit, what the hell am I doing? Can we still get drum? I think. God damn it. Whoa. People leave fingers the best one. I think drops start at reveal time anyway. That's true. I think. I actually don't know. So we'll just be burning time. Ugh. Doing Photoshop. Don't tell anyone that we're actually supposed to be playing Path of Exile. Now, with the new Assassin rework, my goodness. That Assassin rework does really fucking, like, it looks really good. What do you guys think of the Assassin rework? I don't care for free shit. I'll still only use one set. Oh my goodness. 7-day streak. Oh my god. Lies. You can't check drops. Like, it contains a spider. Yeah. Sadly, Beyond is kind of fucked in that regard. Oof. Oh, look at this though. We have Echo in our lap still. She's being a baby. Oh my goodness. Hello. Cute. Such a baby, my goodness. Eh. Sweet, sweet Echo. Yeah, she's making me burn the fuck up though. I've been sitting here. Weird looking dog. Oh my goodness. So cute. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, she's biting my cords now. Hey, what is... She's been sleeping in my lap for at least like a good hour. Or more. Eh. Burning me up. It was 4 yesterday. How my drum streak jumped to 7. What? God damn. Where's Slinky? First time kitties have shown up on stream. Oh. You know what? That is true. It is the first time kitties have shown up on stream. Yeah. This is day 1 of kitty cam. Why is the cut like feathered? This is so weird. And before my internet cuts me off in the next 2 hours. Oh shit. You have internet, Regis? Kind of? That'd be Sadek. That would be Sadek. Yeah, the watch streak seems to like be kind of bugged. I think Jamie had an issue yesterday where her streak was like 5 or something. And it didn't update properly. What time is the teaser? 2 more hours or two? Two more hours. Thank you, C. Hope you're doing well. It is 3 p.m. What's up? This is Path of Exile. Don't tell anyone. This is spoilers, league spoilers of what we're going to be doing. I don't know. My ISP says today is going to be the last overdue date, so I'm assuming they're going to cut me off in the next few hours. Yikes. It's weird and bullshit. Again, they shouldn't have given watch streak to some channels years before others. Like, it was actually years. God damn it. I've almost been streaming for, like, what? 2 years? Almost? Holy shit. Time flies. Time really flies. Oh my god, she's gonna fall. What are you doing? Baby. Yeah, let's hope you don't get cut off, Ragers. Wait, but what happens if you, like, what if you pay for it? And they're like, holy shit. God damn. Holy. I don't know how Twitch is doing recently. I don't get surprised. Oh, with how Twitch is doing recently. You can't mod for Anime Princess because 1080p is not available in my location somehow. It makes me watch 480p.
No, he's sleeping.
Also, all TwitchCon drama. Can't lie down. Your belly is too full of water. What the hell? Are you drowning yourself? Also, hello, Tito. If I didn't say that already. That's the problem. You're unemployed. If not, I'd have no problem paying for it. I'm sorry, dude. Oh my god. I actually cannot pet that dog. Oh, wait. She just left my lap. That is perfect timing. Now, is she gonna get spooked by Jarvis? I got scammed. You have to pet the dog. What if I have a kitty on my lap? Is it Jover? Why do all broke people watch fishing? Whoa. Shh. Don't say that. She's brave girl. Alright, let's see. Oh, all right, all right. Wait, what? The skills also stop the emotes. What the fuck? What is this rigged? So Echo is under the table. Batman is still under the table on the chair. Oh, version. Is there an update? Fuck. Damn, multi-stream. If I want to start streaming, which platform should I go for? Multi-stream, damn, that's based. Kick, because Twitch gives dog shit revenue if you care about that part. Money can be exchanged for food and housing. Really? Fuck good and service. I need roof, food, med, and clothes. Mm. Is command browser source not on? Not sure. And Pippin's still hiding in the bedroom? Yeah, Pippin is still in the bedroom, sadly. Command browser source is on, yeah. It's on. I can refresh it, but you pushed an update earlier today, yeah? Fixes the timescale being broke issues. Oh, okay. Let's see. Let's see if this works. Do I need to update? Twitch barely pays percentage unless you have 300 subs per month. Kinda, yeah. Why can't I just exist? Why do I need money to survive? I just want to paint little guy and share it with the world. I don't want to sell them or beg for money to do it. Understandable. Life do be like that. It was our word? I did not push the update. What? He didn't push the update. Oh my god. Damn. The vision. Don't forget to copy paste the previous version change log. Hell yeah. No changes on the change log. I think it's 300 monthly subbers to be 70%. Jesus. That is quite a bit. At least that's about what I remember another streamer talking about. That is quite a bit. Is Fishy multi-streaming? There's no way I can do that with this internet. I kind of do want to do that. Multi-stream to YouTube or something. But our internet is nowhere near good enough for that. It's like still good enough for one stream, barely. If it's stable. If. That's an if. A big one. Now you have a wallet on your Twitch account, and money can be stored and used on Twitch or withdraw them when you can. Wait, really? Funny thing is, changelog is in the GitHub workflow because you changed how you update, how you push updates. You need to rewrite the action. You didn't know? I did not know. because I don't care about putting money in Twitch. like actual wallet wise. If they have a wallet, I probably still wouldn't use it. It's on your revenue settings. I can't see it. I've honestly never seen a wallet settings on revenue. Consequences of half-assing code. Damn. New update, nothing changed. Let's go. Pork. This is very odd. Hey, Tylenol is kicking in. I'm in slightly less pain. Whoa. I can fix it later. Damn. He's deving for real, for real. Okay. Get rid of these. We don't need them. Why did it? No, it's not feathered. Wait, what the hell? Okay. Oof. I'm seeing red bars on OBS. Oh my god. Just a sec. Let me see. Because how I made the updater, I need to create a new tag per update, or else the updater does not see a new version exists. But I also wrote the action before making the update. So it does not create new tag on pushes. You create them manually instead of fixing the action. TLDR laziness. Dang. Oh. Oh. Wait. Save this for later, the link. Oh shit. Jarvis. What the hell was that for? Shh. Oh shit. That link is null? Yeah, he said save it for later. I assume this will be a live link. How did we get this? The update you have from the previous version works, or I need to re-download it? Read what I said. Damn, he's me. For real, for real. Alright. God, I'm like scared to move my chair back now. It's the same for every league. Oh. Interesting. I wonder if maintenance might come by. Oh. But I haven't heard doorbells, so maybe it's not them. I see. Last time a package came, they didn't even touch the doorbell. Like the guy fucking fiddled with the doorknob. The press release kit. You just need to change date and name of league. Ah, I see. It's poggers. Alright, just a sec. I need to check where the kitty cats are after Jarvis borked. How did you chase that clock? Huh? Oh. All right. Did you see kitty cats? He was on the floor. All right, let's see. Someone's fiddling with the doorknob. Yeah. I think it was the maintenance guy. The door was locked. He didn't even press the doorbell, and he was just trying to open the door. I was like, whoo, whoo. Yeah, I've been looking into remaking the overlay completely in Unity. Ooh. See hash. Delivers network display interface, which is basically you draw direct X frames and send them over to network directly. A lot faster than browser sources, but it requires a lot of manual work that React to JavaScript does for me. But Unity, being game engine, can enable me making a lot more fun stuff in the battle. Oh. You're not completely sold on Unity yet, performance-wise and codebase-wise. Thank God it's client-side and not open, because Unity can be easily cheated. Ooh. Speaking of cheating, oh, did someone fucking cheat? People posting scores. With Genebu is PD. And similar names to leaderboard of the friends testing. Oh no. He was cursing a lot while coding a name filter. Damn. Just now? Yeah. When I was over in the exercise cam, Jarvis cam. Batman was walking towards the stairs. Does he stream while coding? No. We talking Discord? You can't feel your leg. Wait, what the fuck happened to your leg, Tito? Monka? What is happening? Did he fix light? No, the guy didn't even come in. Baby. Hello. What is? How you doing? Oh my goodness. Batman is here. You're sitting weirdly on the bed. Maintenance was just trying to come in without ringing the bell. What did he say? Oh no. That was before, babe. When he came for the leak. Uh-oh. Can't get comfy sitting up on bed. Damn. Do it to your arm and wake with it. What the fuck? Oh, I mean today. They haven't been there? No. They haven't been here today. When I was talking about that, I was talking about a different day. I didn't even hear the doorbell today. Oh my goodness, Batman. Come here. Hey. Oh. A hedge while sitting on your hand, and when you can't feel it, it's time to go. Oh my goodness. This is gonna be so distracting when the kitties are like actually all around my legs. They're too cute. Hello. Oh my goodness. Wow, he like climbed up my leg. Woof. Oh my goodness. Batman is on my mouse pad. We got a cutie. Move in. Hey. Oh shit, we can't see shit. Terrible camera work. Who's controlling this camera? Uh-oh. Big boy, yep. Hey, this is pretty good. Hey, Batman. My goodness. Because of how OBS browser source works, if you run the overlay after OBS, you need to refresh the overlay once. That might be why the commands wasn't working earlier. Oh, is that why? I see. Your big boy. Yeah, he's still on the desk, just messing around with stuff. My goodness, so cute. Capital, wait, it worked? Londa is not a mod. It just spawned naturally. Whoa. Man, this is 5%. I honestly think the 5% is not correct. What the fuck? Oh shit, we have an update. It's time to update. 5 per hit accumulatively. Wait, so what actually happened to your leg, Tito? Are you okay? Oh my god, that... Did I break it? Oh my god, the Borpa spins are there forever. Alright. Oh. Damn, man. What is... Yeah, the bug is fixed. It should not stuck anymore. Emphasis on should. Oh shit, he's a true coder. Never ever give guarantees. You should be like, yeah, it should be fixed. But then is fixed is like, is it really fixed? Not sitting on it, but in a way to block blood flow. Wait. You're just sitting... Oh. You just sit on it while sitting up right on bed. I see, I see. So you're like just making your foot sleep, I guess. Or leg sleep. Only a Sith deals in absolutes. Oh shit. I will absolutely make this emote at some point in time. Yep. Forgot that doesn't work on Twitch emotes. Either 1 or 0. Damn. Jeremy has a pretty good magnet. It's apparently a saying from Yoda, which I don't think he said ever in a Star Wars. It's do or do not. There is no try. Or something like that. Wait, got quantum computing here. Damn it. Channel emotes work now? But global emotes not yet. Ooh. Buggers. So Yoda is a Sith. Ah, shit. On that dick, you must bounce. And now that we've had Yoda saying stuff, we're gonna have to listen to that song. Hey, Batman. Come here. Oh, here. Come here. Seagulls. Hmm. Master Windu, Yoda is on the ketamine again. Stop him. Hmm. Can we watch Helsing Abridged while waiting for POE? Maybe. That's probably gonna get me banned, actually. It's once permissioned. The loop is only for effects. Hmm. Only one bug? That's good news. That's pretty good. Uh-oh. Ah! Batman! He's on my keyboard. Like that. That's where the fuck log is. What? What if we watch a stream of someone streaming Helsing Abridged? That could be good. It's called reacting, so it won't get us. That might do it. Mm. Okay, so we are making leave. What? Wait, is Helsing? Oh shit! Helsing Abridged is actually on YouTube. Oh my god! Hey, Batman! Look at this! Look at this little cutie! My goodness! Oh my goodness! What if you react to it yourself? Pause every 10 seconds and nod and say, yeah. Oh my god, that's funny. And add nothing to the video. You know what? That could work too. That's prime content right there. Oh my goodness. Wait, what if we just have it in the back? Wait, why is the why is One Piece here? What? This is rigged. Londe wins. Why can I never win? You got obliterated. Oh shit! You know what, Fez? I think the percentage might actually be working, but what is it the case that each instance of an emote? Uh-oh, emote got stuck again. Ruh-roh. Don't worry, that's actually in my Photoshop. Oh my goodness, this is so cute. He's just sprawled on my lap, being a cutie. But yeah, is each instance of an emote part of the percentage, or is it each like Twitch chat post that is a percent? And are we just getting 5%ed? That does this start? It might be each instance of an emote. That would make more sense. It's per message containing an emote. Really? It almost doesn't seem like it. It should not be. It almost feels like just math wise, it seems like it's using the sheer amount of emotes in the message. Like each emote is rolling a 5%. Doing emotes to move them around. Oh, we have a stuck XDD. Oh my god. Londa's cheating. Damn. Wait, Fez just rigged that one. Uh-oh. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my damn. We have a baby. See this? If you can understand anything. I probably can't understand a thing. I am code illiterate. $49 times. The old man in me. Oh, that's rad. Overlays refreshed. Hey, that's a fake news. It's not. Refresh does not refresh. Ooh. Cute. All right, let me refresh manually on OBS. We refresh case. Get this shit out of the way. Oh my goodness, Batman. Oh, are you okay? These are working. Damn, they broke. Something. Some other fix broke something else. Chicken duck woman thing. I'll be right. Long time. You always confuse pray and pray. The case that fixed 2 bugs introduced 37 more. Damn. The bugs are just waiting in the bushes of love. Pip-Boy, where are you? Yeah. Sad egg. He and Echo are actually in the closet. Everybody's by the door. Oh. Hey. Are you okay? Baby. What is? He's meowing. Just waiting in the bushes of love. Guess I'll start remaking stuff instead of new features for a while. That is fair enough. Gotta fix those pesky bugs. Yeah, 49 times. 49 bugs. Batman's walking around every now and then. He's like, he's kind of crazy for no reason. I don't know why. Baby, oh my god. Oh, he's gonna turn on the vacuum. Oh no. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. The internet actually went down. Internet is taking a big dump though. Like we actually had 0 kbps. Not good. Time to move to Japan. Damn. Alright. My PC is so bad, I didn't even realize the stream went down and just buffered the whole time. Oof. I mean, that's typically the case for most of the time when streams go down. It just buffers, yeah? Or... Yeah, typically. Alright, we gotta fix our character's hair, because this is not correct. Or, you know what, maybe this is fine, but... we have to fix this. Hey, get back here. Stop going into the booba. Where you at, Batman? Batman? What is... he's under the... He's under the dinner table. He's fine. You can't stop. Ah. He's gripping. Oh, we only have 1 hour left. Holy shit. This is peak stalling. Alright, so character sprite. Let's see. Regular. Defaulto. Was playing Torchlight? There's a tarot card mechanic. In the end, you open a chest in the area, and the arena has huge goddess lady with humongous bazongas watching over you. Peak content. Whoa. I need an image of that right now for scientific purposes. GGG is live. Ooh. Hey. Ah, we need to get the ads out of the way. Log in, dude. Ah, fuck, I'm not even logged in on this browser. Shit. Alright. Actually. Oh shit, I can't do this. Wait. No, I can. Oh, it's so close. Hello, baby. What is... Oh my goodness. Did you hear that? Oh my god. So cute. What are you doing? Maybe... Oh shit, you know what? I do need to feed them lunch. Are you hungry, baby? The Glorp website? Wait, the Glorp website no longer exists? What? Baby. Oh my goodness. Are you hungry? Alright, just a sec. Before the live stream starts, I need to feed the kitty cats. So we'll be right back. Let's see. We need Alright, we need to we do need to yoinkage a few things. Yeah. Oh shit, baby, what are you doing? Hey. Watch like first 30 seconds of this. Wait, let's see. Holy. Whoa. Good God. Literally. Holy shit. Oh, are you okay, baby? Oh my goodness. Yes. Are you... Hey, Batman's chewing my cords. It works. It just... He's actually... If you get him an eye tracker, he's just gonna be only looking at this. Japanese version of Kitava. That's wrong. Japanese version of Kitava would have tentacles incorporated. Oh my goodness. Are you hungry, Batman? Wait. Hey. Now I can't leave because Batman is on my lap. I was gonna feed you because you were crying at me. Alright, we... Oh, I see. We need one... We need one without. No horns. Oh my god, the corner of my mouse pad is getting deleted. Send help. What is this monster doing? Oh my goodness. What the hell? Cute. Hear me out. There are gender bent skins for male characters in Torchlight. True. Just gender swap everything that is not a female into a female, and it'll sell. Even the demons. Even the mobs. Actually, you know what? Yes. I maintain my stance. Everything. Mm-hmm. Alright, Batman. Do we need to feed you guys food? You're gonna have to make a decision in 50 minutes. Would pay $20 for all female boss skin pack in POE 1. God damn. He's gripping. Oh no. Alright, shit. We need to incorporate these. What are you doing? Ah, he's eating my cord. I wonder. Normal. Oh, maybe the swing works. It's basically the same. We're going to have to yoinkage some stuff. You okay, baby? So... Oh, hello. What is... Cords usually don't contain enough substance for kittens. I'll prove otherwise. Oh my god. You are so cute. I can't do anything. Is this what it's gonna be like on League Star? Like the kitty cats are just gonna be all over me and I can't even play the game. What is... Alright, countdown has started. Hopefully your net ain't cutting you off. God, let's hope so, Regis. God damn. Give me the alinity treat. Oh, give him the alinity treatment. Feed him vodka, throw him over the fucking side of my shoulder. Yep, yep. And then... I hate to say it, but Hassan treatment is looking pretty good. Nah, it's not. Jesus Christ. It's hard to joke about that one. Kitten phase is greater than Dino on crack phase. Cat phase. Dang. That's true. Uh-oh. Someone's climbing up my leg. Come here. Hey, Batman. My cat's Dino on crack phase took like 8 months. Oh, you mean that's like the progression of the cats? Oh my goodness. Are we gonna get even more zoomies out of these? That's kind of Monka W. He recently started being a normal cat. He sleeps mostly, and only wants pets in return. He runs on walls, man. Oh my goodness. Cute baby. Wait. Oh. Oh, I see. This is a quick mask. Hey, Batman. God damn it. OBS is showing me 0 kbps yet again. Is it because the entire neighborhood is watching GGG? Oh, you know what? I need to move. Oh, what the fuck is this? When did this start? Okay, there we go. Oh, what the fuck was that? We could hear the whole time? Okay, that's good. Thankfully the stream didn't go down. Ah! This is one of the worst. What the hell? It's one of the worst things. Doing Photoshop with a cat and it touches something on the keyboard and you don't know what it touched and then it just explodes Photoshop. And then you're left there like, well, that could have been better, but because the target channel is hidden. What? BRB, brewing tea. Okay. How? Oh. It's not hidden. Batman, why did you delete all my layers? Get a spray bottle, teach it right. I'm not gonna stop him being cute. Goodness, who this? You playing on my stuff? Cute baby, my god. He's deleting my layers. I did need to delete these though. Actually, hello. You are so cute. Oh my goodness. Starts with spray bottling, ends in shock collars. Oh no. If that's the progression of things, we're already spray bottling Jarvis. When he barks out of line, that's not good. Nah, but that's the thing. Jamie would never go to shock collars. And I wouldn't either. Okay, save. And let's save as leave cut to. Wait, no, cancel. Now we delete. What is this? Shock color bad. Yep. Shock colors are bad, to be honest. They're kind of fucked up. At least wait till his red rocket is out, then bugs after it. Oh my god. What the fuck? We can make the Hassan song for fishing. I do not shock. Oh no. This song is so fucked. Oh, Joe. Bam, man. You're gonna be falling off. What is this? Why can't I do this? Because target channel is hidden. Quick mask. Wonder if Zakrar is gonna play this league? Hmm. Q. Yeah, there we go. He's been playing since alpha, beta. He's probably gonna play. Oh shit. Okay. Jesus Christ. That song is so fucked. Alright, we'll be right back. We gotta feed the kitties. We will be back before the stream. Alright. BRB. Kitties must be fed. Hey, man. Okay. Alright, we back. We stopped 30 minutes. What the fuck? How are we gonna stall for 30 minutes? You're so happy that Phantom Blade Zero is really good. People who played the demo really praise it very much. You want good games, and Chinese overlords are making good games. Phantom Blade Zero. Wait, is that the cultivation one that you were talking about before, or someone else was? Wait, no, this is completely different. Oh no, is this more Souls-like slop? Please don't. He said it's good though, so let's hope. Let's see, let's see. Tedge. Please don't be Unreal 5 shit. From the looks of it, it might actually be. Had enough of that this year? Roll. Hmm. Okay. It is Souls-like, but it seems to have like Sekiro-like parries. God damn. Okay, Greatsword. Greatsword is yet again too slow, it seems. Oh. Wait. Wait. Wait a minute. Her bar her bar got broken. And did she stagger? Looks like hold to block. I hope that's not the case. I hope it's more Sekiro like. Like you have to hold you have to press the block at the correct time. Cause hold the block seems a little bit too OP. Like you're literally immortal if that's the case. He's taking 0 damage. Okay, is it just me or is the parry sound like not satisfying enough? Cause like in Sekiro, the parries sound so fucking good. Bang, bang, and it's like this is like little shavings of metal together. We need to see the actual gameplay. This is probably just teaser magic. That's probably true. There's like an IGN review, but my goodness, the reviewers at IGN, they play so bad. Oh, wait, Digital Foundry. Uh-oh. Oh no. Unreal Engine with a difference. Oh no, it's Unreal. Okay. Phantom Blade. Ugh. Damn. Incredible. What the hell? Ugh. This is a very strange camera angle. You know, normally these 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 kinds of games are like the camera is right behind the person. Like you have the main character like right here. And then you have the fucking like the mob that you're fighting is like right in front of you camera wise. But this is like off to the side a bit, which is actually kind of not bad. I mean, it looks boring as fuck. Damn. It's like fighting game and action game camera mashup. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, normally it's like this, and your monster that you're fighting is like over here. Sometimes like your character is blocking the monster animation at least. I mean, I 100%ed Wukong, and I would play this. I don't care if I'm in dire need of games. That is true. Yeah. Hmm. Offset zoomed out Gears. Oh, I've never played Gears of War yet. The offset camera is I actually kind of like it, to be honest. 5090. Wukong was very good though. Yeah, this could be fun. The recent Skate game lets you change how you want the camera offset. More games need to incorporate that. I think so too. Because a lot of the time, games like this, camera can absolutely fucking kill you. And if you have a shit camera, my goodness, it's annoying as hell. Ooh. Hmm. Ooh. Oh my. Oh, he just got fucked by bow users. Are we in Demon Souls? We're climbing up the stairs. Just me, or is there a lack of shadows? Yeah, they're talking about that right now. Yeah. He could have backstabbed. Cringe. You can't hear it? Oh. Wait, what? Oh my fucking god. Wait. That's not good. Can you guys hear this? Okay, yeah, you guys can hear that. You can hear? Oh, okay. Maybe I just have it really low.
Gamescom 2025 is now very much over.
Kind of interesting because
And rigs. So.
definitely. I was watching this footage because it is very expensive to do that to some of the like rougher materials, but maybe for performance reasons, it's not apply to things like puddles and whatnot or water.
Is this
bodies
better?
of water.
Can you hear this?
Whereas it could technically apply to some of the like rougher materials, but maybe for performance reasons, it's not doing that because it is very expensive to do that, and generally, at least in UE games, it's been extremely expensive to do that.
Yeah.
But
it is fully adjustable, of course, right?
Yeah.
But as we've seen, like with your recent Metal Gear Solid Delta tests, changing the roughness value, while it does look awesome, can have a serious impact on performance, even on high-end rigs. So.
Definitely. I was watching this footage, and another thing that I was really curious about, because it is using Unreal, but I was like, are they going to use nanite, or what are they going to use? So I've been watching through this footage, and one thing I noticed is you do see traditional LODs on...
This guy has unlimited stamina. He's attacking non-stop, but this bar is not moving.
Plants? But when...
Is it like Sekiro and you actually have unlimited stamina? That would be huge. Because a lot of the issues with Souls-like games is the back and forth between like managing your stamina. Sekiro didn't have that. God, I hate to sound like Seki, but being able to be aggressive like that with no stamina usage is actually kind of fun. New YouTube player rant. It's shit. And they remove the description plus comments when scroll down from random videos. Really? Seems to be the same to me. Oh, for random videos. Like, it just happens randomly? That's pretty ass. On full screen. Oh, like this right now. Isn't that always the case, though? Because full screen is like full screen on the video.
Running around the environment, I don't know, John. I don't think it's even a artifact of your footage, but I was actually having trouble seeing level of detail transitions on the opaque geometry here. I don't know, maybe a fine-tooth comb through the footage could reveal it, but I don't know, maybe this is actually...
You could scroll down when in full screen, as if you were not full screen. Oh. To glance over description and comments. Oh, interesting. Okay, I never tried that before.
Actually using nanite. I'm not exactly certain.
So you're right, it is difficult to say, and I noticed that as well, that there's no, outside of the foliage, where we know early UE5 stuff couldn't use nanite for foliage.
True that.
The actual more like solid scenery does not seem to showcase visible LOD transitions much at all, if any. But as we know very well, that doesn't necessarily mean they're using this virtualized geometry system, right? Like
Definitely
you look at Doom the Dark Ages, they're not using anything like nanite. Their own they did not do virtualized geometry. but they just did very, very carefully placed LOD transitions in like extremely, like very carefully designed maps to avoid any sort of like visible.
Okay, so when you get hit, your stamina bar goes. So I assume this here is your stance bar. There is no stamina bar in the game. So when you get hit multiple times, I assume you get stance broken and then you get stunned. Like sprinting in POE 2. Oh shit. I assume that's what's gonna happen if this goes all the way down.
Or minimize the visible sort of LOD changes.
Bro, it regens so fast.
So we know it can be done. And that's what makes this interesting, because like you look at Wukong, you know, Black Myth Wukong, and that was definitely like a
Oh. Oh, interesting. Okay, so some of his skills actually, like he seems to have been doing combos or like extensions to his combos, and it does spend his gauge down here. Now it only throws videos at you. They better not bring that shit in PoE 1. God, I hope not. Don't remind me of PoE 2 Sprint.
game where they're like, okay, we're going to use everything that Unreal has to offer.
Mm-hmm.
And they did. And that did come with a pretty serious performance cost, due in part to that being older Unreal 5, of course,
Yeah.
which was much slower. This seems to have taken a different approach. In fact, by picking and choosing which RT effects are in use, it almost feels like an Unreal Engine 4 kind of generation game.
It does, yeah.
Right?
I'd agree with that. Hopefully, though, with the benefits of whatever UE5 brings to the table in terms of
Right.
being more multi-threaded. We'll have to see all about that when the game comes out. But John, you were playing this live. What was the performance like? I know you were on a high-end rig.
Bro,
at
he's
1440p,
getting
but
fucked.
What was it like experientially?
So
You were on
It
a
happened to
high-end rig
him.
at 1440p, but what was it like
So he does kind of get stunned.
experientially?
So that's I'll be interested to see how
Bro, he takes like no damage. And the healing is huge.
performance ends up being, because this one did have a few little minor stutters, and the frame rate was not perfect, but it was also kind of uncapped. And actually in this footage it looks a little bit worse than it does in person, because everything at the show was recorded with NVIDIA Share.
Right.
So, you know, like the built-in recorder, which if you're at a different refresh rate than whatever, you know, than like 60 hertz or whatever they were capturing at, you end up with some frame
Maybe they want it to be a casual, so like. That's not bad either.
persistence issues, and I think we're seeing that sort of exacerbated here.
I agree. Yeah.
But I mean, I really can't, for an in progress, in development game, it's hard. You can't judge anything.
Or maybe difficulty levels on this is easy. True. Though, sometimes demos are like notoriously hard. Though they could have made it easier. Like you might take more damage in the full release game or something. Who knows?
And I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to say it played fine on that.
Mm-hmm.
It certainly will be interesting to see if they can hit decent performance on consoles, since we know that it's not a given.
No.
I keep thinking back to Black Myth, but
It ain't,
again, that was
yeah.
using all the UE5 features, and boy, that didn't run great. I'm hopeful that that they've made these choices specifically to avoid that.
Yeah.
But I will say, like, visually speaking, I love how this
You need a wireless split keyboard. Then you IGN would play it, and it went super giga easy.
looks. I think this is a very handsome game overall. The amount of just granular detail in the scene is really nice.
Okay, I will say this. A lot of the wuxia like world with like the mountains and shit looks fucking beautiful. I always like the aesthetic of wuxia stuff. Like this looks fucking beautiful.
It's the kind of thing you see.
The water though looks actually kind of fucked. Like these ripples are way too big. It almost feels like these boats should be like a bazillion times bigger for the ripples being this big.
Here, like, man, even though from
That actually looks bad. The water looks terrible. It looks like mud. Imagine not being able to complete a tutorial because you don't know how to jump and dash. Ooh, yeah. And it says it on the screen. Cuphead. Was that from IGN? Was the Cuphead review or playthrough of some reviewer from IGN? Or was that someone else? Because my god, that guy's bad at games. Like there's bad, And then there's like hopelessly bad. Like you should not be reviewing games.
software has great art direction. Like, if only their engine chops were like anywhere close to this. 'Cause,
Yeah,
like,
the detail is here is very high. Just even like looking at the cobblestone, but beneath everyone's feet, it's like they've got all this layering going on there.
I hope they talk about the water because the water looks terrible.
Like the various depth differences, like split up by puddles. There's barely any place like that in a From Software game in terms of detail.
right.
Yeah, it's just
I like how he says that, but okay, this is gonna sound like I'm defending From Software's graphics, but those games were made like way big before this. Do you know the early IGN review run of Souls games? They're funny as hell. Oh no, I don't know them.
really do wish
I'd
it was
probably
like
be
that for them too,
exacerbated.
but here they do seem to be using the Unreal Engine to its fullest to maintain such perfect depth and stuff like that.
And that's something I love about this modern generation of games, and what some of these designers are able to do is essentially they've eliminated the tiling effect.
Yeah.
Where, you see like a flat surface or like a wall or a floor or something where it just sort of like repeats over and over again, and your eye immediately picks up on it. You're like, oh man, that does not look natural
Gonna
to the
post
eye.
one in Discord.
Where
Oh
here they've
shit!
made sure that every single like inch of the game world has its own sort of unique look to it,
True that.
where it makes it look super detailed, lived in, and old, if you will. Right.
Yeah.
So running down here by the sea, you see like every single floorboard just like warped and moving in different direction, like nothing really layered. It all looks kind of kit bashed together, but in a really slick way.
Yeah.
I love it.
It'll be interesting to see, though, in the end, when we do get our hands on the final product, what aspects and which version of Unreal this is using, because it does look pretty unique. And it was actually the second game we saw at that NVIDIA booth event that was using Unreal 5 in a non-standard way with its own custom work in it. We also saw Black State, another game that doesn't use Lumen, uses its own ray tracing technology actually, and manages to run really well as a result in terms of.
Hey, mister. Hello. You here for drops? Do you have drops, Fishy? I should, yeah. When the live stream happens. Oh, in 10 minutes. Also, hey, mister. Hope you're doing good. Hope you are doing well.
Of like high frame rate, and this maybe will be following a similar route.
Level
We've
resistance.
seen some pretty cool work from Chinese developers over the last.
Oh,
couple years, and
the zero. Okay, I think I have seen this. This Zero Lenny video. He follows the IGN guide. I have seen this one. God dang. He was not IGN, the Cuphead fail guy. Okay.
this is looking to be something we'll definitely have to highlight on the channel when it does come out.
Right. There was also Cinder City,
Yeah.
which was a Korean developed game, which I had some fun playing it, I have to say. But what was interesting is that they told us in the presentation at the beginning, like, oh, this
Was that a no reg?
that they told us in the developed game.
He
which
shoots
I had
this
some fun
guy.
playing it, I have to say. But what was interesting is that
He shoots that guy, but no damage is done. What the? Oh my goodness.
told us in the presentation at the beginning, like, oh, this doesn't have any ray
Uh-oh.
tracing in it, but it will.
No badly
yeah.
gonna
Oh,
happen.
like no ray tracing.
Oh.
And I was like, so then I sat down to play it. I'm like, wait a minute, they're using like lumen reflection here. And I'm like, even if it is the SDF reflection, that's still like a form of ray tracing, right?
Yeah, it is.
So I'm like, wait, you guys are using the lumen?
Did he miss or recoil? I don't think he missed. Like his crosshairs was right on the dude's back, but nothing. Like the mob didn't flinch. What the hell? Rigged. I could never win these battles. What the fuck? You want to play flat screen Cyberpunk in VR with Night City surrounding? Ooh, that'd be nice. Yeah, because look at this shot he does.
What was interesting is that they
Oh wait, you're right. Maybe he did miss.
say, but what was interesting is that
What?
interesting.
What?
Which
Yeah, you're right. I should be doing that.
fun playing. I just say.
I had some fun playing it.
Was interesting.
What in the... Look at that. His dot is right here. Wait. Boom. He pulls the trigger. It should hit the mob. Oh, God. Oh, wait. Maybe it's bullet drop? Jank bullet drop? Yeah, it's probably bullet drop because it did hit the side of here. Okay. Yeah, it hit right there. So that is bullet drop. At this distance? It was not zeroed into the scope. Uh-oh. Wait. God, that's fucked. Also, I'm surprised they didn't talk about the water.
Or like they told him like, wait, you got, which yeah, even Blade. It was like, oh no, there's no ray
Blade.
tracing in the game.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Like, but there is.
Yeah, there's this monopoly on words. It's not very,
Ooh. Man, just your BB gun.
very cool, actually.
Maybe.
So that was another nice looking game, but not as nice as Phantom Blade. Which yeah, even though we're seeing a ton of these types of like Souls-like games, I would say this one plays a bit differently overall in that it does. It's like if you took a Souls-like concept but married it with more, I don't know, Ninja Gaiden-esque combat. You know,
Yeah.
where everything is just faster and more agile. You know, From Software games mostly, except for maybe Sekiro, we're more focused on very sort of like slower attacks and anticipation, where this moves more like a fast action game.
Yeah, you can see that. Also, some of the like cool movement.
Okay. That is nice. To get away from the Souls formula of like having to manage your stamina is very nice, I would say. Forgot to calculate for the curvature of the earth. Oh, shit. Oh my god, this guy needs to cut his nails. No way there should be that much bullet drop from the range with a high-powered rifle. True. There should be like zero. Zero bullet drop. It's super Earth with higher gravity. It would have to be like insane gravity. You know what? Would it have to be like Jupiter size to have that much bullet drop? I wonder.
Tech in the game, that stuff is usually not seen other than Sekiro, like you just mentioned.
5
in any of the
minutes.
From Software titles.
5
I mean,
minutes.
personally, we can all
It's
talk
so
about
close.
John loves these kind of games. I'm kind of tired of them at this point in time. But if it is
It's your
artistically
mom
sound,
sized.
gosh darn it, I will definitely load it up.
That is huge.
Heck yeah, Alex. But anyway, I think that's pretty much it for this one. I thought it was cool looking, promising. I just wanted to talk a little bit about it because we have this nice footage here. And yeah, I'll be curious to see how it runs across the different consoles and if what it ends up like in terms of polish levels. And you know, it could be very well received. And given that Sony revealed it, I'm curious if it has any ties to them in a way that something like Stellar Blade did.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Actually,
I need to investigate that. It may or may not. I'm not sure, but I think it was first.
In Unreal Engine, you can simulate different planet gravity, actually. Really? Is it accurate? Can you actually do that? And see if you get, like, massive bullet drop in Jupiter?
Shown at a state of play, so
yeah,
wouldn't surprise me.
Oh, it was actually first shown on a state of play, I believe. Yeah, very true. Yeah.
But anyway, thanks for joining me, Alex.
Anytime there, John.
And thank you.
So this game's gonna be optimized for consoles and shit on PC. That's typically how it goes, right? Unless you're Cyberpunk on release, XDD. Back in uni years ago, we had a Unity gravity simulation for different planets in one of my classes. Oh, Unity.
For watching this video.
I wonder if it was like accurate.
And of course, we'll see you next time.
Wow, incredible. That's just KSB. 3 minutes. Kerbal Space Program. Oh, I see. Never been on Mars yourself? Hey, Travis. Alright. God, I hope it's good. Alright, we keep ourselves here for now. Bunny and Baron co-stream? Oh shit. Classic. Not a single high for ages. Dang. It is kind of sad not seeing them here. In a while, actually. Pretty much ever since the POE League. I wonder what happened. I know Bunny's like taking a break from Twitch or something in general, but it is sad. 2 minutes. Let's go. I want high quality environment like Apple Vision, Pro Moon, and play a big flat screen space engineer. With big ass animated titties. What? Nah. He said big flat. Flat is justice. Alright, let's... Did I update stream title already? I did not. Alright. God damn. I really hope it's good. Be good release? Please! It's probably gonna be good. The reveals are always pretty fucking amazing. Alright. You used to like flat as well, but then I realized that all titties are good titties. That is incorrect. There are some titties that are fucking ugly as hell. I will say this right now. Not all titties are made equal. Of course, big titties can look pretty beautiful, but my goodness, there are some ugly ass titties. I hate to be the entire opposite of you, Tito, but...
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games, and welcome to GGG Live.
Let's go!
Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile, Keepers of the Flame, which is coming out 1 week from now on October the 31st. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream.
Twitch drops
so
are
you'll be able to
enabled,
claim your
guys.
Hive-born crawler pet by following the instructions below. Without further ado, let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile, Keepers of the Flame.
Where's my drop? Where is it?
We, the Keepers of the Flame, serve the will of the Dreamer. His instructions whispered from beyond the wall of sleep.
Oh shit. Is it
But
monks
now, the
that deal with
Hiveborn are here,
with
on
breach?
Raycast, and they seek to poison our
Ooh, towers? Oh no. Ooh.
We must close their breaches, destroy their hives, slay their breach
You first to make
lords.
sure? Thank you. Ooh, what was that? Oh, smite, OB. So we're gonna need clear.
And by his gifts, the Dreamer
Whoa.
provides.
What the fuck?
They brought this war to our world, but we shall end it, whatever it takes.
Ooh. The Genesis tree. Graphs. Holy shit. Bloodline classes. Whoa. Trade system? Oh shit, the trade system is coming to POE 1. Yo. Oh, that's so good. Let's fucking go. I hope that slowdown was an edit. Oh, if it does
As
slow
you can
down every
see,
time, that
this
would
expansion
suck.
is a true sequel to the Breach League, first introduced to the game in 2016. We felt like it was time to progress the story of Breach, bringing with it a slew of new updates to the base game. In today's stream, we'll take you on a deep dive into Path of Exile Keepers of the Flame, beginning with the League mechanic, covering all the fearsome challenges it presents, and the new twisted ways you'll be able to empower your character.
Oh shit.
After that, we'll dive into the new ascendancy options possible with Bloodline classes.
Bloodline
We'll cover the much-anticipated and
ascendancies.
synchronous trade system coming to Path of Exile
Wow,
1.
wait, so those socks,
Afterwards,
those
we'll move into
sockets
the new
were
Uber
an
pinnacle
like
how to
another
access them,
ascendancy?
and some new drops worthy of the added difficulty. Finally, we'll cover some notable quality of life
45
improvements
minutes of watch
before
time?
moving on to our
Ayy.
supporter packs and challenge rewards. We'll then have a live Q&A session
3
where Ziggy D
Uber
will ask Path of
bosses.
Exile's game directors Mark and myself your
Oh
questions from
my.
Twitch chat. And after the live stream, we'll drop the full patch notes at 11 AM New Zealand time or 3 PM Pacific. So let's get started. I'll hand things over to Mark to introduce
You're
the
sold
new league.
already? That's really good.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. Breach is a beloved league that has
50
had an
minutes until
iconic
my net
history
cuts
in
off.
POE.
Oh,
We intend to honor that
Not
legacy
good.
with our first ever sequel league, Keepers of the Flame. This develops every aspect of Breach, adding new layers to discover. Richer lore, scarier bosses, and entirely new mechanics. That said,
we watching
this
Ziggy D
is
Q&A
still
after?
Breach,
Yep.
So you will still
I'll be watching
opening
it after.
breaches and slaying hordes of otherworldly monsters. The Breach Lords have found the means to stabilize the connection between their realm and Rayclast. Now, with their grip tightening, we learn their true goal in our world: conquest.
Questions and
The threat they
yapping.
pose has now escalated to home soil. On the coast in Act 1, you'll encounter Aleph,
Do whatever,
the
as long as
founder
it's
of the
45
Keepers of the
minutes.
Flame.
Dang.
This is a monastic order sworn to defend Rayclast from the Breach Lords. The exit to the Mudflats has been barricaded by Hiveborn, Breach monsters that are working to claim every inch of Rayclast. Aleph can grant you a small
Fleshcraft.
spark of the power of the Flame, allowing you to blast away their barricade and move onwards.
What the hell?
Once you enter the Mudflats, you'll find it infested with Breach monsters.
You gonna go toilet? Tell me summary later?
They appear to be
Alright.
constructing a kind of hive,
Have a
creating
good shit,
strange
ditto.
shapes and structures that absolutely don't belong. Time to purge them with fire. Aleph needs you to protect her as she empowers the flame to do so.
What the fuck?
Hold off the assault long enough, and she'll be able to demolish the hive with cleansing flame.
Ooh, look at the guy's attack speed. Cringe.
In other
Goddamn right, I'm
areas,
going to
the
shit.
gap between worlds is strained. Here, you'll find a more familiar encounter with a new twist. A massive breach hand sunders the space between dimensions, and touching it will open an unstable breach, causing monsters to flood in.
Oh.
If you can slaughter them quickly enough, you can stabilize the breach.
So we need super
This
clear.
brazen action can draw the attention of Vroon, Marshal of Zesht, who will do everything it can to stop you. Defeating this boss will permanently seal the breach,
The
severing
damage.
another connection between the Breach Lord's world and Rayclast. These stabilized breaches are similar to what a breach once was.
This
but
guy's playing
with upgraded
Poison
monsters,
BB.
a success condition to shoot for,
I guess that's
UI
not bad.
tracking to keep the player informed of their progress through the encounter,
Is that a
and
Beast Ghost?
satisfying
It
feedback
is.
when you do manage to complete the encounter.
Boom
We've taken
gift.
all the lessons we've learned since the release of Breach 9
DPS
years
check,
ago
yeah.
and improved upon
Clear
it in
check
every
as
way
well.
we can. However, much of the joy of Breach came from its simplicity. While we want to modernize the mechanic, we don't want to undermine the core experience. You're still mostly just slaughtering hordes of enemies in a circle.
Okay.
Finally, in endgame areas you might run into breach constructions that have been left unopposed for too long and have grown into their full twisted glory. Breach
Cool.
hives. Towering flesh-crafted cities in the sky, these are the visions of the Breach
It does seem
Lords
to
made
be
real
an
and
edit.
reclassed,
The slowdown.
teeming with Breach monsters. You must
Seems to be
raid
fast as fuck.
and destroy these cities with the help of Aelith and her flame. In some of these hives, you may even encounter some of the Breach Lords themselves, who will not be happy you're intruding on their planned conquest.
Ooh.
Now, let's
Hate
talk
that
loot.
was Tool.
Of course, being an exile is hard work, and you're unlikely to help entirely out of the goodness of your heart. Fortunately, Aelith has power and rewards aplenty, born of the Breach Realm itself, to offer you for your assistance. Help her, and she'll bring you to the Monastery of the Keepers, the hallowed halls of her order. Here, you'll find the Genesis Tree, the growing heart of the Keeper's power. On interacting with it, you'll find that this tree has a tree. That's right. It couldn't be Path of Exile unless the tree also had a tree.
Hell yeah,
More
that's what we're
importantly,
talking about.
The Genesis tree is an engine of unholy creation, and a profitable one. As you complete breach encounters and work more with Aelith, you'll be able to grow the Genesis tree larger and larger, sprouting additional limbs. Each of these limbs, you'll notice, has their own inventories. These can be used for an unusual method of crafting new items. With this system, you'll be able to grow currency, uniques, equipment, and a new kind of otherworldly item, grafts.
Grass.
Grafts are breach hands grown directly from the Genesis tree, born of the same flesh and sinew as the invading monsters. These fuse directly to your body, in a completely safe process. Don't worry about it. With grafts, you can harness the power of the breach. Some provide passive benefits like this, or this, but they can also grant a wide selection of powerful skills.
Wait, it's the affliction stuff,
These
but just
graft
better.
skills can provide a flexible
Or
way
worse.
to fill gaps in your build, offering everything from damage to potent defensive buffs and crowd control.
What?
For example, the battering all graft will call massive arms to erupt from the earth,
What? What
stunning
is that
all
flat?
those they hit.
Oh,
For
can
some
you scale
additional
that?
pack clearing power, you could
Move
consider
cap.
the
I'm
Scrolling
sorry.
Tool graft. When commanded, this graft will cast Dance in the White, creating a deadly ice tornado, which aggressively seeks enemies and fires off bursts of ricocheting projectiles when you critically strike with
Bro, the
skills.
flat is insane.
For some further utility and a useful buff, try out the Storming Ash graft. This can be commanded to call down a ring of bolts from the sky that will leave behind the new Radiant Ground. Radiant Ground grants a potent damage buff to allies standing within it and makes their hit damage lucky. If you're simply after raw damage, look
Another
no further than the
keybind.
Erupting Zoth graft, which causes massive eruptions of fire where you command,
Holy
which
shit.
then re-erupt when you Warcry.
Wait, this looks OP.
There are a total of 16 different graft types you can grow.
High cooldown, high
each with
damage
their own
skills,
skill.
yeah. It's like an
You
ultimate.
can even unlock a second graft slot as you progress through Aelith's questline. So feel free to mix and match Flesh Zone horrors to your heart's content. Now, grafts aren't just here to make you stronger. They are also your means of feeding the Genesis tree, which needs constant supplies of graft blood to grow anything useful. You can do this by defeating breach monsters, which will leave behind blood that your graft will automatically collect. When you feed this
40.
blood to the tree, your allocated passives will be put to work. This section of the Genesis tree can be used to grow new grafts for you, which the
Growing
Genesis tree will then birth in a gruesome display.
Tool
Basic
grafts.
passives on the tree might increase item rarity of birthed grafts, or the chance to birth additional grafts.
Oh.
These passives can target specific types of grafts, and this passive causes grafts to be birthed with a random amount of quality. Quality improves the amount of blood that can be stored by your grafts.
Wow.
This section of the Genesis tree births currency items. Basic passives can result in more or better currency.
A breeding league?
Allocate this passive to sometimes cause a shower
actually.
of currency to burst forth from the flesh of the tree.
It's called a
Yeah,
womb.
it's a bit gross. But working with the organic matter of a bunch of dead otherworldly creatures was never going to be a clean affair.
Foulborn orb of
Grafts
Og.
themselves
What?
are born of a different world, so are unmodifiable by most currencies. However, with this passive, the Genesis tree can occasionally grow fleshy mockeries of currency orbs. These function like augmentation orbs,
Holy.
regal orbs, or exalted orbs, but they work on your grafts instead of normal gear. Yep, it's graft crafting. Allocating this passive can result in foul-born
What?
currencies. This foul-born exalted orb, for instance, behaves as a normal exalted orb, except it guarantees a higher tier modifier. By locking out a large portion of the lower rolls, a normal exalted orb would be able to hit. The largest section of the Genesis tree is used to grow rare equipment items. For these, you have a lot of agency to influence the type and modifiers on your grown item. For
POE
example,
2 orbs and POE
you can
1.
specifically
Long the
target
fucking
boots
dude.
with a dexterity requirement, with an increased chance for speed modifiers, and reduced chance for cold modifiers.
Wow, interesting. Okay.
Or maybe you'd prefer to look for a two-handed axe with increased chance for physical modifiers. This section of the tree is for growing unique items.
You know what's funny?
Similar to the equipment section, there are passives that let
This
you
looks
target
fun.
growing
It does
specific
look
types of
fun.
uniques or rarer uniques.
Wow.
The process of growth is not always a perfect one, however, and can result in some defects. This passive can result in birthed uniques becoming foul-born, which mutates one of the existing modifiers on the item into a new one,
It's got around 500 maps per
resulting
your
in some
crafts.
interesting new ways to use that unique. For example, this foul-born quill rain no longer has increased projectile speed, but instead has increased area of effect.
Wow.
Another foul-born quill rain could replace the mana gained on hit with the much more powerful modifier where
What?
insufficient mana doesn't prevent your bow attacks. Here are some other
Wow.
examples. This passive even gives a rare chance for foul-born uniques to have multiple different modifiers mutated.
That's insane.
I'm sure
And
you'll come up with some
5-class
extremely
Mage
powerful
Blood.
uses for these.
Where's
We'll
Valborn
leave it
Mage
up
Blood?
to you to discover what this
True.
mysterious
Where is
path of the
it?
Genesis tree can grow. So, ultimately, you'll be slaying masses of breach monsters, harvesting blood with the aid of your grafts, feeding that to the Genesis tree, growing some items and better grafts, and back again to the slaughter.
Wow, that
As
is
with all our challenge leagues,
crazy.
this league will come with a set of 40 challenges to pursue, and completing them will award you with the
Look at this
Keeper
guy's
of
face.
the Flame armor set,
What
allowing
the
you to
fuck?
truly embrace becoming a monk and worshipping the Dreamer.
Honestly, it kind of looks mid.
Now,
I don't know why.
craft
Maybe
skills
it's the
won't be the
texture.
only new tools to play with. In 327, we're also adding a collection of new skill and support gems. Let's go over them now. Kinetic Rain is a new wand attack, which covers the ground in unstable
A
kinetic
wand
energy.
attack?
These
Bro.
hazards collapse at the slightest touch, releasing their energies into any unfortunate soul who happens to be standing on
Oh,
them.
fuck.
With enough projectiles and area of effect, an enterprising exile could carpet the world in dangerous kinetic force.
What? That looks really
Wall
cool.
of
What
Force
the
creates a
fuck?
barrier of kinetic power,
Woke spell
causing
echo.
allied projectiles to ricochet towards targets automatically. Drop one behind a
What?
boss and redirect the bolts of your armies. I'm sure you'll find ways to break this one.
Holy shit. What?
Conflagration is a new bow attack, which rains down fiery bolts from above that stick into the ground and pulse as you approach.
Oh no,
Once
Ziz
you
is
get
gonna
close
love this
enough,
one.
these
It's
bolts
literally
detonate, causing ravaging ignites. These
Tan-
bolts
Tanriel
chain
and
react,
Ziz.
allowing you to create fields of incendiary destruction. Thunderstorm is a bow attack, which
Wand
creates a
League?
whirling storm of wind and lightning where it lands.
Ooh.
While you're within the storm, it will rapidly grow, until it becomes violently thunderous with lightning-infused clouds. At this point,
One
leaving the
FPS
storm
gaming.
will cause it to detonate, dealing damage to everything within and releasing a
Holy
flurry of
shit.
tornadoes in
So you
all
need
directions.
like movement speed for this?
Attacking with kinetic fusillade will create hovering orbs of energy.
Ooh.
These linger for a few moments above
Hey,
you
they added
before
Ember
zipping off to
Fusillade.
nearby targets, chaining between them, then detonating. Living lightning support will bring to life living sparks of energy, elemental minions that zap through packs of enemies with speed and ease.
Oh.
Use these alongside your spellcasting to augment your pack
0
clearing
to
abilities,
DPS, look at that.
or find whatever means possible to cover the world in living sparks of ruin.
We got
Wind
POE
burst
2 and
support
POE 1.
unleashes chaotic tornadoes as you attack,
The superior
which ricochet
game.
around wildly and quickly.
Oh no, tornado
These
shot.
deal moderate damage as they travel, but will explode into a highly damaging burst when they expire. So it's a choice between scaling their duration up to get better coverage, or down to access the burst more quickly.
Bro, this guy got some insane
Kinetic instability
DPS.
is a support gem to go along with the new wand attacks that causes enemies slain to leave behind those same orbs of shimmering energy that
Oh.
kinetic rain creates.
Oh, that's cool.
One might ponder just how many orbs you can create if you were to use both.
Wow.
In 327,
That one looks like it
exiles
would
will
have
be able to absorb the power
insane
of some
single
of the
target
bosses they
damage.
defeat. These take the form of new Ascendancy class options called Bloodlines. Bloodline classes are a new means of character customization in the endgame. They are secondary Ascendancy classes that are unlocked by defeating specific endgame bosses.
Wicked,
They are
yeah, that's
allocated with your normal
insane. Log
Ascendancy
the
points,
fucking
and you'll
dude.
have to choose how many of your points go into the original Ascendancy and how many into your
Oh, okay,
Bloodline
so it's
class.
not a free one.
This means there is a nigh limitless ability to mix and match here, as you could choose to invest just a couple points into your bloodline, or max it out. And you can take any
ZDPS.
bloodline with any base ascendancy class that you see fit.
Actually, it's DPS.
To unlock your bloodline, hunt down the endgame boss whose power you desire, and defeat them. Or have a friend help, and claim the power for your own.
Oh shit, it's Affliction.
There are 10 bloodline classes to discover.
Well, kind of.
Bosses who offer this power are typically associated with past leagues, giving additional reasons
Oh,
to
booba.
engage with that league content. Let's run over a few examples. The Chaos Bloodline will be offered to you by the Trial Master, if you manage to succeed his final challenge. With his blessing,
Hell
you
yeah.
can greatly
Peacock
augment your Vow
bouncing.
skills in different
OP.
ways.
That's some damage.
Priest of Yalmak lets you use Vow skills much more often, while
Okay.
Priest of Kopek makes it harder to build up Vow skills, but makes them far more powerful. Or take Corruption's Embrace, which grants more Vow Keystone powers the more corrupted items you have equipped. The
Ah.
Ashabi bloodline can be gained by,
So-
you guessed it, defeating Ashabi. Her abilities are drawn from the 3 types
Please
of
tell
life
me
force
this
that
is
manifest within
Freesia.
as Marian
Freesia
spirits.
stuff.
The Wild Bear rewards you with adrenaline for generating rage.
Wow.
The Vivid Cat gives your elusive buffs a chance to refresh, as well as making you more stealthy while elusive. The Primal Owl allows your unleashed spells to reoccur many additional times, and get stronger for each time they reoccur.
Wow. What the,
The Nameless
fuck?
bloodline comes from the King in the Mists.
That elusive
Be
buff is
forewarned,
huge.
His menacing power comes at a great cost. With the Unseen Hand, you can equip a third ring,
What?
but you'll have to decide if that comes at the expense of having no amulet,
Oh.
no belt,
Oh.
or no flasks.
Oh, I really
Unlike
see.
Silhouette adds
Okay.
a hefty life cost to all your spells, but they deal additional chaos damage based on the amount of life spent. Of course, there is more to come.
Oh, I want to
What
pause.
powers might you
Fuck.
glean from delving deep underneath Rayclass to fight all the Crystal King? What secrets can you learn from Lycia, Herald of the Scourge, waiting at the end of the Forbidden Sanctum? As you can imagine, there are countless possible combinations with the system. You could be a
Holy.
Slayer that embraces corruption and vile power, or perhaps you'll play an Occultist that doubles down on their dark power by integrating the Nameless bloodline. We are excited to see what crazy and interesting builds players come up with. In the most recent Path of Exile 2 expansion, the Third Edict, we introduced a much
Was that
anticipated
Spark?
feature, fully
With the melee?
asynchronous trade. It was a fantastic success, so now we're excited to announce that we'll also be adding this feature into Path of Exile 1.
This is good.
When you reach Act 6, you'll be able to find Faustus in Lion Eye's Watch. Previously, he just operated the currency exchange. Now, he will also act as a steward for your merchants tabs. These are where you can
Scam
place
prevention?
items for sale, for direct and instant purchase by other players even when you're not online. To list an item, simply place it in the tab and select a currency and an amount.
220D for an Emmy.
Once listed, other players will be able to find the item by searching for it via the trade website or the new in-game market search.
Let's go.
To purchase something for yourself, it's as easy as hitting this button, which will teleport you to the seller's hideout, where you can view their merchants tabs, buy the item, and also view the rest of their wares in case something else catches your eye. Every purchase costs a small fee of gold, as Faustus takes his cut. To account for this further drain on gold, acquisition and cost balance elsewhere in the game has been adjusted.
Ooh, okay.
Anything you've managed to sell successfully will have your profits collected here, in a separate tab to claim at your leisure.
Like
To
Fury
be
2.
clear, previous means of trading, such as via pre-existing premium stash tabs and the website, will still function just as before. Merchants tabs, and the asynchronous trading that comes with them, are an entirely additive feature on top of the already existing methods to trade. You might find yourself needing the trade system to buy some upgrades, because this update also
Uba.
introduces 3 new Uber Pinnacle boss fights.
Uba.
These encounters are manifested from the memories of Zana,
Oh.
and in her long torment, they have festered into something truly deadly.
Okay, so they're making these guys.
These fights offer an imposing challenge,
Uba.
alongside powerful rewards. In order to gain access, similar to existing Uber Pinnacle fights, you'll need to discover fragments dropped by Tier 17 map bosses. Each attempt at the new Uber Pinnacle fights will require 5 of these.
Okay.
Let's dig into some of the challenges you'll need to face in these new Uber versions.
Lonely fragment. You're back?
In the
Oh,
original
welcome back.
incarnation of Neglect fight, the statues can be used to block the laser beams to hide behind, giving you an opportunity to avoid being shocked, frozen, or killed. When you run near these statues, they activate and allow you to reposition them. While activated, they will not stop the lasers, meaning you want to position them well, then avoid them.
Shit so vile it turned toilet
In
water
the Uber
dark
version
brown.
of this fight, instead of being a safe haven,
Bonka.
the statues will refract the laser beams, causing a ruckus of energy to cover the arena. Activating them will prevent the refraction, so unlike the base fight, where you want to position them well
Holy
and
shit.
then avoid them, you'll be wanting to constantly keep these statues active. But
Monka
then
W.
you have to deal with their assault of attacks. While fighting the incarnation of fear, these fiery orbs
Thank God
will
they're
slowly
making those
clutter
bosses
up the
harder. They were
arena,
piss easy. Yeah, they
blocking
were
off
so
portions of
easy.
it until you bait the boss into detonating them himself with his thrown spear. When Uberified, these orbs are attached by a flaming leash to the boss,
What?
rotating around him constantly.
He has 0 DPS.
More and more will spawn as the
He's
fight goes on,
Quinn.
making it even more imperative that you clean them up by cleverly using the boss's abilities against him. Normally in the incarnation of Dread fight, during the bullet hell phase, you have to acquire a red rose, run it to the boss, then collect a blue rose, doing the same, causing it to get heavy
Actual
stunned and
CTPS.
interrupting its mechanic. In the Uber version, you have to do the same, but in order to get the blue rose, you have to defeat the incarnation of Neglect, and to get the red rose, you have to defeat the incarnation of Fear. Good luck.
Damn.
Given the difficulty of these bosses, their reward should be worth your while. Let's take a look at some.
Bullet hell, I just stood
From
still.
the Uber incarnation of Neglect
Ooh.
fight, we have Bitter Instinct, a spiky shield that turns retaliatory strikes into preemptive ones, making it just a matter of time before the long arm of justice crushes your foes.
What?
Alternatively, you might find Festering Resentment, a poisoned blade with an unending supply of toxins built into the hilt. These toxins are put to good use, causing every spell you trigger to be capable of poisoning with all damage it deals, enabling a truly crazy trigger-centric poison ruckus.
Wow.
And from the Uber incarnation of Dread, the Hallowed Monarch, a counterpart to the Dark Monarch, which focuses more heavily on investing into one or a few minions, rather than growing your hordes to massive proportions.
Wow.
Storm Rayclast, with your chosen few at your side, stealing power from your enemies as you go.
That's insane. Headhunter but
We've got
helmet?
a number of quality of life changes
Or
to
for
bring to
minions?
327 as well. Many of which you may have seen already in some
Holy
of our
shit.
pre-live stream teasers. But
Kind of
for
shit for
those who
Balma,
haven't,
but still.
Heist is a mechanic which has long frustrated some players who may otherwise have been interested in the rewards it has to offer, but have no desire to grind through the early progress of finding and running low-level contracts to get all of the rogues to their maximum level.
Animated Guardian
Well,
helmet.
starting in 327, heist rogues will automatically begin at maximum level, so you can start your dubious criminal career without all the busy work.
Thank God they did this.
Points invested into your Atlas passive tree will now be refundable with gold. Just speak to Kerak to do so.
That's kind of nice.
For
Okay.
players who love jumping between strategies, there's also an option to instantly refund your entire tree, which of course can now also be done with your regular passive tree as well.
That is so
Now
good.
you can make all your decisions with no regrets. Well, maybe some regrets. You no longer need to purchase bestiary orbs. You
When
can
your enemy
now
guardian to do
itemize
0
these
damage
for
due to
free
reflect.
directly from your bestiary.
This is such a good change too.
From late Act 1, you can now mass identify your items at an NPC in every town,
This is huge.
and from Helena in your hideout. This does not require Scrolls of Wisdom at all.
God
While
damn.
using an Alteration Orb, you can now hold Alt to swap to using an Augmentation Orb, if
That's
one
really
is available.
nice.
Opening a Blight Chest will now open all other Blight Chests near it.
This is a huge one too. You don't need to be a
Rogue's
spellcaster
disenchanting
anymore.
services can now be accessed from towns and hideouts. Kerak missions now have a handy icon to show at a glance what kind of mission they are.
Man, all these
Holding down
quality of
Control
life
and
is
right-clicking on
massive.
stacked decks will now continuously open them to your inventory, notifying you in chat what the outcome is. If you still want to open them direct to the ground, to
Oh,
let your
this is
loot
not
filter
updated
provide a dose of
footage.
dopamine, you can still do that
Look what
too
they've done.
by also holding Shift. Val orbs can be used on monsters encased in essences, to the same effect that remnants of corruption
Hey,
have.
raining. Yeah, stack decks are so much better now. Now we don't have to be cringing when we
When
open
multiple
them.
skill gems are ready to level at the same time, you'll now be able to click this button to level them all
That's
up at once.
massive. Oh fuck! I hit the button.
Next up, we're going to be talking about our new League supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs.
Ooh,
The
that's a
Champion
nice
of
portal.
Theopolis and the Verdant Magus packs.
Whoa.
Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive
No, I don't need to make you
microtransactions.
open them because I'm an asshole.
As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's
It only
power
took us complaining
or
for 13
progression
years to
in any
remove the
way.
vision to get quality of life.
The Champion of Theopolis series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
Honestly, this looks fucking boggers.
Manifest a champion's ferocity, as the Lion's Might unique finisher effect rips your enemies to shreds.
Jesus
Open the
Christ.
Champion of Theopolis portal to end your crusade through maps in the style expected of a true victor of the arena.
Okay.
Defeat your enemies like a true gladiator, wearing the Grand Champion of Theopolis armor set. The armor awarded only to the most elite warriors of the Grand Arena.
Meh. It looks mid.
Take charge of the situation and storm into combat with the Flaming Minotaur's Quicksilver Flask effect.
Nah, I'll pass, bruv.
The champion's podium map device
This is
rises up to
this
honor
looks
the glory
cool.
you've achieved as you activate it.
Ascend the stairs and stand atop the platform as you enter your maps. Each flame surrounding the platform represents a remaining use on your portal.
That lion looked like
The burden
Arakat
back
from
belly goat
DD4.
carries all the supplies necessary for a campsite as he travels behind you in battle. When placed in a hideout, instead of roaming around like your other pets,
Oh, that's
their
cool.
supplies are deployed, creating a small camp where you can access your stash and providing a place to take a load off while you rest next to the campfire.
Oh, that's kind of cute.
The Verdant Magus series contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
Ooh. That level up looks really fucking cool.
Having Faustus sell your items on your behalf is great and all,
What
but
the fuck?
sometimes you just want to feel a little bit more shady about your dealings. The Back Alley Trader hideout decoration is more secretive with your trades, creating
Oh,
distance
shit.
between you and your customers. Note
Distance.
that until 327 is released, this Back Alley Trader
That
will
goat
only
makes you wanna
serve
play
as your
Skyrim.
currency exchange. Once it's out, it will be updated to have the new
What are
managed
you
shop option
buying?
to also facilitate your trades.
What are you selling?
The Verdant Wayfinder pet is a loyal companion to any Master Magus.
What? Jamie wins
As you
again. What
approach
the hell is
waypoints,
this?
it envelops them with its vines, guiding you throughout Rayclast.
Oh, it's a draw. Wait,
Control
what the hell?
Earth and nature itself, as the great verdant Magus armor set envelops you in the ancient power now lost to time.
Wow.
There's also a matching back attachment included.
That actually doesn't look so bad.
Remnants
This
of the
looks
forest
cool.
ripple out from within you with the verdant Magus level up effect equipped, restoring life to the corrupted land. Call on an ancient golem to use their power to create a safe passage for you to retreat through with the arcane golem portal.
Cool.
As a supreme verdant Magus, you can travel to your
That's not a
arcane
draw, that's a
isle hideout.
Beyblade.
A cluster of islands held together by ancient magic passed down
Wait.
between elite mages.
That's actually a really cool hideout.
Stand
What the
atop your
fuck?
tower and relish the great heights you've reached above those who have not harnessed the arcane.
What? That's cool.
These
That's
packs
a really
are now
good one.
available for purchase on
Hideout
both
looks-
PC and console, and will remain so during Path of Exile, Keepers of the Flame.
The hideout looks insanely
Additionally,
good.
any microtransactions from these supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 2.
These packs look dog shit, but you're still most
Meanwhile,
probably gonna
the
buy
Crypt
them.
Keeper and Frisian
What?
Magistrate packs leave the store
The hideout
forever
looks
at the launch of
insane.
the Keepers of the Flame League. So now's your last chance to purchase them. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. We're
God
just
shit.
about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D.
Shit.
Afterwards,
True.
we'll post the full patch notes for Path of Exile, Keepers of the Flame, at
Man.
11 a.m. New Zealand time, 3 p.m. Pacific.
Oh.
With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news.
Hell
Thanks for
yeah.
joining us today and checking out our latest developments.
Let's fucking go.
We're looking forward to holding off the Breach Lord's conquest, crafting gruesome grafts, planning dozens of bloodline-empowered
We
builds,
still need them to optimize particles and
and
textures.
filling out our trees
So it
tree.
doesn't take 5 minutes to
We
load
hope
them
you
out.
all join us.
True. Man, that was good. Holy shit. Yapanage with Ziggity.
G'day Exiles and welcome to the post-reveal discussion
Oh,
and
good
Q&A
day.
with Jonathan and Mark, lead guys who make games, I believe was what we discussed as the
I need
title.
them to make a low particle mode
Excellent. I
so we
like
can
it,
run
it's
them
good.
super juiced maps
We'll talk
at
about
more
how
than
to
0
explain the
FPS.
titles. We'll look
True.
into this. 327 Keepers of the Flame, the reveal we just had there was, I think, quite a banger, but I've been even more impressed with what I've been playing here in the office
Oh.
with some of that, so we'll get into that in a moment. But I'm curious, this is kind of like a special
Wake me
kind
up
of
when
reveal
Q&A
day
ends.
for POE 1 fans, as I think it marks a return to schedule for us. You announced you plan
true.
to do the 4-month cycle for the games, two twos, and it seems to be working.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly hard. I'll tell you that, right? Like, it can be pretty brutal on some of the stuff when it's like, every 2 months you got a deadline. But yeah, I mean, look, we have to do it, right? Like,
That
I mean,
is
that was
pretty
always the
brutal.
intention to get, the regular schedule. It's
You
super
need them to
important.
make a
So
zero
we
filter
we have to
deli,
make it happen.
so I can
we
actually
have to
see
make
the
sure
free
that,
game.
is something that we can do going
I
forward.
paid 500
yeah,
bucks
I
in
would-
MTX4.
I'm honestly, I'm so happy that we managed to, to get everything back, and I think it helps a lot.
I think like things feel a lot less like crazy here this
Right.
visit for me, like, and things seem a bit more of a finished state as well from what I've been looking at. So
Well, we've
He's
put a lot more
giving
effort into
insider
getting that
information.
production process down, making sure that everything's going well. Like, we're hiring producers at the moment, just in case anyone's out there.
Hey, mister.
Look at yeah, as a production job. But yeah, it's something that we're really concentrating on, making sure that.
Thanks a lot for the raid,
schedule
mister.
items when it's this tight. So be
GG's.
really careful because,
Thanks for giving the shout out.
I would say one of the
If you haven't joined, if you haven't followed Mister, follow him right now. He's a great streamer. He plays the POEs. Welcome, Raiders.
That's been
We are
real hard to adapt to, but yeah, I mean, honestly, we
going to be listening to the Q&A.
The
The Ziggy D yappening.
You slip a week or two, but now all of a sudden, now you got a bit 2 weeks.
Hope you're doing well, mister. Thanks for hanging out, and thanks for the raid.
Certainly has less room for error. But,
damn.
Again, that's why more production staff should help, and we are just going to get better at it.
yeah.
But yes, we made
And
it
welcome,
to
Raiders.
326 and now 327, mostly on schedule, give or take.
Oh, I should turn
but,
this up, actually.
one was you could argue one's an anomaly, two is a pattern. So hopefully, it should continue as normal. But yeah, we'll get better at 100%. So we'll work out
grabbing
food.
food. Have a good
some
one.
growing pains
Right.
to
See you,
going
mister.
to 6 releases a year.
Thanks for the raid, man.
Across both parts of Exiles.
Jeez.
Yeah, I remember thinking when you guys were doing
we get
4
some good
releases
food.
a year that was crazy. So 6 is pretty wild, but it seems to be happening. So fingers crossed it keeps happening. Is the contingency just that like occasionally you just might delay by a few weeks here?
I don't want to. I really want to be real strict about it. Like,
We said we'd
Real
stick to the
strict
time
about
and
it.
adapt the content around the time. Like consistency is key. So hopefully we can keep doing that. That's still our current philosophy and plan. So yeah.
I think you were telling me once before, Jonathan, that when you have that for a while, it kind of helps everyone get an idea of like scoping a lot better.
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
content,
I mean, look, it helps with everything, right? It helps with the players just feeling the consistency. It helps with like developers. Like it's just overall like a way better state to be in.
So,
Way
Breach
better.
2, aka Keepers of the Flame. It's the first real direct sequel league in POE. Now, I know we're kind of sequeling with stuff in POE 2. There's like definitely follow-ups there, but this is the actual first true sequel league, and it seems like people are pretty keen on the idea. I think the reception's been pretty good so far, first impressions. What are your guys' thoughts on doing a sequel? Were you like anti-sequel, pro-sequel? Because I know people kind of...
I mean, I would say personally that like, so whenever you do a sequel, you're entering a dangerous territory because people who didn't like the original could then now be like, oh, I'm disappointed because like as soon as they hear that it's a sequel to something they didn't like, they're like, it's not happy. So you could just be ruling out a bunch of people in your audience right away. Now, Breaches, I would say, is a pretty popular one, so like there's less danger there.
Yeah.
But effectively, in order to make a sequel to something, I think you really have to be doing something that had to be a real banger back when you did it, so that people actually, are definitely on board from the beginning. In general, I'd say we'd prefer to do stuff that's like new, but I think this one was a good fit. It was a good example of something to do, and yeah, people are liking it. So
It's I mean, as Jonathan said, yes.
He's not
like,
saying
Some leagues are more divisive than others.
Who
Some
is
have
this?
More
That's not
X factor
Jonathan.
Out their gameplay, with the whole blight tower defense, and some of them are more maps and a bit more crazy. And immediately you do turn off some people, and we know that going in. When we make these, we try and make it, something good for everyone. But Breach had that just like you're just slaying hordes of monsters. You're just killing. It's the classic. We talk about reinventing the wheel. Here we talk about not reinventing the killing monsters in circles.
Whoa.
And by the way, that is a massive
He
thing
said effectively,
when doing
though.
the sequel as
Oh.
well. Like, we must keep the killing
It's out.
monsters in circles.
Let's go. Thank you.
Because the last thing I want to do is, and this is another risk of a sequel, is take something that people love and then just ruin it. We really focused on the weaknesses of what Breach had, because it was nine years ago, almost to date. I think it was. I think it was December 9 years ago. So we're almost there.
Spoilers
just if you want to
included.
feel a bit old for a moment there.
My back, ow.
And I actually still remember working on it. It does not feel like it was that long ago. I made those 5, the 5 Breach Lords back when, and put together all the monsters and
Holy
all that
shit,
interesting
babe.
stuff back then. And I was like, what was I doing? Like we took the player
Thank you for gifting
characters, put
subs
some
to
micros
Potato
on them and
Pixels,
dumped them in the
Tanrio,
marinade.
Dukes,
So
Vinopus, and
it's not
Mister.
only been fun to
Decent
come back into a
RNG. That's pretty
sequel,
good.
Which, by the way, we've codenamed Breach.
Thank you for gifting subs, babe.
Which is obviously a given.
Hope you guys enjoy the subs.
But
Important.
we've
damn it.
coming with like 9 years of lessons learned, including with all the lessons learned from POE 2 as well, and then coming back and being like, what do we know now that we didn't know back then? And it's like, okay, let's not sabotage the gameplay, the killing of monsters, the killing monsters in a circle, and let's focus on the weaknesses. And so then we looked at, okay, well, nowadays, if we were to do a league, it generally comes with some character power arc. You've got some crafting system. There's generally a meta system, and then that's where you get like the grafts, the Genesis tree, and all that stuff come in. And again, focusing on that, less of like focusing on the combat mechanic this time around, because we kind of knew that was a success. You'll find that might be less trivial with some of the other contents that's a little bit more like crazy with respect to combat.
This is huge, actually.
We'll see.
I'm definitely eager to dive into like basically all of the things you mentioned there. But out of interest, what's like a league mechanic or a expansion.
That's
that you
$700.
either would or wouldn't want to sequel at some
God
point.
damn! In
Like, what would be a
retrospect, that's
bad
kind of
example? That's
insane.
maybe interesting.
Well, I think the one that you said there with the tower defense stuff. It's
Stop
just
it,
like,
babe.
That would be very divisive, right? Immediately, if we said doing this,
She only gets
$350.
$350.
Immediately, a bunch of people would be like, "Yeah, I know." But a lot of people don't, right?
Both ends of this. I think you'll get the most passionate people
Exactly,
wanting it,
right?
and then
Yeah,
you'll
yeah.
get the most people that hate it on the other side.
Right.
For sure.
Yeah.
That being said, like, it isn't like, oh no, that means Blight's never getting improved.
Right.
There's differences between overhauling and improving a league.
Yeah.
So you kind of missed what the league is. You came in when they showed stacked decks. What is the mechanic? So the mechanic is breach, but juiced. Breach with breeding. Yeah. So think what was the league where we were burying bodies? Think that, but with proper UI. Well, not exactly that, but just better, I guess. But it's breach. And then you get an atlas tree for the body burying.
I like the revisits. I wonder. There's definitely some lore and stuff I'd like to see expanded. Like I feel like
And you get the Necropolis. That's the one. And you also get the Affliction League. You get the Affliction League charms and shit. And new Ascendancies to play with. Sub-Ascendancies, I guess. We get uniques with special mods. Oh, true, yeah. So Mage Blood can have a different modifier on it, which is insane.
A lot of it's reusing the models, the animations, the rigging, a lot of the art side of it. And because we get to do that, we get to then focus our attention on all those other things that we would otherwise have to have a bunch of resources dedicated to. So, like, there's a kind of like two birds, one stone going on there where we not only got to do it, we got to do it in a more cost-effective way that allowed us to focus on other features that are going in the expansion.
Is Sub-Ascendancy data out
you know,
yet?
win-win
You want to theory
for
craft now?
players and for us in that regard.
I wonder if POEDB has a...
It would be less trivial with other sequels where,
No?
or
Okay.
to other leagues where we don't necessarily have all the monsters and everything made like that. So, not to say it's impossible, but it's just an interesting factor that came up that allowed us
Time
to
for
do
me
more
to
here
big
than
brain
we
a
might,
ranger. I'll never be able to craft in
if we
private
don't
league.
forward think enough or forward plan enough, and I mean quite far in advance, because like making these full monsters from scratch is not a short-term process. We might not be able to do for some other leagues.
You
So,
can't know the data without a patch.
just a kind of fun internal kind of consideration that we made.
Or patch
Well, like an
notes.
interesting thing here as well with the fact that Breach is in PoE 2, and I don't normally get into lore, so lore warning, but I'll try and keep it as oversimplified as possible because I definitely have delved into the deep end of the lore of this stuff. But so to simplify it, PoE 1, Chayula, baddie, we fight them. They're like the pinnacle boss from the first game, and yeah,
The
in
images
PoE
are
2,
out now.
They're like explicitly not there as part of the boss.
That's kind of
of that,
true,
and
but
also
that's
there's
for
this
specific
lore kind of
things.
exploring the idea that they helped humanity at some point. So I'm curious if this
Things like
expansion is
this.
kind of filling out the story in the in between here, maybe explaining some of the stuff.
It
Almost made me
100%
quit when I
is,
got
that
14
was a
with no
huge
hits.
Other win we got to
Yeah,
do
that
here, 'cause
that
really
is
there was
terrible.
okay, there's the breaches in PoE 1, previous to Keepers of the Flame, and then there's kind of breaches in PoE 2 with the Twisted Domain, and it's like, wait, how did we get here? What happened? Okay, so there's 25 years. It's what's going on
Yeah.
here? So we wanted to. Given again, because 9 years ago we weren't really putting that much into the narrative of leagues and into you'd find back then we're
Bloodlines
not
are
far
there
from Onslaught
in the
League
folder.
back then, right? It was just 20% of some stats. So, and even when we had Anarchy, there was Exiles, but like
Oh,
there's,
you're talking about
there's
these
named
things.
characters, but we didn't really have voice acting for anything. Like we've kind of stepped up our game in a lot of delivery of that. So now we get to come back and go, let's establish a bit more about Breach. Obviously,
that's
there's
true.
unique
These are
and
here.
flavor text historically, but yeah, we got to establish a little bit more, add some interesting stuff to it. Meanwhile, also, progressing the narrative towards what if people are playing PoE 2 see.
The kit has the
Now,
new
that being said,
bosses.
if you just play PoE 2, you don't need to know all of this. If you just play PoE 1, good on you. You now know it all. It's
This
all
is
entirely
Ash?
optional information to know, but you kind of have this. Worth noting, on the kind of
posting them on
Chiola
Discord,
arc,
ooh.
there's a bit of like, is he good, is he bad kind of thing going on. Still to be determined.
Thank
at
you,
least for the
Blonde.
players.
It's got a cult
We-
following, but that doesn't necessarily mean one way or the other, does it?
You know, like he was a baddie here. You're an acolyte of Chiula over there.
Yeah.
Is that
What
additional
goes
to
on?
Ascendancy or
I was reading the
replace?
flavor text of the
It's
Acolyte
it's
trailer
additional.
this
You can
morning,
mix and
like,
match.
Even that doesn't really kind of suggests that maybe it's not a good idea to be following them, but but there's power.
But,
No
the
extra
monastery,
points.
of the
Yeah.
Keepers of the
Yeah,
Flame
there's no
is
extra points,
actually
unfortunately.
where the monk trained and from POE 2 grew up and all of that stuff. So kind of little fun bits there. People playing both games will appreciate it. It's still great. It's going to be great in either game,
Not
and it
additional,
allows us
yep.
to develop. So because look, they're both set in Ray class, it's still a shared narrative, and it's nice to be able to like evolve all of that. And it's it's honestly been fun, really, honestly doing all of that.
It's cool. It's cool to expand kind of like some of the story of the.
And we have 8
Ascendancies
points
there
for
as
both
well. Like, you're getting a bit more of a
trees.
tie in there as well. But you said the monks trained there, though. I thought you were just telling me earlier that the monks trained here in the studio. What's
Yeah, so technically now, officially, the monk
That
has
makes
been
them additional,
trained
no?
by one of our IT administrators
Well-
here. Since that was he was the
They-
person we
they
used- he's,
are-
I'm not sure what the
oh, I
martial
think Beyond
art is, but,
says,
you
like,
know,
no
he's very
additional
well
points,
trained, I believe a black
but
belt,
they-
and,
they-
we used him for
it
our
is an
vocab
additional
reference.
ascendancy.
Hopefully he doesn't mind me mentioning that, but you know, it's
But you're still locked
it
by
was,
8 points.
it's quite fun. I think our animators enjoyed that one a little bit as well. So
that's awesome. I don't.
Give me
Yeah,
control
so
of my
really
private
done
server so I can
stuff in
have
the past, or-
1,000
You mean
skill
mocap?
points.
Yeah, like
I mean, the animators always film visual references. So, like, I mean, they've got a room basically where they go up and they're just, you know, like doing all the animation, acting out. They're often not actually mocapping technically with like you know all of the suit and everything, but they're often filming that and then doing animation to it. So
Yeah.
it's pretty common.
I'd say one of the most useful pieces of technology that we've been able to benefit from is it's a literally single phone shot mocap and
Yeah.
very quick from recording to in-game animation. It works
Really?
really well for animating obviously humans.
You snooze the ads
but
for
also
15 minutes. You can't snooze it
when
more.
it's involving just a
Thanks.
single human. It's like ultra quick. Like if you have two and they have to interact,
Can't
and
post
make
one due to
contact,
file
it's not very
size.
good at handling
Can't be
that,
S3
but
size.
It's been insanely fast. So you just get a single small tripod with a phone, and you can record a human and chuck it in game pretty
Boggers.
rapidly. So that's been amazing, and honestly, almost all of the human animations you'll now see in game, where it's not someone punching or hitting another person. So like, it's not the best for combat and kind of scripted cinematic interactions between characters, but just those kind of freestanding town idols and all of that stuff, yeah, you can do pretty rapidly now. It's been a pretty big improvement, I'd say, in a cool way. So
Yeah, and I mean, you're getting like POE2 quality stuff in Path of Exile 1 as well. Like, I've definitely seen things like that's a lot more going on there than there usually is in POE 1. You were just talking about the fact that the original bosses were just exiles with extra color filters on them, right?
I mean, everything new that goes into POE 1 like has been a lot higher standard than some of the early stuff for a
Yeah.
very long time, right? Because it's not like you have people being like, oh, you know what, I'm going to make this worse quality because it's going in POE 1. Like obviously they're going to make something look as good as we can make it, right?
Our artists are
everything-
our artists,
Yeah, exactly,
They
right?
just
So
make
I mean,
the good
you
quality
go
art.
back.
You could probably phone it in a bit more, I reckon.
They don't. No, an artist doesn't want to do that, right? They want to make stuff
fair.
that's good. So
Who wants to do that?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
appreciate
Also-
It's a good way to remove their job satisfaction.
Mark has
right?
new
Bad
shoes.
stuff.
If you haven't
So
noticed
too
yet.
good. Yeah, fair
Oh
enough.
my God.
So you mentioned the sanctity.
What
of
happened
the
to his
Kill
old
Monster in
ones?
Circle. So on the mechanical front, I noticed that there's actually two distinct types of breaches here. There's very much close to the original one, but then there's this hive one. What are the
Where's the
differences
additional
between the
ascendancy
two? How do
picks?
they
We've
work?
got
They
four
are. They should be at the top.
encounters,
Yeah.
Total. At the more
Yeah.
common
They're
one is
the
kind
first
of-
ones.
What we're saying is the hive. So the breach have come through those that
Mark has
hand
over
portals,
200
they've
shoes.
stabilized the breach and are now building their hives.
Yay.
And so you'll come across there's heaps of walls and constructs and some half organic,
but if-
half inorganic, and you get the little spider things, which I think is the Twitch drop for the stream. You get those, and they're kind of building, and they're like putting together like molecule by molecule, building these hives. And that's the one where you come in and you get given the power of the Keepers of the Flame, and that can just incinerate away all of the material, and you're kind of just like running around pretending to be a Righteous Fire build for a
I'll
moment.
just note as well, like you don't have to click any doors or like bump into any walls.
Run through.
They just evaporate before
You just run around. You
Oh,
run around
so
burning
good.
stuff. It's kind of satisfying. You see ash going everywhere.
Thanks, Mark. Now I hate it.
There's a couple things going on there. So, generally, when you get to the center,
How long
you
does it take
summon an
before it
Aelith, you
drops?
start the
45
encounter,
minutes.
and effectively just kill a whole bunch of monsters. They're trying to get to her. They're trying to kill her. they're not super effective at it. We're not doing the whole like. They are persistently wanting to aggro on her. They're going to try and kill you. That's honestly more of an immersive flavor thing than it is like meant to be too interruptive of a mechanic or anything like that. Again, because I wanted to just keep killing monsters being the primary focus.
But there is a thing where the more walls you burn, the more
there's amongst all the walls you can get these like spawners, these like hive portals, where the monsters can then come through. So if you want to activate more to have more monsters, have more difficulty, and get more reward. You want to burn as many of those hive spawners as possible, and then they will turn into portals once the fight begins. If you just want to run to the center, start the fight, do the fight, and leave, go for it. The other thing here is, though, that, spawners. Of course... Obviously, this can be a bit of a clear, speedy thing where it's like, So
wait, so it's beyond like
encounters,
actually fucked? I mean, like
the power of the purple flame,
beyond
these kind of purple flames scatter out, and
in
each
our
of them
chat,
kind of has a skill attached, just like an oh shit button.
Breach has a lot of
so, like,
spiders.
If you're getting overwhelmed, there's like different things you can just click if you wanted to, if you needed to. Most powerful characters.
Might have been the tool one.
Just as it kind of like you send out a giant
megabytes.
nuke and clear stuff, or like create this like flame wall, and anything that runs into it will burn. And that's honestly more to help out players that are kind of struggling or on the weaker end and aren't like, able to kind of keep up with it. So it just normalizes the difference between bottom end and top end.
You're fucked. Fuck Breach.
Again, not meant to be intrusive,
It
not
was
meant to be
Ash,
like complicated. We kept it simple, and it's just like 99% of it.
I mean,
is just
when you boil it down, it's basically just
Ash
like a
graph
fast-paced wave
skill.
defense. Like, just survive 6-8 waves of monsters that are rushing at you pretty fast, and but it doesn't have that same clear speed pressure that the like basic one has.
So that's one encounter. Second encounter is like the traditional breach, the one that players have historically been playing.
Fuck, that is high res.
You activate a thing, the breach expand out. So these are breaches that haven't been stabilized yet.
Yeah.
So they haven't come through to build their hive. So you activate it starts expanding. You kill all the monsters. That's it's revealing, and then once you've killed enough, and if you can kill enough, like
wait a minute,
kind of hard early game, but like towards the
these
end
have
game,
these have a
goal.
cooldown. What if you
you'll
get
notice a progress bar
what if you
filling
get
up,
as much
and once the
cooldown as
breach
you
gets
can
to
get?
the end, that
Can,
means that it
like,
will become stable.
I really wonder if you can scale
and
this
so what was going to happen
off of
is
your
when it
own
becomes
passive
stable,
tree,
the
because
breach
it's a
are
skill
gonna
that
send
you
through
use,
their,
right?
like difficult monsters, their elites, their enforcers. They're the front line to come through and
JV get a shit ton of CDR.
so they can send through their like little worker spiders to start building their hives. So this is like a yet to be a hive, and so you obviously don't witness all of that. Generally, what you do experience is you kill enough monsters, and then in the center the portal activates, and a bunch of monsters and often a boss floods through, and so now you have to go back to the center and fight all that, kill everything.
What if there's a way to trigger it without a
defeat the boss,
cooldown?
get the loot, and then everything drops then and
That
there
would be
once you successfully
busted.
do that. If you
Have you seen the numbers on these things?
That's up to you. You can still play it the old way.
Look
if
at the
you want
numbers.
and, like, not get so much rewards, just kill as many as you want and move on. But generally speaking, you'll want
The
to go
number
back to
on
the
the
middle. You wanna
slam
kill
is
the-
like
the
fucking
either
insane.
waves of hordes of monsters coming through the portal, or the boss that spawns.
That like locks open. There
Where's
once
the
you reach
physical
that
damage one? The,
stabilization.
the,
locks
the
over
slam.
the time- so that's another good thing. Yeah. So the existing breach. I mean, obviously, it's pretty outdated and even imbalanced, and often people were killing the breach lords that the
5%
wild ones in, like,
increased
a matter
lightning
of
damage,
seconds.
for
But,
example?
I wanted to make
Only
sure that
percent
boss
added
fight
lightning
didn't have a
damage
time
works.
condition. So once it stabilizes, that's it. You just
Nice.
once you kill them, it closes. You have infinite time to kill that boss and fight those monsters. You're not just like, oh my god, I got to do it. So like it is a more substantial, and generally because you've cleared everything in that circle now, it's like it almost like you created your own arena. You've got like a nice clear area where you can fight that boss and focus on killing.
You have an
that boss.
OmniTools server
Now,
running
he
on your Docker.
has
Finally used it
minions in a regard, so
after having
obviously
it
it's
for
not just
6
one-on-one,
months.
But that mechanic's like quite cool. So that's
God
the like Varun, the
damn.
Marshal of Zesht fight. He has some specific drops. You generally want to kill him. And then so that's
Where's the
encounter number
slam?
2. And then encounter number 3. I know who's going on a bit of a thing here, but these next
a bit
two
of
are
content.
bit quicker. Encounter number 3 is the kind of sky fortress as you saw. It's very similar to the first fight. It's kind of like, oh, we didn't stop this hive. Some of these hives have been getting built for
Go to
weeks or
handy
whatever, and now they're like
upgrades.
full giant mega structures. So you climb the beanstalk, as they called it, the breach beanstalk. You get up to the sky fortress, and honestly, it's kind of just like a map of breach
Yeah,
monsters.
there's no
You're clearing
timer.
through.
What
No
the
timer at this point. You
fuck
can just
is
clear
that
clear
flat?
the area and leave.
Oh.
Taking your rewards with you, but in the center is like the hive encounter, the very first one, like a wave-based encounter. It's just a lot
Holy
more epic.
shit.
And you have to, the same exact thing, except Aelith's like, yeah, it's going to take a lot more explosive power to destroy the rest of this hive and seal this portal, so you might want to get out of here. So generally speaking, yeah, once you've killed all the waves, you then have to get out of the area before Aelith burns the entire thing to the ground.
Cool.
Normally you can survive that, not in this case. You might want to get out of there. Once you do, you get all the loot.
Wow.
Sweet. You're not going to get that encounter too frequently, but
That's
maybe a little bit of fun,
crazy
a little bit more
good.
action-packed when you're trying to escape.
Holy
and then the fourth encounter is
fuck.
pretty similar to that, except it's just an area with your pinnacle boss, your in-game boss fight.
Wow.
And you basically didn't show those in the trailer because I did know that people were like wondering why you showed kind of so much of the Uber bosses for the regular content, but you didn't really show any of these guys.
We generally avoid showing bosses for sure, especially
Damage
new
cannot
ones.
be reflected.
You get a silhouette of it, a single emerge shot, and yeah, for sure. Like for the Ubers, we're like, well, they've got like 10, 15 skills each. Let's show one mechanic we've changed of each. Maybe not the best option. Like I know people like their full mystery, so like maybe lesson learned in the future might just show nothing. But
Kinetic
we only did show
Rain
one
honestly
of all
looks
of their
really
skills that have
fucking cool.
changed. Just so people get a general grasp of how they're changing. But yeah, I probably given the feedback, I'm probably just not going to show those again. So
Fair enough.
we'll let it be a mystery. But yeah.
So
Look at that
this
terrible
skill
effectiveness
tree,
of added
you actually
damage.
did it. You made a skill
36%.
Tree. Well done.
But this,
The tree.
But
this looks really good.
tree is quite fascinating because it's not just a
4.5.
like a meta progression system for the league or something. Like there is that. It is
and before
progressing,
Timeless
but
Falborn
it's
Jewels.
also it is a crafting system. It's a tree that is a crafting system. And from messing around with that, like it feels kind of brilliant. Like
Hits with
it's a really good
prismatic
idea.
skills always sap.
It,
What did that come about?
Interesting.
it was kind of a mixture from Octavian and I can't remember who. Me and him and kind of Andrew, we all kind of just came up with ideas. But I
There's
think
some
the
good
original tree that spawns
shit.
items or grows items and then hatches items came from Octavian. And the grafts, mind you, as well. He's
He's
nice
cooking.
creative brain on
Yeah,
that
he's
one.
known.
Comes up with some cool ideas. I like that kind of out there style of design, which is good. And
They show the full ascendancy on that, by the way?
we took that
Yeah,
kind of
I did
idea.
notice.
I was the one who brought Breach to the table and was like, oh, we can unify these, and that came from a interesting thing where in the Twisted Domain in POE 2, you get these
Oh,
you have
wait.
these trees made of hands that the environment artists made, and I really love them, and I'm like, normally because you're on a timer in that area and you're going hard, you're fighting monsters, you don't really get to appreciate a lot of the art assets.
I
in
wonder,
there.
Zoom.
And I was
would
like,
this
oh,
work
Damn, I want to use
with-
those trees, but have them because I
with
think they're
Relic of the
petrified in that
Pact?
version. So I was like, what does that look like when it's a bit more alive, a bit more organic, a bit more gross? So yeah, we kind of came up with.
Can you
this
get extra
tree
chaos
and,
damage?
Tree that hatches items and it has this fruit, and then we were like, nah, like I don't want just a tree
out of
that has
10.
fruit.
Yeah.
It needs to be
Still good,
gross
though.
and dark and horror. It's like
'Cause you can
it's
see
like
exactly what
Gothic
the small
world, and
nodes
so,
are
yeah,
as
we
well.
obviously went a little bit more crazy with the theming on it all, but I
Wow.
like it. Right, it is dark. It's like a little. You've got this
One
alien
Val Soul per
esque
second.
demon species, right? Like
Squeezing
we
the
don't-
items out like
Yeah.
with a bunch of
So,
plus.
Yeah, it kind of came like that, and then it's like, wow, it needs a meta progression.
Pet
The good
got
thing
'em.
about the
Hey,
tree
pet
having
got 'em.
a passive
Hell
tree
yeah.
is we get to reuse all the
Let's
same
go.
code that our passive trees use, and then the other because it's good because
You
then
got
you
the
don't have
drop?
to make a
Nice.
completely bespoke system. And again, it's picking your battles, being able to focus more on what the nodes do as opposed to the system, the underlying system.
I think
And,
what's pretty interesting about it though is the way that like it actually for crafting is quite interesting how it sort of encapsulates the idea that you've got like various dependent choices. You don't normally think about crafting in that way, but that's really what crafting is, and so it kind of like means that it's actually a surprisingly natural interface for crafting. Like,
That's what was
works.
striking me about it,
It works really
Makes
well.
a private league
and
in
so, yeah, that's
standard.
kind of a pretty interesting one.
I
I don't think I've ever seen it before. Someone doing anything quite like that. So
Yeah, like I've
it's
seen
quite
some
interesting.
crafting trees and stuff, but they're usually
Yeah.
separate or there's like
Yeah.
some little bit. But yes, like that's what I was thinking because I'm thinking a lot about like how do you
Auto-claimed.
communicate crafting because it's a pretty complicated thing generally, even in its simplest in Path of Exile. But this does seem to have like a very natural, more understandable way of communicating it because you're allocating the nodes for the craft. You get to see the structure of your craft in a visual manner, which I'm like,
It is cool.
So,
And how did we go this? So we've got multiple character trees. We've got world area trees. Is this the first crafting tree?
Well, kind of. There was the one with the items. I don't even remember the name.
There was
of it
the
anymore.
there was the
Crucible.
The Crucible one.
Yeah,
wasn't really like
that was items having trees. That wasn't
a
a tree
little
to
different.
craft.
Yeah,
It was an
You
item
could
growth
kind
system,
of
yeah.
argue Scourge is like the whole microwave mechanic, kind of. But it wasn't really a tree. It was like a grid. It was a bit different, you know. So I don't know. It might be our first true crafting tree.
It's like I just can't help but wonder. Like we'll see, I guess, after a league. But I just can't help but wonder if you like accidentally stumbled upon one of the potential solutions to like how do you communicate crafting to players? Because
They do be yapping. Yeah, where's the Q&A?
We'll see how it goes, and there's a lot to expand on.
No
here,
clue
of
where
course,
I
like,
am.
when you have
Give me
these
a
kinds of tree
TLDR. What
systems
meta
and,
skill got killed?
you know,
We don't know yet.
immediately people are going to be
Also,
like,
hey,
oh,
Captain Bleand.
keystones and you know, where's my crafting tree
you're doing well.
notables and masteries and jewel slots.
Yeah, we don't know yet.
My crafting tree.
Yeah, build your own crafting tree.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll see where it goes, but obviously that depends. You know, we don't want to overcomplicate
Hey,
it off
thanks
the
for the
bat,
follow,
so you come in
Captain.
with something kind of simple, elegant.
Super appreciated.
See how it works.
Thanks
see
a
how
lot.
people respond to it.
Spite.
And then, you know, if
I'll-
things go.
I'll
course,
leave it
we
up to
decide decide
Beyond
based on how the players respond.
If we add that emote.
Evaluate how we want it to be. If we want to change it, if we want to leave it as is. If we want, you know, so we'll do all that. But yeah, it's cool. I like a lot of the ideas coming.
Gotta start being a POB warrior soon.
Save
Save.
stuff like that. There's some pretty crazy cool things.
So talking about like the idea of preserving some of the stuff from the old breach.
we
or
need
what's not
patch
being
notes
kept.
right
So
now.
you had the old breach lord domains.
Wait till the
effectively
POE.
being replaced or
POE,
removed.
the Q&A
So those
ends.
are all
And
that
I read
we've
these patch
kept.
notes.
Breach 1, I don't know what you'd call it, fully intact on standard.
You're tired of
whereas
ES bosses.
on this league, it's the full Breakwall Keepers of the Flame mechanics. So full replacement. None of that is there in the current, while playing in Keepers of the Flame. Like, all of the breach nodes on the Atlas tree are gone.
Oh wait, do we not? Do we have this
You've got
one?
the current league.
Oh, I see.
Obviously, our intention is that it goes core, but we'll take the better elements of it. One interesting thing here is obviously we still have all the old stuff. So if we miss the mark on some things, it's still there. We can bring it back. We can integrate it. We can, you know, obviously it would suck, you know, to have to accept that we have to keep.
You're
using all
tired
the
of
old cards
ES
and old mechanics,
boss.
old
Oh,
fight to some degree.
I see.
But like, if they're more fun, they're more fun. We're not necessarily here in the business of taking away things that people loved. So obviously,
They really
I'm
need to
pretty
kill
confident
energy
in what
stacking
we've got is
builds.
gonna
They're
be
too strong.
Amazing, and as you said, first impressions pretty
They are
positive. So,
crazy strong.
but you know, worst comes to worst, if we have to take the best of both worlds and merge them, then that's still what we're going to do. Now that being said, so yes, you don't
I
have
say
breach domains.
that's
in
probably
Keeps of the
going
Flame.
to
You got all those new mechanics I described
maintain
earlier.
being an issue.
But that isn't to say there isn't a future where we have a
Because the
prequel
new
to
bases
prequel,
just exist.
and we have you know, or an update. You know, not
I feel like it's
necessarily
always
another
going to be an
sequel.
issue because the
But,
bases are just
you
so
bring
fucking
back
strong.
Some of those things that were good about it. So immediately I can see people coming to mind. Oh, but what about the uniques?
The 84
or the
bases.
rewards? We have kept all of that. All of that can be spawned from the tree. You know, you can grow pretty much all of it.
Just nerf all the bases.
You can find. I won't reveal exactly how to do that.
Francophone C auto-claimed that
Yeah, you can generally
Ooh.
get all of the historic
Let's
rewards
go.
from Breach from the new mechanic as well. We've tried to keep all of that.
Does this mean breach?
ES
runes
Ephemeral
finally
Edge,
get
it's
a
crazy
revamp
strong.
after
No need for other
sitting
build.
there with their silly thing.
Pretty
that
Yeah, well,
everyone uses?
they got their improvement in POE.
The issue isn't about the
so we'd
base.
already accepted that.
The issue is that
having
stacking
a,
defense
double
also
effect
stacks
while in
damage,
Breach,
so there's no downside.
especially given, you know, that's only
Well,
useful
there's
some
always going to be
small
that
percentage of
archetype,
the
right?
time
Like
generally.
there's going to be
Not
armor
good enough,
stacker, there's
so
going to
yes,
be
the
ES
breach
stacker,
rings
there's going to be
have
life
been,
stacker.
reworked. I
But the
believe
ES just
implicits
scales
are
so
all max
easily
res of the
compared to everything
corresponding,
else, so yeah.
element types.
It's a
Can't remember
problem.
if there's-
And
there's
it's
one
like,
is-
and it can
whatever,
build
we'll
it to
deal with that,
CI,
and
which
I
is
believe it also
it's a stacking
restricts or
issue.
constrains the mods you can roll in it, so it's like Zoff rings, fire mods.
How do I
etc.
not have the drop yet?
Cool. Sounds rather interesting. The unique crafting as well.
I
looked
don't
pretty
know.
Wild. Like, I was pretty excited to see that. I expected it to be like it would remove
Should
a
have the
modifier and then
drop.
just replace it with like a random rare modifier or something. But
Also,
it
on
feels
top
like
of
they're
all of
actually
those, Trickster
handmade
lets you tier
modifiers,
17
like
and
those
risk
bespoke
scarabs for free.
modifiers, and even multiple, like those 2 Quill Rain ones.
Yeah, freedom of
Except it's just,
movement
like, a
is so
long list
fucking
of them,
strong.
and
Is that the name
surely
of
you
it?
can't do 1,000 uniques
Freedom of
worth
movement?
of those. Like,
I actually don't know what number they got to, but effectively it was
You're at
just like, we'll just
91%.
go until
What
we
the
run
hell?
out of time. But yeah, like there's just a whole bunch of uniques. It is a here's the list of mods that it can lose. Here's the list of mods it can be replaced with on a per unique basis. Yes. Again, not all the uniques. I almost assure you it won't be the majority. And obviously, you're not going to be getting pinnacle boss uniques from here.
Oh
and
no,
stuff
it's
like
one
that.
step
Obviously,
ahead. Okay, never mind.
things that have specific drop locations have specific drop locations.
One step
But
ahead
yeah,
is so
that being said,
good.
it is a list. It would suck to, lose the key mod on an item. So generally
probably
speaking,
due to
we
stream
don't allow
buffering.
what gives that unique full identity to be removed.
Watch for
A lot of
4
it
more
can be either
minutes
the
and see if you
fluff
get a
stats,
drop.
sometimes
That
the
is true.
downsides, some stuff like that. So yeah, we'll just kind of see what happens there. If people love that, it would be the thing where we can add more and more and more and more, and then eventually we will have the entire unique pool covered. So we'll just see how that goes, but
wild.
kind of fun.
You love to see it. So the other thing was these creepy arms that you can grow on yourself. I love that. We just, here, have an arm. Sure. Just plug it into your back. Why not? I mean, we were shoving rusty bits of metal in ourselves and stuff before, so why not continue with that? But these are like, it was in the video, but I didn't really like kind of understand
Free
kind of how
handy.
impactful they'd be until I was messing around with it, especially for leveling. But
Time
these are, like,
passes faster for some
pretty
people.
major skills and an extra layer, because especially so there's 16 of them, and you can have 2 of them, and they're like a mixture of auto casting skills, proc.
What's a good league
things,
starter?
like on attack or something.
Shadow,
and melee
Trickster,
casting in some cases as well. Like
Power
20
Siphon
others, like
Might.
crazy.
Easy.
So these seem pretty
Yep.
significant. What's kind of like
Bama's
the
a pretty damn
plan
good league
for
starter
how
too. Yeah.
impactful you want these to be, or like
Last time you did
especially
Cobra
endgame,
Lash.
they're
Oh, as a
definitely,
league
like, very
starter?
impactful while leveling.
Obviously, there's always going to be a spectrum of usability. Generally speaking, yeah, they're going to be pretty powerful. But you know how strong characters
Marauder
can get. They can generally
Spellcaster.
outclass everything. That being said, for a long,
Fuck
long,
Lightning
long,
Strike,
long
Bombers
way, they're going to
go.
be pretty damn
Ooh.
useful. And even beyond then, there's generally you can scale the difficulty of the game like hectically. You'll notice
Coming
that,
from
like,
Lightning
something
Strike
I think you
fame.
observed as well. The numbers on the scales are like out of control.
Yes.
Yes.
That is because they don't scale with your stats.
Oh shit!
Obviously, debuffs on the enemy, anything you debuff on them.
It
does.
doesn't. It doesn't
But,
scale with
they
your
don't scale
stats.
with
He said it
increases. The
there.
reason for that is that I wouldn't want it to be that if you're a spellcaster, you have to use one that's doing a spell, because you generally focus on increases. And I didn't want it to be that, now in order to benefit from grafts, you have to really only invest in global damage increases and stuff like that. It would restrict the character builds too much. So we made them not scale with like your character stats. Obviously, again, as said, if you reduce the resistances of the enemy, then the enemy takes more damage, that kind of stuff. But there's a kind of a lot of them that vary from utility through to just like pure offensive power. They all also just come with stats. So, and yeah, as you said, if you didn't want to, like, there's ones where you use skills and you can use that tactically. You can.
Have I seen
merge
no
that with some of your
non-poison spark
abilities,
buffs?
or if you
Raw
just
Dog
want
Slayer Cyclone again? Oh,
effectively let it
Slayer
autocast.
Cyclone.
There are versions for that as well. If you just can't
Get
be
both,
bothered, that's
Obama.
also fine. And honestly, at the worst
High
comes to
lightning
worst,
craft,
at the
GG.
end of the day, they still kind of just give some mods, and
And a good quiver.
that's
technically.
fine. And they are obviously used to. If you want to get one that just like
5
specializes
billion
in harvesting
rituals to
more
find
graft
turtle.
blood, that's also a thing you can do because those systems are linked. Like
Turtle.
the grafts do gain the graft blood, which is what you give to the Genesis tree to give the item. So there's kind of a nice interlink between.
I mean, they should really be replacing the power that you previously got from mercenaries, right? Like, if the league needs to give you something that's going to fit in that power curve, so therefore you could look at it in a similar.
They are
a similar
mercenaries
way.
on your back.
Yeah, in a way you could say that. Yeah.
That's what I was kind of.
I'll
thinking
sell
when I
my
was
Mage
messing with it.
Blood
Okay,
day
so we're gonna have
2.
2 of these. It definitely feels like how I was looking at the
You'll buy
mercenaries
it.
and picking
Ooh.
mercenaries that had like 2.
He's gonna go
skills.
trade.
It was
Oh
kind of
my
similar,
god,
so
let's
the
go.
design of mercenaries has informed this somewhat. Then it seems.
Sadly, you can't gear your arms
No.
Can't put items
Can't put a
on
bunch of
them.
rings
You can
on.
do some
Can't
gloves.
tell your arm to hold a sword.
Yeah.
You know? That would
that's-
have been kind of fun though.
That would be pretty cool.
You saw something about Spectre.
The
What's
way
that about?
Octavia explained
They
the
changed
graphs to me
how
was he said
specters
they're
work.
not
So if
new,
you're
and I'm
if
like,
you have like a
somehow that's
really
creepy to
expensive
hear.
specter or
They're attached
corpse,
to you, but
Who
they're
are
not
they?
a
if it
part of you.
dies,
That was explaining the
it's not
scaling,
it's
like,
not
that's why I
lost.
don't
There's
scale
no
with
yeah.
your
There's no
stats
need to
because
find
I'm
new
not
ones.
you.
They're independent life forms and therefore don't benefit from your passive tree.
We didn't do this, but we had a desire to do unique ones, which I thought was kind of going to be fun. We might do this later, like going core, we'll do it, but we're like, what if you, and I think it was Octavian's like, what if you had a leg growing out of your back? What does that mean? And I was like, what if you had like a good jacked quadrilla arm or something? Because I was like, you can just have unique ones where they have like just like deformations, and you can have like random, deformed, crazy things going on, or like, I think I had a design. I was like, what if there was one that was like converted? You're like, I don't care about the leg.
You can
It's
have
all
a
grafted
cock
into gold
arm.
or something, and it's a kind of like cursed pirate treasure arm or something. And we'll see if that goes somewhere later. But I think that could
Spectres
be
are
kind of
not
fun to
lost on
play
death.
around
They
with,
linger and
Definitely some
resummon
sort of
themselves
like
next. So
biomutant
yeah, it's really good.
kind of combining
Real
of
quality of life
mutants
instead of
and
leaving it as a
genetics
shit
and
mechanic.
stuff. Potential
Is Spectre
here,
good
maybe.
again? Maybe.
Yeah, later mechanic, right? Like nice to have these things.
Confirmed
you can
this will
expand
go
on,
into
so-
core.
Yeah, so it looks like you can
Spectre's always
synergize
been
with them,
good.
but you don't necessarily scale them directly like you're saying.
10 kudo.
Debuff enemies and things like that. While we,
I think minion
build
build's going to be really popular this league. Like using specters on rangers. Rangers viable now.
We'll kind of
Specters on rangers.
transition over to briefly. So WASD gets.
Oh,
mentioned
you
a
mean
lot,
like for the
if
buffs?
that's something that's planned for.
That makes
Path of Exile
sense.
1, if it's
Yeah, that makes
feasible,
sense for
what goes into
defenses, like
it.
getting a
What,
turtle.
Big deal.
In order for WSD
etc.
to happen in PoE 1, we need to get the rigs from PoE 2. In order for that to happen, we need to finish moving all the microtransactions over, which has definitely been a bit of a slow task that we kind of need to get through.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be way more
effectively it would be-
viable.
Like we do want to do that at some point. And then
Spectre
after
Bama?
that point,
Bama
we can
always
make
used
WSD for
specters.
PoE
It just
1.
makes Bama
But
better,
yeah, it's
technically.
just a question of getting through all that.
Because
work,
Spectre
and then
used
we
like
can-
a
and then we can do it.
fair
I'm not
amount of
against it by any
spectre-
means, it's just,
specters, yeah.
Yeah, it's just. I mean, I want it to happen. It's just
Turtle or maybe lucky
getting all
lightning
those things
damage.
moved over to the new rigs is the limiting factor.
Yeah, and you want it to be kind of
You know
reaching a
what?
certain threshold. It seems
Spectres
like, of
are
quality.
essentially going to
Well,
be
I mean,
the
so
mercs.
yes, you
can do
can
it.
you can
Yeah.
do it by just like
But obviously they
where
just
the
take a
character
gem
just
slot.
rotates.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't say that gets like that. The quality of that is really not great. Like I don't think it feels good. Yeah, I kind of want to make do it with the proper rigs that we get. And look, that would be so beneficial to everything anyway. Like we're highly motivated to do that because it means that we don't have to rig a bunch of stuff for the old rigs anymore, which a bunch of artists would definitely appreciate. Yeah, like we will get that done, and then but yeah, it's going to take a while. Like it could
Mentions
be
might come
quite a
by
lot.
soon.
Biggest
Just got an
benefit from
email
the
out.
rigs is just that
Request
we're gonna then
is
probably
in
be able to
process.
actually do
Okay.
a lot more new
Let me
skills.
make sure I
animation.
close the
PoE
door.
one as
Yeah.
well that actually use
One gem slot for
new animations
50%
and
more
it's not gonna
damage.
be an
Yeah,
absolute
worth.
nightmare to try and make. So
True.
that's going to be epic when
Just
we
a sec,
actually get to
let
that
me
point and can just be like, okay, floodgates open, let's go and
close the
make a
kitty
whole bunch
door.
of new skills that are using new animations. Because you'll notice, even though we have a bunch of new skills in this patch,
Yeah.
it's all using the existing animations and different like means of delivering it. So generally speaking, we have kind of your spell projectile, spell AoE, spell buff. They're kind of separated into all these categories.
Yep.
And so when you generally do a buff, you just use the buff one, and AoE use the AoE one. But as a result, we don't have like just like cool bespoke things where you I don't know, do a flip while doing doing
Yeah.
crazy stuff like that. We're not going to be able to really get that in PoE 1 just because the cost is insane to animating that. You got to do that on 7 different characters, 7 different rigs.
with all the different weapon sets.
Yeah, with every single weapon set.
Yep.
And because generally PoE 1 doesn't have like as much restrictions on the weapons to skill association, it would you'd be like, it's not great. It's really not great, and it would be like
What
the
do we
cost
miss?
of doing that would mean we'd have to do so much less other stuff. So
I might look about how to
just a
play
random
Bama later.
tangent on why the rigs would be
There is
beneficial
a
as
doc,
well. Like
actually.
immediately, I'm just like, oh my god, please! I want to do new skills that are like.
But we will
feel
do. We will
different.
do it eventually. It's just porting all those stuff.
Yeah, well, it's an interesting insight that you even plan to kind of bring this like PoE 2 rigging system over to PoE 1 for animations and things like that, because that indicates that the future of Path of Exile 1 is not like very static visually. Like obviously we're seeing new stuff getting ported back, but potentially a lot of stuff getting remade and updated and like PoE 1 is anticipated to change a lot in that regard over time.
Well, I mean, yeah, it just
Spectre
for
support
no other
viable
reason
and
than it
juicier
makes our lives
maps.
easier, we need to do it. But yes, we'll have the side effect of making the game look better too, which I guess is good.
So another thing I saw mentioned in chat quite often.
Don't have to worry if you
was,
fail a
like,
map or
asking
risky
for
mods.
Trial of the
True.
Ancestors and what's the plans or
So do you need to do ritual
of
to hunt
that?
for specific specters for Bama? Yeah, you
I
do.
mean, we want to do it.
Like the best corpses
that
are
ultimately
from
is just a resource thing
ritual.
again. It's like it's one of those ones that it can't be one to one. It was too gameable, too solvable. Like got to a point where I was like, this is the strat you do. We need to like fix a bunch of stuff with it. It's not out of the question. It's honestly just a like whenever we assess the scope, it comes up all the time. And it's like,
Hey,
oh, we could do this, all this. What do we? And it's always going to come at a cost to something, and it just has been
tier
so far.
14 plus.
You know, at least 326, 327 that we've wanted to make sure that we had other priorities. I guess it's safe to say. So TBD, who knows? You know, well, these every single time we don't like plan too far in advance with the stuff. So generally, when we are at the next league or the next 2 leagues worth of discussions, it's like we have a list of things that we could do. It's in that list. I'm sure it'll come up at some point. So we'll see.
Total,
feel free to
Forest
be coy
Warrior,
about this, but it
Warlord,
seems
and whatever you
like,
want for fourth.
Since something similar is occurring in Path of Exile 2, that might help you kind of
Typically, it
like
would
solve
end
some
up
of these
being what the
questions for PoE 1.
the charge
So-
generation monkey, right?
gives people
Or
more
something
time
else.
frame.
Well, as I said once, if obviously there's a could do with respect to PoE 2, but if we manage to go down that route, we get to do the exact same thing we did with Breach here, which is that if we have all
Either
the
that or
bosses
the
made,
Wraith
you know,
one.
and a lot of art made, and a lot of encounters. So even if it doesn't appear the exact same way,
Oh,
it'll
Wrath.
allow us to do a massive
Ah.
shortcut, which would mean that all of a sudden it is way more
Honestly,
possible
Wrath
to add
seems
as a
kinda
feature
fucking
without
OP.
having to compromise too much else. So
Nice.
yeah.
Yeah, I can see that. All right, let's talk endgame, and I'm sure you're anticipating a discussion on Tier 17 modifiers, modifier design, their addition to memory strand maps,
Corpse Eater
risk
Bird,
scarabs,
reduce
and
screen
that modifier
clutter.
effect. So I list all these things out because they all come together to form a bit of a tangled mess of
This is a good question from Ziggy. We need
late
endgame stuff.
And I'm just curious, like, before we even get into like what people are asking or what people are saying about it, I'm curious what your guys' thoughts are on this topic, I guess, of Tier 17 modifiers and their impact on late endgame.
I mean, the main thing I'd say there, like just as an overall view on it, is that like T17s, there's this tension between, like, it is not a good place to be when there's a tension between what players are enjoying and what the thing we want to try and do is. Like, that's like a problem that needs to be resolved. So effectively, it's like what T17s are supposed to do in theory is something that we want, which is to say, like, you know, that like you get something that you don't necessarily like want to have to play against, and like, you know, like you have to actually, and you have to deal with it or come up with a way to get around that. But in practice, players don't want to do that, so there's something clearly wrong here. So something does need to change, but it's a little bit tricky to come up with something that we want to, like, that both sort of satisfies our desires for, like, you know, like interesting challenges that are different each time that you play them. That like all the, you know, there's like, you know, new and interesting things you encounter, but yet also something that players actually like. So there's a problem for sure.
So what is your desires for Tier 17 maps? Like, what do you want?
Well,
to
as
see
I
from
said,
them?
I don't think it's necessarily the desire for T17s as such. It's more the desire that you have, like, you know, like interesting combinations of mods happen, and they're like, oh, this is a new challenge I have to rise to, you know?
Is
Like,
he
how do you
calling
deal
the
with
players
this? That kind of
bitches?
stuff. Like, that's something that, like, in practice, players aren't, like, really liking. So as I said, there's a problem here for sure. It's just a question of how we kind of satisfy that.
100%. They're not
Basically.
Yeah.
Oh.
I am of the like, we need to go back to the drawing board a little
sure.
bit here, because like we, and to be fair, we are like trying to band-aid it, but we can only do that for so long.
Right.
We kind of just need to reinvent something here a little bit.
Yeah.
Like they were intended to be the penultimate bosses that allow you to do the Ubers.
Right.
Right, yeah.
But they're also
Then you
now,
just use
you know,
Eternal Blessing
also
on Grace,
this
Haste, etc. Or
non-sustainable,
Purity of Elements.
map, and where you have to, obviously a lot of people feel like they have to
If
trade
they don't
for
know
it,
if Brahma
and
might
then
do
in the other
that big
cases
start.
you've got a bunch of modifiers
Nice.
people hate. You've got this like thing where because
It's because
of
players
the
can't make
mods, you end up
17
devolving down
different
to the
tier
in-game
17
strat
builds for
becomes,
all
as
that
you
map
said,
mods.
stacking map mod effect and modifiers via risk.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, it's not fun. It's not ideal. We tried to narrow the gap with T16 and a half, so that kind of worked. And then you get some other weird problems where, like, because those can be 8-prop corrupted and tier 17s can't. There's some weird issues there as well. And honestly, it's like, it is a kind of mess.
Only
we intend
sometimes.
to keep band-aiding it
Oh,
until we
shit.
can drawing board, but I would expect you probably see
Always
a pretty-
toxic.
I think it needs a full redesign.
Yes.
It needs a full redesign to try and see if we can come up with a way to both achieve what we're hoping to achieve, but also make the players not dislike it, right?
So is this maybe like separating out what you're trying to do with the tier 17 modifiers and what you're trying to do with this penultimate like boss thing that is like the lead up to the Ubers?
That is a split at the very least.
Okay.
I don't think that we've worked out exactly how
But-
this can work though. Like, it needs,
I don't think that like the best, most rewarding content in the game should also be the tickets to the Ubers, and in that well, that even that's like broad and sounds weird when you first say it, but
It's
like
so hard because
it's kind of, you know what I mean, where it's something's wrong.
There's
here.
a
Something's
fundamental
wrong here.
tension with you want the hardest content in the game to be the most rewarding,
Yeah.
but like the moment you do that, there's all sorts of incentives.
You
that come
think
into play
toxicity
that
is your
mean that
ally?
people
You
don't
merely
like
adopted
it when like there's a
toxicity.
map
I
now
was
that you
born
can't
in it,
run because the
molded by
you know
it.
because the mods are not good for you and that kind of stuff. And like so then there's also like, you know, there's, it's just it's a problem.
It's a little bit of a mess of problems.
It's a
isn't it? Because
problem.
You only have time to
any
make one,
individual part of
maybe
this
two
I look at,
characters.
I'm like, well, this is actually
If I can
okay
only
in
run
some
5%
circumstances.
of
It's
tier
okay for there to
17 and
be
not have
some
fun while doing it,
modifiers
why
that
should
you
I
know-
even do it?
Like, I'm sure, I think you guys feel the same, where it's like,
Yeah.
it's okay for there to be some modifiers that are like better for other builds.
But in
and
the
worse for
moment
others.
that it's like it
But there's
feels
a
like a
point
You're gonna have to run
huge
ritual anyway
penalty
for your
to
synth bone.
that.
So the
You're
economy
immediately
goes
like
up.
you're immediately
and you,
kind
True.
when you get the thing right now, you stack the risk scarabs, and then it's like, okay, only Trickster and Juggernaut can play it as a
Yeah,
way of
right.
it's perceived, and you know, it's again.
The way
we
it's
are
perceived,
changing a
that's
lot of these
technically the
variables,
way
by
it
the way.
kind
We're
of
not just leaving it
is.
for 327.
but-
Like we are changing risk scarab, we are changing some stuff around map mod effect, we are changing.
Good, nice.
You know, there are bits and pieces changing. I'm not going to stop band-aiding just because we have a grand plan for the future. Well, we have an absence of a grand plan.
They need to
desire
make a
have grand
jewel.
plan for the future. But we
Or
will.
something
I
that
would
gives
be very
you,
surprised.
like,
I know
petrification
I shouldn't be
immunity or
promising
shit like
content in
that.
the fall expansions because variables always change.
thank
But I'll be
you.
very surprised if we don't do a more drastic shift in 328
Yeah.
to solve this problem, because it's now long enough that it's not worth it. So obviously, hopefully,
They said the
things-
same thing
changes we
about
are making,
AN.
improve things in a
AN.
pretty
What do
meaningful
you mean?
way, is shake up the meta a little bit. But yeah, there's still going to be some woes, and you know, but hopefully people can be excited for, you know,
Arch nemesis.
the thing to whatever the thing is to come. But it shouldn't be too hard for us to come up with something. Honestly, similar to how we did 031 for POE2.
Arch nemesis. My god.
If we can come up with something that is just like a universal success and like is blatantly a win and isn't gonna,
If they wanted to make tier 17s
lower
more
the value
friendly,
of people's
make it so
economy
there are
mentally and
less
stuff like
mobs that just
you-
break
I wouldn't
characters.
be,
That is true.
you know,
Like make the
against-
action
if we
speed
can come up with
reduction
something,
max
because
out at
we're obviously gonna design it
25%.
so,
Yeah, the fact that it
if we come
goes
up
to
with
like
something or a
actually
piece of that,
zero
something to
action
deploy
speed,
to,
you're just
you know,
fucked.
mid-league, mid Keepers of the Flame. I will push for that. We'll just have to see if that's something we can actually do. Because
There's some builds that handle it better than others, but it never just breaks you.
Become devalued, and I don't want to like ruin people's
That would
mid-league
be-
economy and wealth.
that would
and
be a
just
better
destroy it
solution
because we decided we
to the
wanted
current
change,
situation.
And so, you know, there's considerations to make.
Yeah, from speaking to Octavian about the tier 17 modifiers as well, I can tell they're kind of weighing on him, like he really wants to do stuff with
Just
them.
get an ephemeral garb.
I think we're all on the same page. I honestly don't even know if anyone really is disagreeing with. Like maybe in little ways, but I think everyone's kind of. I think it's,
Okay, I gotta ask, like, is there someone who loves the 3
I think they make an
second
RPG that you
10
can
seconds can't deal
easily
damage
change
on fire,
element
like,
by changing 1 to 2
I
gear.
like it.
That is
tell me
kind of
why.
But I play
how
support
Jonathan
characters,
came
I
off,
don't deal
didn't he?
Okay.
Initially, like
Alright, you're gonna jump on
players
this
got to
right?
solve these issues for these map
How
mods.
does that modifier come into being?
No, I mean to be fair, I like things that are just a bit more. I'm a bit more masochistic in that
Yes,
regard.
that's
So,
what I was gonna say.
I'm not attempting to put my masochistic views on the player base. I understand that generally speaking, people aren't for that kind of.
Just
thing.
deal
But,
with it.
You know, I also like trying those things, seeing how it is, and you know,
Based.
there are things where these can exist. Like if this was behind a couple more layers of some sort of more niche corruption mechanic where players, or you know, some crafting system over here where players can kind of choose to do it but don't feel forced to do it. You know, those things can exist, and I want to make sure we keep that kind of stuff. But in the broad mod pool, some of these mods are, they're not really working.
Yeah, it was
evidently
that one and the like action speed reduction from using your skills, and I think there was the petrification statues that get mentioned a lot as as well.
It's the drowning orbs plus
Hope
that.
they
plus,
boosted
you know, it's
Valor
just like, okay,
rates.
look,
Valor
thanks for
rates.
making me slow. I mean, the thing about slowness
Technically,
is you do feel
they
it, hence
probably
why.
did because
Whereas,
they
like, often you can just
removed
like, I'm just gonna
they
ignore
removed
that.
the
It's a
corruption
nothing mod.
essence,
painful
and now
so,
Val
you know,
orbs
but
are
it's
used on
just- it's a
the
bit
on
overboard.
corrupting essences.
Yeah, it's like.
So I assume so, right?
I see the problem here. Like, I'm so torn on this because I want these sorts of. I get the idea of these modifiers being.
Also,
like,
deal no
things that
damage for
you can
3
feel,
seconds
like,
sucks
that
because
they
you can't
are-
leech.
Have a bit of an impact. And they're not
Also,
just,
can't
like,
life on hit.
Well, I don't want everything to
basic-
just be another multiplier making
Yeah.
the monster get closer to one-shotting you. You know
want
what I
some
mean?
mechanics to happen.
Yeah, you want something, but there are some.
Shouldn't
that
it
are
actually
okay, and there are some
like
that are
not affect
and
life on
we-
hit?
We just haven't
You
found
know,
the perfect
Like,
spot.
just
there's an
word
analogy about
wise.
this, which is like
Like, you're
you
still
know,
hitting
how do
them
you
up, but
feel
you're
about
not doing
immunities in
damage.
D2?
So it
Yeah.
should
Another sort of similar
it
situation,
should-
right? Where it's like it
yes.
forces you to change something about what you're
it
doing.
should work on
and
life
a lot
on
of people
hit.
just really hate
But
that.
if it doesn't,
Yeah.
it's-
And it's kind of like a similar sort of situation, I think.
Yeah, and I'm the same. Like, I like the
yeah.
idea, but I don't.
remember
like
they
execution.
removed the essence
Right.
thing
Oh,
that
yeah.
corrupts
right.
them. Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
Yeah, I
Next
think
one
we're actually sort of
has-
running into a similar situation with this.
Yeah, this is. Yeah, it is
Yeah.
kind of your own.
That
I
one
mean,
gear takes
we've-
20 hours of
you know,
grinding.
we've danced with this
So
a
I
few
can
times in
do
the past.
one
We had some
10-minute map,
immunities,
then
like
have to
some
change
changes
again for
and
the
stuff
next
like
map.
that.
Yeah,
Mhm.
no thanks.
We talked about in previous chats a long time ago.
There are
But,
there are some
yeah,
gear
so it sounds
changes
like
you can do
some of
that
those
would
modifiers
fix
are changing then if
for
nothing else,
specific
maybe, is the
modifiers, like
Band-Aids and
say
the-
Sure,
say
there's band-aids
reflect.
like that, but yeah,
You
no,
can
there is
use
something,
like
wrong
a
here that we
ring
should solve.
that would
That's
fix
all-
it.
I
But
don't know if I
you
can say
know,
more than that, really.
a ring could be
Yeah.
make or
With the,
break for
map
some
mod
builds.
effect and the Atlas tree in particular, I'd rather there was like 15 different ways to scale difficulty and reward, as opposed to just like, here's the stat I stack, and it's just
Yeah.
like straight multiplicative. It's I don't know. I want because obviously a lot of the stuff on the tree is affecting the leagues and the content. I want more than just map mod effect to be the way that you can multiply it. So
For
it's
SSF,
like, oh,
Val
I want
Orbs
to focus on this, or do I want to focus on
may
that?
be an
It's
issue,
different
but in
tools
trade,
with
you
the
hide
Val
Val Orbs
Orbs
relatively
makes it
quick.
more harder and more
Anyway,
rewarding.
hiding Val Orbs is
Right now it's
crazy.
just like, well, obviously
The problem is that while it says deal no damage, it's more along the lines of mobs cannot be hit instead.
I don't know, it's
So
a
that's
little
pretty
bit
dog
lame, so
shit.
It's kind of just a boring thing right now.
Not hiding the stacks, but singulars. Who's gonna click those? No way. True.
I don't know. This
I would say that's smart. I mean, a lot of people just hide Chaos Orbs, right?
to it, revisit it.
We need pickup pets. We do.
Surprised if we're not doing something for
We need
328,
pickup
because
pets
I,
right
myself,
now.
I wasn't going to promise following expansion content, but you know.
There's some
China
updates
has
coming
it.
out later today. Is that or is it later?
Yeah, I don't know what
But
the
we
time
do
is,
not.
But, you know, our 11 a.m. NZ or whatever it is kind of thing. Like,
There'll
we
probably
do
be like a rollout over time as well, from what I'm hearing. Like
That's
there'll be
just
things
generally
out
the
over
case
time.
because patch note writing is a surprisingly difficult task. It takes quite a while to get all that stuff.
I mean, you've got an extra week to make additional changes. Like people are like,
Sure,
saying
there's
this
always
and they
that
like
too.
get extra
Straight
items,
to
so some of the
stash.
stuff may be in there, but
Okay,
we'll,
that would be a kind of
have a look at some
insane.
of those in there, but
They
it
pay
sounds like we're
subscription
kind
for
of on the
pets.
same page with
Mm-hmm.
you guys, at least regarding.
yeah, I don't think you. I mean, obviously,
Disgusting.
Obviously needs attention. So yeah.
All right, it's cool. So on Endgame though, in like a longer term, from a longer term perspective, we have a pretty good Atlas Endgame system right now. Like I think it's pretty well liked, apart from this issue that we just talked about. Like overall, the core of it seems
It's sad.
great. Like I can sing many praises about it. But previously, like historically, you've done a lot of complete endgame overhauls, and to the point that it was definitely a trend. Like it seemed to be like the way that
You're
you
gonna
guys would
build
go about
a
it. Like
better
every so
POE.
often there'd be a
It's
major
gonna be an
endgame
idle
overhaul.
game.
Is that still the case? Like have you achieved something that you kind of want to keep and maybe change
I
instead?
don't think that we would want to not overhaul the endgame again. Like the reason that
Okay.
it's not like we're like, oh, we don't.
In Torchlight, you have
this is
pickup
what we're
pets,
set on. We're
but
now
it
just going to
does
keep
not
this forever.
affect
Certainly not.
the
It's more
FE
just that it comes
Chaos
down
Orbs.
to like it is hard.
But also you have
come up
screen-wide
with the
pickup
ability
keys, so
to
it's no
do,
problem at all.
A scope for
You can
that,
hold
and
it
it's
while
been especially
in the whole
hard.
map.
You know, since we've had like POE 2 in
POE is
you know,
idle.
early access.
You spend
So it's
80%
kind
of
like we
your
just need
time
to
in
get back to a
hideout.
point again where like that level of scope can
Or you
happen.
play cast
And,
on
I don't
stun.
think it will be necessarily that far away from the point
And
where
it's
that
an
should
idle
be
game.
fine again. It's just that like you know, yeah, like it really is just a question of like, you know, can we get the ability
So
and
the
time to
pickup
do
pet
it?
is a free battle pass. Is
But,
in free battle pass.
Yeah, like I don't think, as I said, I don't think
Torchlight.
it will necessarily be that far away before we do something like that again. And like you do need to change the stuff every once in a while. Like it does become stagnant eventually.
Interesting.
So you know, like yeah, I think we should do another big overhaul. but obviously the term overhaul can mean a lot of different things, right?
We should be careful with overhaul.
Like it's not like it's going to
'cause,
change into like a it'll still be fundamentally the PoE 1 Atlas and the
Good luck upgrading
none of
to
the overhauls we
6.
did changed it too fundamentally, I would say, in some respects. I mean, yeah, there's big changes, but
Yeah.
I guess it depends on how you look at it. But it's not like we're going to suddenly be like, oh yeah, we're changing it to be like a PoE 2 like system or something like that. Like we it'll, but we do need would need new pinnacles and new challenges there and that sort of stuff. Like that's something that we will have to do eventually. It's just getting the time.
That kind of stuff, like escalating the narrative and cycling out bosses and cycling out characters and
Bro, your
changing
spider
all that
pet
stuff
just
is, like,
dropped.
generally pretty
Just stopped
harmless
advancing at
and generally
95%.
cool. Like you're
What
not
the fuck?
really messing with the systems.
And Twitch
and
seems
the
to do
core of what
that.
people like
I don't
and the
know
cycle
why.
that people like.
Apparently, it also happens to Jammy too.
So like obviously
it just
that's
doesn't
always just a nice win
progress.
when you get to be like, all right, what are the next set of what much like Breach has now evolved and gone forward in time.
Holy shit.
So will the end game story at some point.
Don't
and,
mute the stream.
We will do that.
Is that
for sure? It's
something
just
that
like, there's always
matters?
mechanics that come with it. And sometimes if you add those mechanics, they can't coexist with some existing ones because it overcomplicates everything.
Close
It becomes
multiple
a mess.
Twitch
I'd
streams
hate
and
to have,
drops.
I don't want to add more systems and now all of a sudden it's extra steps even more over to do on your maps
got your
before you
boost
run
scooter
them
pet?
and that kind of stuff. So sometimes things need to be replaced, but we appreciate the fact that PoE 1's endgame is in a pretty overall. I mean, everything always has its problems. I'm not going to deny it. We just discussed them, as you said, but it's in a pretty damn good spot, and there's so much good about it, and I don't want to ruin that. So we'll be very careful with that stuff. But honestly, generally, we'd like what you might find is that we use this T17 thing as a motivation to go, what is the redesign? Okay, let's use that as the crux of what we design around and fix the problem both narratively and like game design wise by removing these problems from the game, creating something new in its stead. And
I think what I'm most curious about is like if let's say you went into a meeting today to try and come up with a new end game for PoE 1, like an overhaul for it, would it still have an Atlas passive tree like it has now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's
There's no way you'd get rid of that.
I already know.
It's too good, right?
I already know what it is, so I already have it in my mind.
Oh, okay. You were saying before last time that
It's deep in my mind.
you've
but
got
it's there.
you got a story arc planned.
Well,
out.
the Secrets of the Atlas was intended to be part one
Yeah.
of a multi-part, right? So
definitely set
I've
us
got
up.
the other parts, or at least most of
If a
it.
stream is
and
media,
yes,
you
the
don't get
tree is
credit.
still there.
Interesting.
And honestly, I don't think anything is fundamentally in my plan in my head is changing enough to cause any concern, so
1,470 damage. What the
Alright,
fuck?
great.
Who?
it's all for the better. I'm pretty
That's
confident
rigged.
in it as well.
Great.
And now everyone will have to just wait to see what those
Yes.
ideas are for an undetermined amount of time.
I assume we'll get
Check
a
out the
follow up to the
point
story maybe
leaderboards.
next expansion perhaps of following
there's
along what's
point
happening. That was
leaderboards?
pretty interesting last one.
We'll see. Yeah.
So let's talk a little bit about balance. There wasn't too much revealed about balance in the reveal trailer stuff itself. But,
Jammy
I
would
know it was
be
mentioned that
at
there
the
would be
very
a bit of
top.
balance stuff going on here, and I've had a chat to a few people and scoped out some things. Like, for example, there is the unplayed assassin that gets asked about a lot, and it seems like something's happening for assassin.
Yeah, that actually came kind of recently. We were just like, can we really? I think what I had said, and my intention was to do this for both games.
Says no
is like,
data. Yeah.
We should at least look at, at least with respect to ascendancies, look at the least played class, especially if it's been consistently least played.
Yes, we
and
finally
make sure
won.
that that's on the radar.
What
and getting
the
some,
fuck?
Some level
It's
of
the first
improvement.
time. Let's
And-
fucking
and
go.
even if it means we have a go at it, and if the scope's
Oh,
too
shit, the
high,
Vorpal
we do it
spins
a
are
bit
stuck.
later. And if the scope's within spec, we do it immediately. In this case, we looked at the assassin. It was like
Vorpals are
40%
spinning.
lower, at least on the primary leagues. It was like much lower usage than even the next class, and then so it wasn't doing very well. And it's been the case
That's
for a
an
little
H.
while. So we were like, look, let's just do something. Like, come on, it's better than doing nothing. So obviously we just put together what we could over a couple of days and kind of mix and match. We had like 3 or 4 different iterations.
Got a ChatGPT
and,
this
came
code.
up, we were looking at it. You know, it was like the whole. You have the interesting thing. You go.
Makes it right,
and look,
meow.
You look at the class and it's like, why is the ruthless poison node better than the non-ruthless poison node? Wasn't the weren't the classes on ruthless meant to be a bit weaker? And then it was kind of like, oh, okay, well that's a thing we can maybe draw inspiration from. And you know, we just did our whole
Code
like,
base
process
is so
for
wicked.
that.
ChatGPT would probably cry.
We teased that last night, whatever the time zone is, you know, hopefully people enjoy it and play it. But yeah, I kind of want to get into the rhythm of every expansion. At least we look at, not necessarily change because it depends on the scope a bit, but we at least give it a go of making sure we look at the worst class no matter what, even if ascendancy classes aren't part of our, like, you know, the package of things that we're wanting to improve. Because sometimes we do a focus on the ascendancy classes, other times skills, other times this, other times that, and but I was like,
So
okay,
I'll make a video about Fez's
this is
code.
pretty bad. Let's do something about it this time and see if we can be consistent with that. No promises, but you know, we'll try.
There's a little bit of a wild card in the mix here with Bloodline Ascendancies. So just to clarify, these are ascendancies on top of your original class that you can choose where to put your points.
Same point pool. And the reason a lot of people ask, or immediately are like, well, why don't you give separate points like Affliction?
Just woke up
and the
gave you
real
a
reason
drop.
is,
Finally.
combinations are great, but also I didn't want to have to water down the power of the points.
Two ways of fixing it. Either don't let
That's too
emotes
much
in
power creep,
battle, or fix the
like
bug
to
itself.
add to a character to be able to give trees at large. And so there was that interesting part of it.
Will
The other
Smith eating
second part
spaghetti,
is
but
that
it's
we
my
wanted to
code
make sure that
instead.
there weren't enough points that you could put all 8, at least generally speaking. So you'll find most of the classes only have 1 to
Your
3 notables,
favorite
kind of
blacksmith.
up to 6 points worth that you can
What
spend.
the
And
fuck?
this is so always, no matter what ascendancy you are still matters. I didn't want to just make it that literally the entire game, no matter what base class you are, where you start on the tree, is the same. If it happened to be that a certain bloodline was OP, it's, you know, which I'm sure one of them probably is. And all of a sudden now every single person is just this one thing. It wanted to be like, nah, I think we want to do a feature that adds as much in-game build permutations as possible.
Yeah.
Well, and also what's cooler than just being able to take the powers or learn the powers of your favorite boss for the purpose of a fantasy. Let's mix and match these things, and now you get this cool, like, okay, I'm
Jarvis
a
Cam.
Templar, I'm all about, you know,
Jarvis Cam is still on.
holy powers, but I'm also going to embrace my dark side over
Thank you,
here, or maybe the ways of the Asmerian. You get like a freaking a Shabi Guardian thing or something. Oh, sorry, I've got support classes on my brain all the time.
Mark spoiled it.
You know, you have your Slayer something. You know,
Remember
so,
Chris Brown joke?
you know,
It's Will Smith.
the
now.
permutations honestly are endless.
But
and obviously metas are found and builds are created and all of that. But what we obviously find is that, well, there's a few awesome perks here that I kind of like. Is that
what happened?
we can add motivation to doing certain content that otherwise you wouldn't normally do. That's great. We can add this for future content very easily.
Just a sec.
Right? There's probably
Maybe the
other
maintenance
bosses
guys
that,
here.
oh, we can do this and this and this. Like, it's very easy to expand this and take it away. And the reason we're able to do that is because it is an in-game feature. It's not like overcomplicating the campaign and that player's experience. Like, you wouldn't want a second class in the campaign. People were like, holy, I've already got a tree and I've got this tree.
You mean a third
yeah,
class?
a second. Essentially, it's like, okay, I've got too many classes. There's too much stuff going on. So being able to keep it in the end game is an in-game unlockable thing where we can expand this feature over time. Now, all of that, of course, is under the assumption it succeeds. Again, we'll listen to the feedback, check what players think about it. But it's assuming it does well. Again, pretty high confidence. Yeah, it will remain and we'll keep expanding, keep extrapolating, keep changing. And then it's yet another lever where we get to add so many different builds, because one bloodline being able to then be paired with all,
Yeah.
you know, 19 ascendancy classes is just like, all right, we've got a lot of stuff going on here. A lot of different options, a lot of cool things you can do. And yeah, I mean, I am actually real excited to see what happens here. More than most things, I'm always like kind of excited to see what players do with things, but like here I'm just like, I don't know. Well, let's see what happens. Like, it's gonna be real cool, and I suspect you'll get, like, for quite a while, people narrowing down on exactly what the perfect combinations are for different things. And, yeah.
Well, this definitely seems like one of those things where you just design something cool.
It
and
was
you
not the maintenance
see what
person.
players
It was
do
our
with
neighbor.
because there's too many permutations there, right? Like, I don't even know what the math on that is, but it's
Did he mute?
Pretty
Yep, I
crazy
did.
the amount
Some
of like new
some number.
nodes. Yes, several.
Infinite. No, not
I'm gonna give me
several
whole
dozen
code base
nodes
to Cloud
accessible to
AI
all
and
of
just
the
tell us to
existing
fix it.
sentences.
Surely
That's
it'll work.
That's a lot of numbers.
Yeah, I am. I'm like thoroughly excited. I'm gonna just do the whole like, what boss do I feel like being this league? I'll just see if I can make that work, and then so I'm actually gonna go backwards. I'm gonna pick my bloodline based on what boss I want to kind of embrace the power of. Then I'll pick my ascendancy. Then I'll pick my, I'll go from there. And then I'll pick my skill, and I'll end up a support character. I'm sure.
Flavor building on this.
Well, if there's no mercenaries, I need to be a good mercenary to my friends. That's my philosophy.
Yeah. Back to being mercenary again, eh? So this isn't tied to Breach League, the Keepers of the Flame. It's a core game feature available in standard as well, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
Yep.
cool. And someone asking about
Ooh.
Forbidden Flesh and Flame. I assume that wouldn't work with this.
Not with
Separate.
these,
Yeah.
but that isn't to say there won't be some future uniques that maybe do.
I mean, that's
We'll see what happens.
there's an option there, isn't
shit.
it? Okay.
More forbidden flesh and flame. I don't know what I want to call them. Yeah.
All right. Well, continuing on the balance topic from asking around the PoE community, some of the more common things that just kind of come up was, well, the most popular thing was just the general idea of buffing underprivileged skills, like giving them some love. So you mentioned this idea of like looking at the worst thing in terms of ascendancies. Is that something you want to do with skills
Yeah,
as well?
we're always, there's a little bit of there's a few things to go into here. Like, for example,
So we have
yes, there's obviously the
forbidden
core skills
flesh
that are
and
bad.
flame, and then we have the allowed flesh and
Sometimes those
flame.
are then enabled by something else going on, some other feature getting added, uniques, whatever. But most of the time, yeah, they're just, as you said, underprivileged. We've done a decent chunk
Cyclone
of
buff.
numerical changes here, mostly numerical. Some are, I don't want to say unsalvageable. but, like,
Unsalvageable.
you know, they don't have the same level of different multiplicative scaling that other skills could get. There's not too many though. And they require more, what I'm getting at there is they require more of a rework in order to actually become, truly viable. That being said, yes, there are plenty that always need numerical improvements. I don't know, and then you got things like
discharge. Give
the
this
Tratham
old
gems,
discharge
right?
back
Cool
right
concept.
now.
90% of them weren't really seeing any use.
Yeah.
A few were, and now those are going core, I believe, into heist is what it is. But as meanwhile also full balance pass, so hopefully some more come to the foreground there,
Like Cyclone.
and
So
so
lots
on.
of
So
buffs
like,
for those.
yeah, but like honestly, this is
True.
like a kind of endless task. It's like almost like you could just never stop. So like we
Cyclone did
like
get
to
kinda
just do
fucked, eh?
batches at a time and send it, and we try and do as many as we can. But like each require discussions. They can be quite time consuming. Some are more obvious, where it's like, okay, obvious
what the-
increase, and others are like, do we want to do this or do we want to rework it? And then you get lost in a rework discussion. It's important to like cut the time. And it's like, actually, look, for now, buff it. We'll come back to it later. But yeah, like we get through as many as we can. We've done a bunch. I could always say, ideally we'd do more, but like I don't think, again, there's no real end point to that. So yes, sure. I wanted this patch to be very class centric in terms of balance, and like we did.
Yeah.
I would say we did a decent chunk, but it's, we didn't get to cover every base 100%. So obviously, like you got the bloodline classes, you've got crafts, which are
trickster in
character-centric.
shambles.
And then we got the whole set of new skills and support gems, and some changes around that. There are a bunch of other changes, but yeah, like it's that thing where I don't know if I'm ever satisfied. I always just you want to do everything, you want to literally do it all, and you never can. So like, hopefully, there's enough. Certainly should be enough to shake up the meta, should be enough to make everything feel fresh and some awesome cool new stuff, but like, don't be surprised if a particular person's favorite skill didn't happen to get touched. Like,
That's the interesting thing about the skill buffs idea is that you manage to achieve these days there's lots of different builds, and they're changing a lot each league as well by virtue of like the new stuff that you're adding, like ascendancy changes or new skills or whatever. All that stuff is creating lots of new builds.
Give us
all
more
the time.
custom private
But,
league
when it comes to the
modifiers.
skill buffs,
That would
I
be
think it's more just about, like you
lovely.
said, like someone has like a favorite skill
Yeah.
that has
That'd be
been
super
languishing.
nice.
Some sweep lover
It
is out
sucks
there
to
just crying
see.
still.
It sucks to miss something, like because what happens when you buff everything, then you get a lot of like, but what about this? And you're like, yeah, I know, I'm sorry, I really wanted to, and and then sometimes we still try and just squeeze it in before the patch, and we just try and get as many done as we can. But
it's
yeah,
not-
like
it's
again,
not that
it is
bad to
ultimately
add
a
more
resource
custom
game, and
private
we
league
do as much as we
modifiers.
can. We really do.
Like, you can even
Combine
have
with
drop
both
rate
new
up,
stuff to
etc.,
change everything
but
up.
if you do
Bringing like
that,
excessive outliers down, and
the
we
league
do
would
try
be, the
and
private league would be
improve
like
as
a
much as we
void
can.
league,
And
so
this time we
nothing can
took
go
upon
into
ourselves to add
standard
about some new
or
skills and supports,
the
and
active
so,
league, you know.
I don't know. There's heaps there, but you know, it's that thing where a few people are going to have missed their thing, and there's a few. You know, you want to do hand casting. You want to do that. You don't want it to just. I know that's come up, and I think even you mentioned earlier as well.
Alright, you
it's just
fixed
like
it this time for
devolves
sure. You
down to
hope.
often, you know, either Archmage or
Let's go.
Ephemeral Edge and like that kind of stuff being just like, well, obviously, right, quantifiably better. And so yeah, just the ideal thing where, you know, we'd make some changes to some of those, and ideally it'd bring up all of something else. But you know, sometimes you
Thanks
get
for
some
the
of it, not
active
all of it, and
deving
everything. But yeah,
fuzz.
there's heaps here. Just, you know. You never quite catch everything, but there will be new metas, there will be new builds, and probably a lot of existing stuff will still be,
Thoughts and
you know,
prayers.
pretty decent. But yeah, there's a bit of nerfs, bit of buffs, bit of, you know, it's how it goes with all of this balance stuff. Really, it's a bit chaotic, but you know, it's
Gotta wait. GitHub.
there's something
Ah,
satisfying
okay.
to it. But yeah, as I said, you never really fully get
Shit.
everything, and thus you never fully feel satisfied.
Should be up in a few
You
minutes.
kind of
Okay.
answered my question a bit
Thank you.
because, like, one of the popular archetypes that's come up as being a bit problematic is hand casting, self casting spells, and usually I think what gets brought up with that is like slow base cast speed, and that in turn making things like echo feel bad, and mana costs being.
I don't
rough
think
as well.
we've done that enough justice for sure.
Yeah.
But it's certainly on the hit list. Yeah. So we'll either we can
Nothing
get to do
changed
some
again.
stuff,
Pog.
you know, in this coming week if it's simple, if we can think of it.
Don't think
It's not
only
off
God
the
knows if it's
cards.
fixed or not.
That being
I
said,
mean, the effort needs to be thanked.
There's always next expansion as well. But honestly, you never know, because often these external variables, like the new classes and stuff like that, can really change
use
these things
time,
up. You know,
and
without
time
you
is
really
priceless.
predicting it as well. So, you know, I can't speak to what we'll do in 3.28 with respect to all of this, because we have to observe what happens in this patch first, given how many variables we've added. And like we said, we've added a nearly infinite number of permutations of builds with the new bloodline classes and stuff like that. So, yeah, we'll see how all that goes. And then, but we'll just keep doing it. It never stops, never ends. It literally is an infinite task. You never run out of stuff to do here.
Inspects
so
the
we'll
code. Uh-oh.
keep doing it every single patch as best as
He's
we can.
inspecting.
One that comes up a lot is the kind of dominance of ES stacking and kind of stacking builds in general.
Oh,
but ES
shit.
has been
They're
getting
talking about
shown
it.
a lot more. Forbidden Ride, Ephemeral Edge, things like that, but also just ES compared to Life as well.
Yeah, it does happen.
Classic.
You know,
Oh,
there
shit.
are band-aid fixes and stuff like that we always like to do, whether or not you can consider them band-aids or just like, you know, you just change some numbers here and there. Sometimes in the case
can
of
update
like,
now?
Ephemeral Edge, it can be
Oh.
a matter of like, yeah,
I was
that's
touching
an
all the
acceptable
emotes
thing
on
to
Battle
do. It
Cleanup.
shouldn't be as
For reasons
so
unknown,
easy
now
to
unknown
do.
to me, remove that.
So yeah, I wouldn't say have like there's no broad solution here, but yeah, I agree that it is a problem where it's like the more traditional
Should I update now
just do a
first?
thing feels like it's now wrong. It feels like you got to like pre-commit to being like, what is this singular thing I'm going to stack and then pick the thing that scales off of that. So be it like attributes historically, you know, not just thinking
Yeah.
current meta. It's always
Yeah,
like
exactly.
it's always like, yeah, you just like heavily stack this one thing.
Update
And no,
and
here's a
develop.
unique that scales off
Let's
that
see.
thing. And it's like, well, that's
Why?
on one
You
part,
don't
it's
believe
interesting.
beyond?
It's like fun.
Yeah.
That
I
is
mean,
the
it's your
build.
code, so I don't know.
Like
But
that.
then when every build is just like, okay, well, that's stacking
Right.
this, that's stacking that,
Oh,
that's
go.
stacking, and you start going through the
I
builds, and
see.
you're like, okay, well,
We definitely like very slowly got here over time. I feel like in the
Yes.
stacking where it just became kind of like, yeah, just a little bit at a time. It became POE1 became all about stacking.
it
builds.
really
Okay.
primarily comes down to mostly to the unique items that got added.
All right.
Yeah, it's often
Generally,
Spam
a
any
unique
mode
item's
right
special
now.
thing is like, what am I going to scale off? You know,
Yeah.
be it, you know, off evasion or off armor or off energy shield or off life or off ES or mana and, you know, or off int or off strength. You know, it does end up in that, and then some unique gets added, like maybe it's one per year, and it's like, oh, here's another 6% increased intelligence. There we go. That build's now just got a
Can
little
currently
bit more
see
of an edge.
5
And
kittens.
You do kind of just
Whoa.
power creep into that point for sure. So
It's like I don't even know like how much of a problem it is, but it's like
Oh,
definitely
shit.
identifiable that it's like a big aspect.
Alright, we
of the
got
building
a
aspect of
time.
POE1
it
and
is. I think
muscling
it's
other things out maybe.
I think it's too dominant, but on the other hand,
4%.
It's fun though. Like
yeah,
people
it's
like
fun,
stacking
it's
builds.
cool, it's interesting.
So you don't really
Climate
want
You
to
could argue it's what makes things kind of as part of POE to a degree.
Yeah, it's an actual action RPG.
Yeah, so you got to be careful with it. You don't just want to take away all the fun and just make it.
Wait, the
everything flat
emotes
and
are causing
boring on the
battle
other
to
hand.
take longer.
But you also don't want it to feel like a player's made a mistake by playing something a more traditional
Let's
build.
go.
And it often can feel that way. So there's a fine line here.
Hell
Hard
yeah,
to
that was
be
rigged.
at that fine line, but yeah, some things are a bit too OTT
Oh, shit.
at this point, and other things are on
Wait,
the
is
too
it
far
like
on the bottom
100%
end.
now? What the
And the
fuck?
other problem is if they start buffing all the skills, well, a lot of those skills might see use, but they'll still see use in that stacking ecosystem. And then it's
Wait.
like, well, have you really made a new build at that point?
Is it like cute?
That's sometimes the problem is like our
What
builds feel the
the
same because
fuck?
ultimately like I'm using different skills.
Is
but
it like
all focused
cumulative
on all of them or something.
percent?
I don't have a like. Here's the solution.
Yeah,
Is it really
Rigged
how
for
it actually-
real.
It's not really how it
Kind of
plays.
gauging your thoughts on it.
Yeah,
overall,
I mean, I enjoy discussing it. It's just a matter of like, it's honestly 500 different solutions, and we need to just chip away at them and mold it, and it will eventually
It's just luck.
shift into something else, and then that will be meta, and then that will be complained about
'Cause it's
probably after a
5%.
while, and then something else will be.
seems
And,
pretty-
it's
pretty
the
often
cycles. It is
for a
balance.
5%.
It is as I said, it's an infinite amount of work, and we just need to keep doing it. Like, you don't give up on it because it can never be solved. You just keep going, and as long as people are having fun, and you don't like compromise the philosophy.
You copy
of
the code
the
and ask
game ultimately,
ChatGPT.
then-
It said it's
then you're
fine.
winning, right?
It has
Balance
to
is a
be.
journey. Yeah, it's not about the destination. It's about the journey.
It is. It actually
Clueless.
is.
For real.
I
So
mean, sure, it's the stops along the way. Every expansion,
that's it. Yes.
every reroll.
Well, a nice stop on this expansion I noticed is wand. So you did actually mention it last 326 Q&A. You said wand specifically. I went back and watched, and I was like, oh, interesting. I should ask about that. And then you showed off a bunch of wand skills, and it seems like there's some nice wand buffs going on in there to help wanders out. 'cause
Yeah.
One buffs.
There's a
Ooh.
couple things. There's like a bit of a hidden gem is that there's attack mod only wand based types in the
So
in the
good.
series now. So they're literally, and they're kind of themed
Really?
more around kinetic
wands.
wands.
Oh,
And so-
shit. There's
'cause
new
that's
wand
always been a
bases?
bit of an annoyance. Like, there is a place for the hybrids, but that's been a bit of an annoyance. So now we get the like pure attack ones to help it a bit easier to roll for those builds. You got
Ooh.
way more of a skill set to pick from now.
Wow. Wait,
and
what the
then,
fuck?
I mean-
That's super good.
Generally speaking, the skills they can be pretty hectic. They can scale pretty well.
Kinetic round is very hectic.
But yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a cool
I'm
thing.
mad that
just
most
like
VR
that
companies are too
general
stubborn
kind
in
of
their
like,
way and won't let people use
physical
it as a
kinetic
basic
energy
display.
kind of thing going
Yeah.
on. We had a little bit of it with kinetic
like for
Vault,
glasses
kinetic
and stuff?
Blast, so we just extrapolated on that theme, and
Yeah.
now you got your wanders and it's the thing, and then we also added a little bit of like kind of wind magic, some tornado stuff.
So wait, there's going to be new
like a force
wand
wall that you
bases?
can-
Yeah, the kind of
blast with
force
kinetic
wall.
blast.
You've got like a little bit of inspired by Huntress from POE 2 a little bit with some of the, I walked upstairs the other day and saw some QA playing, and I'm like, oh, someone's embracing the tornadoes, and he's like, that's not even half the tornadoes you can make. And I was like, all right, sweet, all right. I was like, yeah, that's POE 1, and I walked out of the room. I was like, all right.
And I blasted like Act 1 through 4 yesterday on a wander, and I was just like, man, this is so good. I was having
Stevie
the time of my
Wonder.
life. Like, oh my lord, the new skills and
You have
the
to
wands.
pick
And
the
it's not
the
just
node where
the
you're
kinetic ones as
permanently
well. Like, it actually
blind.
pairs pretty well with the other ones that have like the flat added elemental damage and
Yeah.
and it all kind of came together a bit. It's like, oh,
Cool.
I definitely in the past I just kind of like wrote ones off. I was
Where-
like, yeah,
where's
they're
that
never gonna get the
node?
ones. It's like forgotten about.
It's always been pretty kind of just, it's niche. It's actually an interesting thing. I mean, obviously it was designed before I started on PoE, and I always thought, I was like, yeah, that's kind of cool. Like, that wands that aren't about just spellcasting. It's, they're about doing attack damage. I thought it was interesting.
Pistol
and then,
arrow style. That's what I like about
this,
it. Dual ones.
yeah, this might be the largest update to wand attackers that
ever,
we've
like,
ever had in
absolutely.
now like 15 years or something. So
It's just finally, look, I know
don't know.
there's some people in the chat that have been a long time waiting for this one.
yeah, you're right. It has been
your
forever.
moment has finally come. It's good
cool.
stuff.
But yeah, there's a few other
Like,
little gems in there as
PMax
well.
won't
like,
work with just power and display
some
input.
fire
They need
archer kind of things.
they need
and
shits to
There's
track
some
and
that we
move.
want to still
you
extrapolate
only need
on,
it to show
but like
static
wands was
picture.
the main focus.
Yeah, definitely a lot of love for ones and pairing in nicely with.
You
the
also
added
can't
skills
use
from the,
automation
hands on your back as
slash
well.
mage
Yeah,
bug.
Lots of fun.
So you have to
synergies
piano
there.
your flasks and
So
skills.
we kind of touched on it a little bit earlier, but shifting gears a little bit.
Miss 5
I'm curious
Herald
about
Wonder builds. Ooh.
the long-term development
Herald
of POE
Stacker.
1, like how much is PoE Classic, PoE 1 kind of like sacrosanct to you? Like, how much do you like not want to change it? Or because you've been taking things from PoE 2 and feeding them back into PoE 1, and I'm curious, like, is there points you get to where you're like, well, actually, let's not push it too much closer to PoE 2 in that direction, but keep it its own thing, or maybe like actually let's kind of preserve it as it is to some extent.
I wouldn't want PoE 1 to ossify into something where we feel like we can't change stuff. Like that would be bad.
Cool.
But
Sounds cool though.
Ossify.
But it's kind of like okay, the stuff people that we'll probably take back from PoE 2 is more around the sort of QOL areas of stuff, right? So obviously, people would have been rioting if we hadn't brought async trade from PoE 2 into PoE 1. That's obviously something required. And so it's been sort of nice that we get to do a little bit of like proving grounds in some cases in PoE 2 for some of those changes to see whether or not it'll be okay. The thing we wouldn't ever do to PoE 1 is make changes that would break what people like about it fundamentally. So there's things like the trickiest
I can't take
parts,
this yap anymore. I'm gonna go to
like
bed.
the way that item
Alright.
drops are.
Thanks
and
for hanging
stuff
out,
like that.
Tidal.
Like, I don't know.
Hope you have a good sleep,
that,
man.
Like even though there are things I
GGs.
don't like about that,
See you later.
I don't think we could necessarily change them either. In terms of so like there's stuff like that you just have to kind of like let it be because they could easily break stuff that people really like.
It kind of raises the question, like, what is it about PoE 1 that does need to be kept, that is kind of what makes it feel like itself, that people do love about it?
I think that it's hard to even define that, quite frankly,
It is, isn't it?
because like it's a mix of things. I mean, look, the thing that PoE 1, I guess, has become known for, as opposed to PoE 2, is just like the combat pace stuff, like where it's just like ultra fast in a lot of ways. But it's
That's
not like
kinda
there was
true.
like a goal to make PoE 1 like that either. It just kind of is.
Yeah.
And so you wouldn't like it's I wouldn't even want to nerf that about PoE 1, right? Like it just is how
Because
that is.
PoE
Right?
2
So
is
that's like really
shit.
the fundamental difference. But the thing is, I think actually that the community sees more differences between the two games than what we do. Like from our
True.
perspective, like it's like there are I don't even know how to really get into this exactly, but it's like, we're just trying to make a good game. And it's like, it's not like we changed design philosophy or anything like this, right? Like it's the same design philosophy from the same designers.
Yeah.
Like going on in both. It's more just a question of like PoE 1 got a bit out of control in a certain few aspects, and that's kind of become part of its DNA, and so we can't really change that. And so when it comes down to stuff like that we'd take from PoE 2 to PoE 1, well, it's just like all the things that PoE 1 players would like, and none of the things that PoE 1 players wouldn't really. I mean, look, that's ultimately we want to be doing. But yeah, I wouldn't want it to be. I wouldn't want to be in a situation, as I said before, where it's like, okay, we're like PoE 1 is in some kind of perfect state that needs to be preserved forever. Like I don't think it's like that. We do need to be able to make changes. So yeah, it's just a question of.
I think a
Jonathan's
pivot
hard copy.
with PoE 2 out,
Same.
and this
What the
isn't
fuck's the
obviously
same
black
about
or
it?
white,
One is shit,
but,
the other.
PoE 1
The other only has shit graphics.
is, we
Ooh.
always had this is still true, we still want to bring in new players, but I would say PoE 1 now, it's more important to us to keep
Should've
the
just
PoE
reskinned
1
PoE 1
player base, the
and made
fans
us
of
pay
the
for
game,
it.
the long-term players, the people who love PoE 1 happy, as opposed to going, we need more new players, we bring people in. Whereas obviously PoE 2 is still now a growing game, there's a new audience available, that kind of thing. So obviously we still want people who love PoE 1 to love PoE 2, that's the ideal world. But that being said, when we're looking at PoE 1, we're not going to try and do anything that's going to compromise what the fans love about it in order to bring in a new set of players at this point. I would say that's going to be pretty rare. So it's about making sure that the people who do love the game continue to love the game. And that's why you're probably going to see less in the way of some grand structural change to all kinds of stuff.
Interesting.
Because, if that change would bring in a bunch of new players. I think making sure you have a good
PoE
popular
1
game
equals
that
Diablo
people love
2.
will
PoE 2 is
inherently bring
Diablo
people in,
4.
because people will see that positivity and be like, I'm going to give this game a try. Less focus on bringing in new, more focus on keeping the existing fan base happy. And whereas obviously with PoE 2, it's a bit of a different story where we really did think we want to, there's a new room for a new audience here, there's room for a different audience, we want to make sure we get as many of those players as possible. What would it take to do so? But ultimately, end of the day, what that then ended up boiling down to, aside from obviously modernizing graphics, changing the feel of combat,
Thing is,
honestly, the
thing
biggest
is,
change is just balance.
I don't necessarily even think about it. I think in the same ways. Like I'm not thinking I'm making changes to bring in new players. I'm thinking like, what are the things that I want to improve that I think that we can't change about PoE 1 because they are somewhat like would be impossible to change just due to the game field changing so much.
Yeah.
And so really for me, it's like, I'm on a 20-year quest to make the perfect ARPG, right? That's my sort of like design thing. And it's like nothing actually changed between PoE 1 and 2 philosophically, other than just learning about some things and deciding, I want to improve things in certain ways.
I do think there is a little bit
really
of an assumption
interesting.
that a lot of philosophical discussions occur with respect to like outside.
That what Jonathan just said can be construed as super negative, but what he said is actually kind of
It's
based.
just like we just kind of get real passionate and just start coming up with real cool ideas of shit that sounds cool that we want to deliver. Like we're not really having discussions about like, hey, okay, today, Jonathan, let's have a discussion about how many new players we can bring in. Like we don't do that. So about like I'm trying to boil down what we are. I'm trying to turn it into a philosophy, but the reality is the process is just like, how can we make cool shit?
I wasn't really
Cool
listening.
shit that's fun,
Wrong,
that doesn't
but
like
based.
compromise things into thing of a way. Things people will love, things people will enjoy. That is the ultimate goal at the end of the day. As I said, making whatever the visions are of this infinite quest of making the perfect ARPG. So like it's always interesting trying to be like, how can what are the rules? What are we going to change? What at the end of the day, it's just like, well, I don't know. We'll just continue to make cool shit. That's just generally what we're going to do. And so,
Nothing changed
I don't know.
philosophically
It's,
except we slowed down
it's actually a little
combat.
bit
We
hard to
100%
try and,
deleted crafting and had to
decipher
walk
that
that
down
back.
into like a set of
We got rid of
rules or
every
something,
combat system
it's
for
like,
power.
I don't know.
Dang.
If it's cool, if it's fun, if people love it, then it's a win. And
It's good that both games have a bit of room to breathe on their own then, because you can preserve the things
They
that
already
do
had the
make
perfect
PoE 1's
ARPG.
DNA,
That's why we all
but
love PoE
are
1.
objectively like limits to how what sort of improvements you can
Perfect
make to the game.
with,
But I do have an important
yeah,
question for you,
with
Brad.
air quotes. You
What
right, perfect,
bonus should dexterity
quote
give you?
unquote.
Oh, jeez.
Oh
So
shit.
I got a few hours.
See, I know this is every time I come over here, I feel like this comes up. It's been going for a while, hasn't it?
Oh, for sure.
Dexterity.
You want to wait until
Dexterity.
1.0 PoE 2 released to shit on
at
it?
this point, I just feel like nothing. Just nothing. It's
Just vibes.
we just call
Just
it.
aura.
We rename it to green attribute. It just does nothing.
It's a little organic attribute. Like, yeah, very nice. All right, so still not solved there. So you did mention that asynchronous has come over to PoE 1. It's like, initially I was like, there's almost not a question about that because it went into PoE 2. It worked. Was there any problems in bringing
Oh
it over to
lord,
PoE 1?
shut up, shut the fuck up already and
Not
release the
really,
notes.
to be
Damn.
honest. Like, I
Give
think
us the
the fact that
notes.
PoE 1 got the gold already kind of meant that it can kind of
If you don't
work.
shit on
Yeah,
it
the
early,
gold-
it'll
the
be too
gold
late
is
by
the
that
thing,
time.
like-
It
It comes out
because
and
of the
it's
fact that
still
the gold is
shit.
more scarce in PoE 1.
more-
and
That
more
is
valuable for
true.
other
More
things, yeah.
used.
It's more
Yeah.
used for other things, yes.
Yeah. So yeah, we had to do a little bit of balance around that.
That's been
Obviously,
tackled
but
then.
also
Gotta
like
give
we
feedback.
do have to go through and assign gold prices to everything in the game. And obviously because PoE 1 has a
Though
lot
you
of
can't,
different
you
items and
just saying
stuff
it's
going on.
shit doesn't
We did have to go
exactly
through and
mean
do all of that.
feedback, but yeah.
So yeah, it wasn't just like immediate. We had to consider, well, hold on, people, the gold balance already was kind of like, tight. Like, so it's in that spot of like, some people are like, I want more, and you do want more.
You're
and
actively
more, and so now
shitting
all of
on
a
it,
sudden
but
now there's
not
this
in a
extra thing,
constructive way.
that's a cost, so we have to obviously account for that. What else was there though? I mean,
Not
ultimately,
gonna lie, that's why you love
mostly just,
Zakra. He calls them
I
out
guess the
early.
console.
Majority of the games flop hard.
Yeah, so
Yeah, that's
there's
the
like the thing. So console previously had a kind of like trade board thing, which is made pretty much entirely redundant by this. So that old
this
trade
is way
board is
better.
getting ported over into this system now. So
You called
that's,
it- you called it
We're
from the
actually
start about
deploying
what would
that,
make the
just
game
a-
bad
just a fun
relative
fact.
to
We're going to make a
PoE 1.
post about it, but we're deploying that a bit, the removal of that a bit early because we need. There's like a thing where we have to get rid of it before the new system is put in place due to just like database migration kind of territory things. So we're doing that like a couple days early to remove the console trade board, and then a couple days later 327 releases. So there'll be a little bit. We'll do a whole post about that, just about what happens to those items. You don't lose your items; they all get put in removal
Glad I
tabs
waited,
and all
still
that
shit.
stuff. But yeah,
Well, I'll tell you for the PoE 1 only players who maybe haven't tried it in PoE 2 yet, it's been pretty phenomenal.
Right.
The asynchronous trade is definitely like a massive quality of life improvement and very, very pleasing to use. It's A new era.
We have a bunch of
Asynchronous
UX
trade is
improvements
really
we still
fucking
need to
good.
make to it. You know,
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
it's got its.
If they want to make it
kinks,
for a
so,
different
like,
crowd,
I
that's
wouldn't want
fine.
people to think
Just admit
it's
it
just
instead of
porting
saying
that
it's for
we're
both
seeing is
audiences.
perfect.
They technically did say it.
You know, I know people have brought up having
Kind of.
save searches.
Yep.
Like,
being
they
able to
didn't say it
more
outright,
rapidly,
but they
like,
kinda
you know,
did.
Control click your or control
In
right
the-
click
in
your
this-
item
this
to
Q&A
automatically
just
search
now.
for that item. And like,
we're getting that feature, right? I think they even maybe
That's incredible.
yeah, I'm
if
I'm
you're
talking about
getting
things
that.
that
Yeah, yeah.
are in progress.
Like, that's actually wild that you're like potentially getting that. That's
Yeah.
It's very. I know everyone
Is
wants.
that going to be in time for POE 1's release?
I'm not sure. I actually haven't followed up on the exact specifics of that where that's at, but if not, it'll just be mid-league or something. You know what I mean? Like we'll try as soon as it's done on both games, it'll get deployed.
Since you're on it, was there like a reason why you can't mouse over items in like your sold items log to see what they were? Like I like that information to be like, oh, what was that sold for 2D of?
Tried that, didn't we?
But it doesn't. You
I
can't
don't
see the item, you only see
remember,
the
but it
name.
might have been that it would require storing the item, which
It
might have
would.
been.
We discussed
I think it was something
originally
like that,
allowing
yeah.
that. I
Yeah.
think
GPT
yeah.
approves.
I remember discussing that before doing it, and we were like, that would be cool. That would be the thing we want to do.
Probably doesn't store it at the
Yeah.
moment because it's
Imagine
like
there's a tech thing for that,
there's
yeah.
like- yeah, it's not like I mean we could probably do it, but
Okay.
yeah, it probably should.
Potentially on the cards then.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
It
Really?
certainly would be nice. Like I like that feedback as a seller,
Right.
but I certainly love logging in the morning to all the currency and seeing what's sold for what.
Oh.
But effectively, I think that like trying to improve the kind of price check experience would
Yeah.
be the thing that kind of like the next frontier of like in terms of the in-game UI
Yeah,
trade
like,
search
what
and
would
sort of
be the
stuff.
next slippery slope to slide down to?
Well, yeah,
price
as
checking.
long as we don't all of a sudden have like stock market esque UIs.
No,
and
I don't think
game
we're not
stuff, I
gonna
think-
get that. Like basically, we have to find a way to do that stuff that doesn't get overcomplicated.
Yeah.
It contains two
So
reds.
like but then that's the tricky part. Like trying to improve that.
Yeah, I know we've talked about that in the past, like how far you would potentially want to push that, and like
Right.
Is
I
this
think there is, like,
Q&A?
an
Not
interesting,
really.
like,
He is more often
opportunity
saying
you guys
they
have to be
aren't
able
different.
to,
They're the same design
help
principle.
make that like much more.
Well, I
sane
mean,
for
it is-
players,
it
where
is
an
now
answer.
to price check an item, which is a very complex affair,
Mm-hmm.
typically. So, but it's interesting that that's on the cards. That's something you're
Yeah, yeah.
exploring, pushing further, not just kind of leaving.
But yeah,
as
but
is.
I
I mean,
don't
you
think
can
that's
still
gonna
have the
come
same
all in
design
one grand
principle, but
moment. Like, I think
the-
it'll be-
the
yeah,
execution
yeah,
of it
like,
could be
this time might be
completely,
just being able to. I can't remember what the modifier keys you have
different.
to hold is, but there's some modifier keys you can do to like effectively search for the item that you've got under your cursor, and open up the board and see it.
nice.
I want to. It's like, I got these decent pair of boots. I'll just search for that, and then
Right.
maybe lower the move speed by 5. Or lower
To be
the
honest,
life
my
by
design
10, and you can-
skills
or
are
maybe,
absolute
you know,
It's-
dog
the
shit.
thing that you want to get into is because there's all the questions around. Okay, but what if these mods are irrelevant and you don't want to search for them, and like being able to do that
that's
right
the
and
skill.
exactly. It's like all of those things that need that need a little bit of UX around them that we will.
Yeah, and
slowly
that's
improve
what I'm
over time.
excited about because with
Yeah.
the right UX, you could really communicate that skill like,
Right,
in a
right.
nice visual, physical way to
Right,
players,
right.
which is kind of exciting. Anyway, slightly getting off topic there, but trade is like it was obviously a big thing, and like for a very long time, you guys were rightfully afraid of like what would be the economic implications.
Also,
of this, how
blue
it would
is
affect
not
gearing and
blue.
progression, and
What?
like. I guess, like, firstly, what has
Oh
been
no,
kind of
he's
the use rate of
colorblind.
asynchronous trade? Like, how have people been using it?
So we were checking on this recently. I think that you got them to look up the numbers on that, and it ended up being around 50-50.
just under half.
Then how do you know it's blue?
Were
Oh.
using the new system in POE 2 so far. I expect that to go up over time.
You have the hash on it? Oh,
Is this like
man.
compared to the existing stuff?
This is
or-
blue.
Well, that's just compared to people using normal
Is it?
trades.
Yep,
From
any
one
other.
person to the other.
Okay.
There
Oh,
was a little
shit,
bit
it's
of filtering,
blue.
Like, okay, if it's like with your friend, do we
What
count
the
that or
hell?
not? And like that kind of thing. Like there was a few things like
But
that we
this is also
need to sort of
blue.
look at to see like questions around that. But yeah, I mean, look, it's people who are using it seem to like it. I mean, the buyer experience is obviously way better.
We generally found like
This is also blue.
I don't know if it's still the case now, but like for a while, like the new trade system, the items were a little bit more expensive. So then there were people who were like,
settling in.
I'll deal with the new, I'll deal with the old one
Phase
because
was
I want
using
to think a bit
phase.
cheaper.
But then the reason
and-
why they're more expensive is because of the fact it's easier to buy them, so therefore people are willing to pay more.
And then
So you've got this
most,
sort of
most
stock
people are
market
like,
effect.
I'm just going to
Yeah,
pay the extra cost because I can't be bothered with doing it.
Exactly.
So,
Yeah.
I agree. I'm one of them.
Right.
Cost of money, yep.
But yeah, and it's important to note as well, and I just want to always verify this. If you are a PoE 2 player and you do have your merchants tabs, you have them in PoE 1 already. You don't need to buy new ones.
good.
They are shared, just to reiterate.
Nice.
So, what do you think has been the effect on economy and gearing? And like, is it as I guess as bad as you feel.
I honestly want to look a lot more into this, and I sort of suspect that the damage, as it were, that it causes is like quite subtle and harder to appreciate.
Yeah.
I don't think there's no damage. I think it does matter, and like the things we were concerned about are real. It's just that like it's really hard to kind of quantify that.
Every single blue in your
and
code is different
I sort of
blue.
suspect that at the end of the day,
What?
the benefits just outweigh that by
Also
much
depends on
higher
how your
degree, to the
monitor
point
is
where, like,
calibrated. That is
honestly,
also true.
Like we just should have just done
very
it.
true.
Was the cost that needed to be paid.
But the thing that you were just saying, right, is that like those kind of like mid items are like
Yes,
now
so-
worthless kind of thing, and that is exactly the fear that we had, right? Like that's the concern.
Yeah,
Like
Storm
Blonde's
was asking me before
screenshots
this, like
Yeah.
what has
End up
been my
being
feeling of
that, like they
how
feel
it's
like they're
affected my
super
experience. And,
super bright
like,
and
I
also
was-
kind
I
of
was saying,
washed out.
I'm the player who lives in that 5 to 10 C sale range, like
Right.
selling those items for 5 to 10 chaos.
And that is exactly the fear that like introducing fast trade
They're
does
gone, yeah.
does kill the values there, and that like I mean that's a problem.
yeah.
But the only thing that's going to change that is if we increase gold prices. Now, there's going to be an interesting dynamic with the gold and POE 1, and like we'll sort of be
That's due to NVIDIA overlay.
It's like
Yeah.
we'll have to keep an eye on that one for sure.
Yeah. But it's sort of also hard to know exactly what's going to happen with POE 1 as well, just because there's so
Where's
many
the
more
screenshot?
items. Like there's so
For
much
high
more
saturation
going
on Siege.
So like
interesting.
maybe the breadth of the economy will kind of change the dynamics a little bit there. But it's hard to say.
Where's that screenshot?
Well, like,
It's like
it's an interesting mixture of phenomena. Like you get the ability to obtain like your starter endgame gear for 5 exalts total. Like you can buy a set of gear basically for 1 exalt each.
Right.
So like that's obviously there's a big impact there. That
For sure. I mean that's that once again that is the fear, right?
it's just the like the standard now. The bar for like the
Right.
quality of our gear is raised to a certain point.
Right.
And then I guess that has follow up questions like as to how powerful crafting is, how powerful like item drops are when you first get to early end game, like how difficult the content is. Obviously, there's like there's a whole like follow up here.
I mean, we're going to have to effectively look at what all of that and adjust. And the thing is that effectively by making trade easier, it's meant that the difference between SSF and not is effectively increased. And that kind of thing as well. Like, I mean, there's some stuff there. But I mean, going back to POE 1, I suppose.
I mean, that's not even an issue though.
Yeah,
difference between
even
S7
though we've
trade
got this
does never
experience now with
matter.
POE 2, we're just going to really just have to see what happens in the POE 1 economy. And then, you might have to be some adjustments.
I tagged you on
but,
Discord.
It's going to come down to the individual.
I mean,
game.
either way though, like the amount of people I saw just being like,
I know.
please just deploy.
There
League.
it
I
is,
don't care
yeah.
if there's nothing in it.
Yeah,
as long
it's
as
just
the
like,
trade
but
system's
this
there,
is
I'll
the
play.
thing, right? Like it just kind of has to happen. Like it doesn't even matter. Like there can be problems and we'll adjust to them. But we still
this
have
is
to do it anyway.
Londe's.
But of course, like,
So
it's
This is Londe's
such an
POE.
improvement.
Yeah, I'm loving it.
I'm excited.
It's
good.
It's so good.
It's very very good.
But yeah, it's
What
it's so
is
kind of interesting
that?
to explore this like maybe
What is
like,
that
even next
color?
Q&A, like,
Holy shit!
how it looks like if we
Crazy
start
to
to
think-
see things over time.
That would be
Oh
cool.
my
But
God,
yeah,
you
that's
can, like-
crazy to think about. Like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, we're talking about releasing
Look at
Breach 9
Ray
years
Zombie's
ago.
blue.
Now who would have ever thought we'd have gold and asynchronous trade and a currency market? And
My
like,
goodness.
holy, we're not.
Actually,
that
are we
D
the same
there.
people?
back then to say.
We are, but you know,
I know. I'm not.
It's,
I'm
it's
not.
like
It's a good thing. It's
it
good.
is. It is.
It's
but-
healthy.
It's like
evolution,
Giga
it's
Chat of
good.
America. Yeah, that's kind of insane.
Okay. So moving on to some kind of mixed questions. Mercenaries was mentioned to be likely returning after rebalance redesign in some cases. I'm just curious, like,
Could have
does that
been
mean
4
that, like,
mirrors.
some sort of horrible mercenaries are planned to come back, or is it more just about like having the jewels there with the gambling or something like that?
The intentions they come back. There's just a little bit of figuring. I mean, like with all these things, we have to figure out exactly what. It's very hard to develop. We like to see how players think about it, find the bad things, find the good things, and all that. And it's very hard to develop how it goes into core straight away, because then you'd be working on that, and some things might change, and then you end up wasting a bunch of time. It's way easier to let it end, be able to process everything all in one collective, and then make the changes and bring it back together. But like, what is it like? It's a great new player tool. It's great, like, or less skilled players tool.
Oh,
Like,
less
what does it
skilled
look
players.
like when it's not the active league? Like, I don't want a mercenary in every area, and there's all these kinds of like things you got to mess around with and change about how they appear. Is it on the Atlas tree? Are there scarabs for
My
it? Like, what
screenshot
does that
looks
even
ultra
mean? I don't
bright
know.
because Windows
And
hates
then,
HDR
all
when
the way through
screenshotting.
to
Oh, does it not?
were we happy
does it not
with how
use
they
the
were
HDR?
itemized? Like, I thought it was
Oh
too
shit!
free to just put all the uniques on them without really caring about the downside.
Bro.
Like, they would,
Yeah.
there's like they weren't balanced quite right. There were some that were terrible, some that were not so terrible, and like So there's just heaps of stuff to change. It's really hard to do that
guys
when
lost
you're
to
in
a
the middle
bot.
of the
What
league
the
and where
fuck?
you're gathering all that information. So yeah, generally, and this is what you find with a lot of leagues, you get the league, you get a break, and then it comes back 1 or 2 leagues later because it's given us enough time to work out all those kinks and put it in game. You know.
Fundamentally, though, like, so I quite like
Exclude
mercenaries, but
radiated bot.
I also see it as like the sort of thing that I don't know if I want it to always like you
agree.
always have to hire a mercenary.
Yeah.
And that would be the,
He's
and this is the thing with additive power like that as well. It's like the moment you've got that, well, what's the reason why you don't do it?
Yeah.
And that's answering that question, I think, is like
So that's
part of
something you're
the
trying to figure out. Then, is
yeah. You'd have to.
Oh,
have
it's
to
If you had a
removed.
permanent mercenary and then permanent grafts and
Exactly.
like,
Yeah, it just
we
keeps
now have to
going.
start watering down the power systems.
Exactly
and-
right. There's questions
Yeah.
there. But I think there
hard.
should be a
Pretty
way to
good.
bring them back, and you just need to find the right way to do it that doesn't involve everyone has a mercenary all the time now, which is fine in a league, but I don't think fine for just the game overall.
Yeah, so I imagine it. When it comes back, it'll be some sort of more like limited or
Maybe
opportunity
honestly,
cost
it's hard to say.
capacity.
It's hard to say at this point.
Yeah,
Exclude
I mean, there's,
and
like, a lot of different ways you could go.
That
about it,
is
whether
true
it's,
as
like,
well.
they're tied to a skill gem, or they're tied to a certain ascendancy, or something like that.
Dang.
But I mean, it's a cool design. Like it would be cool to have them back in some capacity.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm sure they will come back eventually. It's just how.
Yeah, we already said they were, so they are.
Yeah, you promised when you said mercenaries and then the graphs, and I was like, what's that game with the giant rolling ball that just sucks
Ooh.
up the entire city? Like I was like imagining Exiles just kind of becoming that over time.
Yeah, no, would have just turned the game into just like everyone's an auto bomber. You know, with all their just like
That's a
league
screenshot
mechanics
just
just
done.
killing
Let's
everything
see.
for them. You know,
Katamari, thanks, Chad. That's the one. Yes, giant Katamari.
Holy
rolling
shit.
So, we did touch on gold. That was good. Heist is mentioned as getting the
What
Tron
the
gem
fuck is
added
this?
to it to give it a little bit more. It got some nice quality of life improvements.
Oh my
But something that I
God.
saw that was an interesting question was so at one point Heist had these
Also,
like,
that is
extra
an
modifiers you could put on
ultra-wide.
contracts to like make them more interesting. And
Windows
they don't
makes it
have
bright as
anything
fuck on
that. And I would
screenshots.
go so far as to say right now Heist doesn't really have any decision making. How are you guys feeling the state of Heist overall?
It does look normal
It's
to
not good
you.
enough.
Windows makes it bright as
and
fuck.
this is the part
on
of the problem is
screenshots
we were
because of
having.
the
It's like, oh, we
HDR.
want to do this kind of like mid to grand rework for it, like
That
make
is
it better and change
insane.
this and change that. And then that was honestly what was holding up that QOL change, where it's just like,
Right,
because
yeah.
we also were like, we'll design it out such that the rogues don't have the levels, and it was waiting on that, and I was like, okay, look, at this point, it's been too long. We don't know when we're going to be able to do this. We can't say with certainty, because again, the same resourcing limits, the same argument of trial of the answers, the same
Ultra
everything.
wide
We
like
have
your
to pick our
mom.
battles. There's more battles than can be fought.
God.
And so, and the same thing, it was like, okay, well, look,
He's
we're
toxic.
not doing this anytime soon. Then yeah, we should do this QOL change, and we'll make little incremental improvements
It's one of the
to them
least
all the time.
bright
But yeah,
shots
it's
you
one of
have.
those ones that needs some
Oh
love for
my
sure,
goodness.
and it'll come eventually. We cycle through everything eventually. So yeah, I mean, I just can't.
Sometimes you can't
I
even
don't know.
read the text.
You know, you never know. You never know with these things because we assess the battles every time, and we try and pick the best fought ones. And I know there'll be some people who are like, "I should be your number one priority battle," but like I don't think that's the majority vote right now. So we try and make sure we.
Heist is a tricky one because like I think it always suffered a bit of an identity and mechanics issue as to like
Okay, I'm
what is it supposed to
absolutely
be? Is it a stealth
certain at
thing?
this
Is it
point
just run through as fast as you
that
can? What's the
having
decision?
for sure,
multiple
yeah.
emotes in
But it's also
one
like simultaneously
in one
it is
chat,
quite well loved
like
by
in
people,
one
like, in
message
battles, like, with a lot of flavor and
raises
cool characters and
the
stuff.
Yeah,
percentage.
well,
Seems worth
It's
salvaging.
definitely rich of character involvement, NPCs, and lore
There's
and
a lot
stuff
of
like
damage.
that. So it's nice, and it
I named my
sucks.
daughter after one of the characters, so you better save the mechanic, please. Just saying.
Who was that? Was it
Talina.
I was gonna say, I was gonna suggest one of the crazy character.
That would be an interesting name for my daughter.
What emotes do I
Well,
use?
I don't know why you named her that. That's your choice.
I'm a fan, okay? It comes up every now and then, of course. Campaign and leveling. At one point, I think like Path of Exile 2 was kind of like the
If it's
the thing that
5%
people were
per
looking
chance,
for
then
to
send
help
20 mods
save
and
kind of the
test it.
campaign
Yeah.
experience
Okay,
for POE 1,
let's
but obviously
see.
it's a separate game now. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you've done some nice improvements like adding new things and doing a few little streamlinings of earlier acts. Is this something that you're still looking to continue, especially with the context of you're saying that you're like not really beholden to trying to seek
shit.
out new players
He
now,
proved
so
it
might not be
wrong.
important as it once was. But
I would argue it's more important
interesting.
because those campaign changes are what helps it keep fresh for people who are replaying the game.
True.
It's actually it's way more important for the
level. Oh
existing
shit!
players.
You
So
gotta start.
it is something I do want to keep doing for sure.
Great.
I liked the adding things like different things happening in different zones, and you can kind of restructure some of the areas a little bit and add a little thing here and there. I like doing all that for sure. So yeah, I would expect to continue seeing things. I don't think we have anything particular in 327 for that, but it will. At some point we'll certainly be doing another set of things, and we'll try and keep that up pretty consistently.
3.8K
If not on a
hours.
patch by patch basis, at least every year you get a certain
Whoa,
set
what
of
the hell
things and stuff
happened?
like that, just to help it feel a bit fresh. I also like the things you just get to integrate
13K
some
matches.
other random league into the campaign somewhere in a few
Insane.
areas. It's like, these areas are being overrun by X or something. It helps it feel a little bit cool, and the world is changing, and it's not just this static thing all of the time. So
Yeah, I like the deeper integration of league mechanics into the campaign that you've been doing in PoE 2 and to a lesser extent in PoE 1. It's cool. That's good. It's a good way to introduce that stuff to people over time as well.
15,
did you
40
have, like,
minutes
a crazy
long.
fever dream where you
Kind of like a league
dreamt
match
having
or
like a league where you have some alternate leveling
it?
experience besides the campaign.
Deadlock.
I know that's never been a
That would be a bit of a
thought.
tricky one to do, honestly.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm pretty sure that has been something we've discussed for a very short amount of time, a long time ago. But don't know if we could really.
Yes, I've had some fever dreams about it, but I was just trying to remember what it was, but it couldn't work. I just remember.
Because I know, like, people ask about it every time, and I'm like,
It's buffering. No. The bufferage.
I guess I'll ask in a creative way this classic
Right.
question of like,
Yeah.
You're
another
noob
way to
by
level for people who
comparison.
just don't like the campaign.
Right,
But,
right.
Ooh.
like, I know that you guys, you just want.
Oh,
to
you have better KD
the,
though.
The answer is always, we'll make the campaign better.
Yeah.
But then I thought, like, a league as a throwaway thing wouldn't be that permanent problem that you have there.
Ooh, your headshot
Yeah,
percentage is
no.
better as well.
Interesting. That's why
You don't want to give something that's The problem is they'll like directly compete, and one will clearly be better, and then everyone will just do that.
You just make it really awful.
You don't
and
play
then they'll be
ranked.
Like, oh, you're
Great,
right.
yeah, great plan. Let's just make some
Damn.
content.
No one will ask
Stick
for
it
it
to
ever
'em.
again.
Cool.
What is it? Incompetence. Yes. It's
No,
not.
I do want to keep making it fresh, and again integrating. I want the leagues to integrate into the campaign better and feel unique. Like, I don't know if you've noticed,
Stop that from
it
rank
is a thing in
2.0.
PoE 2. And we're going to start
74
doing PoE
ranked
1.
matches in total.
Every single area for Rise of the Abyssal has a guaranteed drop that drops from the chest.
It's great.
And I don't know how many people actually know this. I know it's not a secret.
The racers know.
Yeah, and then like I think like for example, the Molten Vault in Act 3 has a guaranteed unique drop for the first time you do an Abyss there.
Yep.
And so you get to that
Time-
thing where you
time
get to
value,
like,
yeah.
and I want to make sure we're gonna do this system in
Interesting.
PoE 1 by the way with Keepers of the Flame, where you get like a kind of extra handcrafted guaranteed drop that we pick.
Cool.
For each area in the campaign. So there's a little bit of like, what's it going to be in this area and this area? And so,
Oh, that's kind of cool.
It'll help, ideally, if we do our job right, not just like be like, I'm going to skip every single area, get to endgame, and then care about it. Which is still a fine strategy, by the way. Go for it if you want.
Speedrun strats.
But yeah, I don't know. Maybe you'll second guess some of it now, and you work out which areas you want to do. You know, I like that, but I want to make the active league feel more important in the campaign as well. So as much as we can do to strive towards having.
You did
a
not
case
listen again. TLDR
was
for
fun.
me.
I obviously understand though that like insanely an accelerant
In
player,
campaign,
you don't need it.
they're going to
right?
be adding like
Just
their
get to
own
endgame and then deal with
like
it. You might not want to sink the
guaranteed
time, but like a lot of
item
people do
drop or
want to
whatever
engage with it. A lot of people
as you're
want to
progressing in
play the new
certain
league in
areas of the
campaign,
campaign.
So you know we should take every motivation we can.
And they
to
have
try
like a
and make it
handcrafted
happen,
but
and, that
rare
way the
or
campaign will
something of the
feel-
sort
Can feel more enjoyable.
that they're going to drop at
not
random.
just to be seen as a thing I need to get through. But
Something,
there'll always
something,
be a bit
PoE
of
2
that, and
shit,
there's not really
something,
much you can do
something.
about it, so it's
Oh,
really a
okay,
fight to keep it
okay.
feeling as fresh as possible and with heaps of stuff
Damn.
going on. But it's part of that is the motivation of why we do leagues in the first place, right? Like want to come back and have this new thing going on in the world. Imagine if you came back and there wasn't even a league. You know, imagine you came back and it's like, okay, there's some balance changes, but like, what else is going on? You know, so you know, like it even we understand that you must have the league in order for the campaign to not just feel the same every single time. So.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
And
How long has it
I
been,
think,
the
like,
happening?
the ones that have
Quite a
had
while,
less impact
actually.
on the campaign have certainly been a little bit less exciting.
It's
Right.
been a
For that,
while.
For sure.
Initial leveling experience.
Yeah, for
you know?
sure, because it's just the same
Around
as
2
before, except
decades.
kind of honestly maybe worse. You know, and then you
It's been like,
you
what,
really
about
you
an
want to feel
hour
like the
and-
world is different, something's going on, something you're engaging with you didn't.
An hour and
before,
30, maybe?
you know,
Closer?
Yeah,
About there?
I'm a campaign enjoyer. Sorry, I like it, but I got to rep the diverse opinions out there for that one. The
Oh, for sure, it's commonly brought up. It's always worth
yeah,
discussing.
absolutely.
100%.
It's a classic.
We
question.
compromise on gold. We compromise on trade. You know, it's always good for people to ask what else we
Yeah, I like to
and
check
how
in
we
and see where you guys have shifted.
yeah, see where we are and what we, you know, like nothing's set in stone forever. Maybe this one is, but we'll see.
Maybe next Q&A. We'll see. So a question that I saw that was interesting was how does GGG track bugs? What's the best way
POE
to
stream been
report
live
them?
since
And the kind of like
Really?
the example was like they had
1
a
hour?
specific
Oh,
transfigured
okay.
skill gem.
It's
like
been
an
going
ice
for
golem
way
that
longer than I
doesn't work with
expected.
support gems and hasn't since launched. So
Right.
just kind of like stuff getting kind of
Oh,
lost.
wait,
in the
no.
work, like-
That's incorrect.
Unfortunately, one of the realities
I'm
of
pretty
live
sure it was like
service
1 hour and
development is, okay,
something.
so if we're going to make a league by a certain deadline, like
Because they did start stream way
every
earlier.
time we're looking at each issue and being like, okay,
And I started
is this more
stream
important than getting this league finished?
roughly
And
2
it's really,
hours
really
earlier
hard
than
to prioritize some of
the
those
live
things in some
stream.
cases. Like they should get attention eventually, but it's like we have like, you know, I have no idea how many open issues there are in our
And we've
bug
been
tracker.
going for like,
It
what,
could
4
easily be
hours
tens
something?
of thousands.
It will be.
Like it will be, and like this is one of those things where like
Complicated games.
like we have this thing where it's like
2 hours
okay,
live, 1 hour
here's
waiting
something
for
that might
stream.
affect 0.1%
Okay.
of players, and like it's really hard to prioritize that over like, you know, here's the new content that everyone's going to be playing. So people do get slack time where they can just kind of work on random things like that, but
Yeah.
like it can be hard to get some
You
of them.
might find something as simple as like this skill doesn't get affected by support gems. Could take 5 seconds and hasn't really been observed or prioritized. That is an option. Or it's going to take 5 weeks to implement some giant refactor, and
Right.
honestly, we should have just deleted the skill and added 15 others. You know
Right,
what I mean?
right.
Like,
Yeah.
it's honestly kind of hard to know, and it's easy to go look at that single thing after this because you happen to bring it up and like, we'll see what the problem really is. But yeah, often sometimes the simplest things boil down to like, oh, we have to refactor this and about how damage is dealt and how, you know, something with conversion and dexterity and, you know, not dexterity.
I sent
And
my
it was
overlay
like
to
a giant
GGG and
refactor
asked
of
them
how
to add
this-
separate
how this
YAB
code works, and then
meters
it's like,
to
now we
Jonathan
can do
and
this
Mark.
thing. Okay, what else did it get us?
damn.
Just kind of just
And,
that.
and you get issues stuck in this hell effectively of like, you know, someone like read it, they put it in the issue tracker, someone looked into it, they realized there was some annoying detail of it that would require some larger change, and then someone was like, oh well, we don't have time for that, we want doing some other thing, and then it kind of gets put into some like hell of like unversion this, like, you know, when we get time thing, and then it just kind of dies, and that's kind of an unfortunate situation that
I have
that can happen.
several thousand assigned to me in a version called unscheduled.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do with this.
Oh.
You know, like one day there used to be this optimism of like one day I'll get there, and then I've accepted defeat.
But I mean,
Yeah.
ultimately, like obviously, we prioritize things based on how much the community cares about it.
So yeah,
So if people do care a lot about it, then yeah, obviously we'll get some attention.
So to the point of the question, then, like, what can players do from their perspective for something that they think is important? but isn't
Generally,
seen?
most of the media, like our community team, has a generally good eye on things that are more at the larger issues that get brought up. They do get noted down. They do generally get forwarded to us or the relevant people. For the fine detail bug reports, our QA team, it is part of their routine to go through the bug reports forums, and
The forum seems to be the most pertinent place. For
that is part of the day-to-day routine of the QA team.
Yeah, so if you want to take like the time to actually document something that is like that you think maybe has been missed or doesn't have enough information or could get the bug report forum.
The
is a place to do
slash
that.
bug in game comes with like a thing, but that's that's more about like terrain issues or like something that's like, oh, what the heck, this generated weird, or like what the heck is this weird thing here. And it does give us a like recreate of the level, so we can come in and then like figure it out.
emote.
But like if /bug going a skill is broken or like my skill can't be supported, those two things are not correlated. So that's like if it's like broken and like if the level is bad or there's monsters in the level or something glitching out, /bug is a good way. And then you just there's a brief description. If you want to like report a skill or something like that, it's better on the forums for sure.
Okay. A couple popular requests. One was dual stash tab, and also kind of.
The must made list also
like
mod only.
You said dual stash tab. I thought you meant as in two stash. I was like,
well, I want more stash tabs in my stash tabs.
You had the quad one. You want
I want a halfway between that. That's too much. Okay. The items are too small. Duels.
Right, I got it. Okay. Generally speaking, yeah, we want
0 seconds watch.
Rollable equipment, things with modifiers don't get specific stash tabs. Like that's the stuff you have to deal with. That's the item management should be in that. But then I understand technically.
So watch time is like actually dead.
And you know bits and pieces, and it's like a little bit of a gray area. But like we did.
Is there going to be something to mass identify items? Yes.
Is just like
it's on.
We've literally listed the rest of the stash tabs.
What's her face? The one that changes our hideout
items here and there and stuff like that. It's been like, I don't know. I think that might be it. Like until we add new stuff.
The NPC that changes our hideout for us.
Like, maybe
Helen
comes
that's
with
the
this
one.
league. I think this league has a locker. So whatever. But then it's like, yeah, I don't know if we will ever really add them for the equipment. I don't want it to be that you literally can just control click. Well, people have their dump tabs and different methodologies of doing that stuff, but I don't want everything to just auto sort. People may disagree with me, and fair enough, you can. But that is ultimately how we want it to be, where it's like there is at least some items you're kind of looking at, like especially with mods. Like obviously with the currency, you know by the icon what it is. With an armor, you want to look at it, see what the mods are, and then make a decision. And sure, a lot of people put it in a tab.
It also does not list other commands, but only custom commands. Does your name stuff very explainatively?
And if they get spam for messages, then looking at it, you know,
it requires us to go out of the map.
Yeah, I do want to make sure that you're actually reading the modifiers, assessing.
It's going to be 10x better when you have to make quad tabs and jewels now.
Part of your cycle.
True. Yeah, you just take all the jewels out, mass ID.
Everything is just like
it's going to be a lot easier. Holy shit.
All right, and you don't do you even know what you got?
You're gonna make a website.
You know what I mean? Like you could argue, well, I can look at it and then control click it and it auto sort. But you know, I think we kind of drew the line at equipment. And again, I suspect a lot of people are gonna be like, well, you should change that, and I'll be like, well, I don't want to, and you know, we'll be able to.
I don't want to.
Again, I'm all about having a healthy disagreement. I don't mind. So. That might just be where it is, and I don't know. We can reevaluate in a couple Q&As from now. You know what I mean?
I think on the affinities tab, on the affinities side of things, chat's mentioning there's like a few in POE 1 that are kind of missing.
End of stream.
Oh no, they are missing. It is our intention to add this.
Patch notes
for
right
that
now.
More like fungibles and stuff like that, like non-modifier stuff. There is an intention to add that. Yes, 100%.
Cool, nice. Good to know.
And then we read the patch notes.
We
my
were always like,
goodness.
oh, we're going to release the stash tab, and then we did the whole like, wait, we can just add affinities without the tab. We can add the tab later if we want to. So we still need to go through POE 1 and add some affinities that aren't that don't have stash tabs for sale or anything like that. So yeah.
Done some really good click-based quality of life, less clicks. I'm always keen to see, like, for a lot of that stuff that's very spam clicky. Something that was asked was the idea of consolidating harbinger shards in particular. Seems like it's pretty painful to farm for people that enjoy that, but you know, can only do it for brief
Harbinger
stretch.
shards.
Octavian was saying there was something about that happening.
I think we did do something with that. And
yeah,
it came
I'm going
up
to make a
when we
docs
initially were speaking
type
on the
website for
QRL
everything that
changes
you
and,
need
like,
to know.
things
By
that are just,
saying
like,
this,
easy wins and improvements.
I do not take
It
any
came up.
responsibility of it being good.
I just don't have 100% memory recall.
Take responsibility right now.
It might actually just be in the patch notes. I don't know. There's like 50-50. It might just be like already like. I think what we do is drop less of them, get rid of some of the bad ones, and drop more of the good ones, but like fewer overall stacks. Higher more in the stacks and less of all the pitter patter that you end up kind of filtering out anyway. So hopefully we did that, and then it's in. If we haven't, then it's very clearly on the radar, and will come soon.
Cool. Nice. I like this. So you had this thing. It was like, what? We need 10 quality of life improvements for each update, right? It's like bare minimum.
Yeah.
I like this. It's been paying off. I think it's. You get those nice little teasers. I'm pretty hyped.
Or you can
in
add them
lead
to
up
the
it.
settings
Like,
page or
yes,
both.
Give me that quality of
We'll
life.
see when I decide to make
It's,
it.
it's
juicy.
very important for a game again with
Settings
so much
would be nice.
replayability and people coming back and playing that you just start.
Yeah, the settings would actually be
remove
kind
a
of
lot
nice.
of this friction. You don't want to obviously make it frictionless, because some of the fun comes from a little bit of friction here and there, in some regards. But like, there's things where it's like, this obviously doesn't need to be this way.
Probably will do both.
Things
because
that erode your
users
enjoyment of it.
want to also see them
and
without having
honestly,
to go over there.
There's a little bit of a
That is
time
true.
factor to it.
You
It's
know
like
what?
the
You're
longer
right.
it's been in, the more like it's like, okay, at this point, come on now.
Both
we've,
is
we've
the
added
correct
some
one.
other like
You
friction,
like
and
friction.
something in some other way here. We can take away from some of it
Wait,
over here.
you need to add lube,
You don't want it to become a spreadsheet.
or else you're gonna
For sure,
mess something
but
up.
in the
Stop
other-
it.
At the end of the day,
Less
you don't want it
friction.
to just become, as we add more and more features, more and more content, it's going to, everything will have their little thing. And it's going to become growingly more annoying over time. So it's important as you add some things that require, manual intervention, that you start removing some of the other ones and streamlining them. And so it's because the game is so replayed for so long. It's really, really, really important at this point that we are addressing as many things as we can per league, to make sure that, you don't just get a build up of annoyance over the course of a long period of time.
Yes, and my hands are very much thanking you as well for a lot of these changes. Oh,
Yeah, good.
sweet relief.
Those ones are always a good win.
My hands are
Like,
very
some of
much
them,
glued.
the Spectre thing and the
Lubed
heist
up.
thing. There's so many that are just like, I mean, they're not.
Don't tell anyone.
Are they QOL? Yeah, kind of. I mean, they do improve quality of life to some regard, but it's honestly kind of balance as well. It's just like, it doesn't need to be this way anymore, so let's just change it. But yeah, I don't know. We try and think of as many as possible. I love my
White
bingo
glue?
cards. I don't think I've had too many recently, so feel free to put some more bingo cards through.
wonder.
I love the ideas.
bingo cards
they can
going.
look, if you don't have
Gooners
20,
are good
it doesn't
for
have
the
to be a
in-game
5x5
economy.
grid.
They
You
add
can make a
loot to the
2x2 bingo
friction.
card. It can, if you can't think of more than 4 things, or just have 4. If you only have one thing, just a single cell bingo card is also fine.
Stretching the definition
But
a little bit.
we do
Easy
take a
mode
moment
bingo.
to sit down and go like, what do we want to fix? We crowdsource. We go
Single
out our
celled
QA, we
bingo
talk to other
card.
designers here who play and stuff, and we're just like, what annoys you the most? And then we
Every
try and
2B
come up with
hideout I
something. So,
see,
yeah,
I
don't know, It's
overpay.
actually quite a fun process,
Ooh.
and yeah, we
Oh
go.
my
I
God,
think
he's
this time around
actually
we
a
got some
gooner.
pretty good winners.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, asynchronous trade, not to mention.
Yeah, I mean that's the big and obvious
That's the
thing,
big
but
one, yeah. Woohoo, pretty nice. So,
Like your
thank you very
calluses
much.
adds to the
Chat today. I
sensation.
look forward to playing some more.
Whoa.
And
Good.
we'll see you
Holy
folks
shit.
in 327.
God dang.
well, thanks everyone for watching. Thanks.
Oh
again.
shit, it's patch time.
Hopefully, you
Awesome.
guys enjoy the game.
See you later, folks.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Where's our notes? Wait, did you just hear that? Was someone getting off the chair? Or they just took a nice dump right in the chair. Thought patch notes are tomorrow? I thought patch notes were right after the end of the Q&A. Unless I'm wrong. Then we actually have to wait for tomorrow. Which is not bad. Thanks, chat. You're cute. Wow. People cute. Login, dudes. Oh, patch notes are live? Wait. Dogda. Lies. Damn it. Where are the patch notes? You're F5ing the forums? Same. Honestly, I think everyone is. Yeah, give me the patch notes. Log in, dude. Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Wait, we could just watch Monty Python and the Holy Grail right now? Do not. Alright. But you have to deal with my weeb music first? Oh, shit. Now, what is this? Yeah. Oh, I really see. Alright. Well, if patch notes are tomorrow, that is cringe. Also, wait a minute. Update your site, GGG. It's Secrets of the Atlas still. What is this? What the fuck? Give me patch notes right now. Alright, look. Holy shit. Oh my god. What if we get this lion, but the blood is all white? Can we have the goon lion? Just everywhere. Wait, this guy, this back alley trader is 30 bucks. Yeah, damn. This is kind of ugly. Uh-oh. He does by POE players. Uh-oh. Is it not loading? Where notes? Don't go there. I didn't notice.
Got me. Yeah. Got off the leash to come at the door. So he was releashing her. That's what was happening.
Yeah, I noticed that.
He actually tried to pull her away, like the other way, and I guess she could smell him at the door or something, and she was fighting it until she worked her way out and got to, and she jolted for the front door.
He was also banging on the front door too.
Yeah. I don't know why those two hate each other. I don't know what it is. It is crazy.
Goddamn, that fat shit is loud. Oh, where's the notes? Notes probably in 18 minutes. 18 minutes till 3 p.m. Pacific. Oh, we could wait. Do not refresh. I'm refreshing. Do not redeem. Do not redeem it. I'm refreshing right now. You should make exclude actually remove the excluded one from the list instantly too. Oh, does it take a bit of time? Oh. Alright, just a sec. We will be right back again. Okay, we back. Now, it currently makes a list. Next time they do not get included to battles, but Radiated Bot was already in the included list before we excluded it, so it did not get removed. Just banned from later refreshes of the list. Ah, I'll just yoink them out when they get excluded. Kind of an oversight on my part. There are a lot of those. Damn. Improvements over time. That is good though. Whoa. Aru. Aru Jar. God damn. We're not abusing him, guys. It's okay. Uh-oh, dog abuse alert. Hey, perps. Hello. What is this? Ooh, the content reveal in proper form. Alright, we can actually look over it and start pausing. Oh shit, this is the wrong browser actually.
Hi,
I'm gonna start making
I'm
fishy
Jonathan
shot
Rogers
collar
from
music
Grinding Gear
video.
Games,
What
and
the
welcome
fuck?
to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile: Keepers of the Flame, which is coming out 1 week from now on October the 31st.
Why am I getting Chinese subs? Oh. BRB, someone at the door? Oh. Wait. Add CC, but English, please. Why was it set to Chinese? Huh. Am I Chinese now?
Drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Hive-born crawler pet by following the instructions below. Without further ado, let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile: Keepers of the Flame.
Keepers of the Flame.
We, the Keepers of the Flame, serve the will of the Dreamer. His instructions whispered from beyond the wall of sleep. But now, the Hiveborn are here, on Rayclast, and they seek to poison our world.
That's a lot of spiders. Wait.
We must close their breaches, destroy their hives, slay their breach lords.
Ooh, what is this? Wave 3 out of 8. How you gonna play the League Beyond? I see a lot of spooters on Breach. True. That was a lot of spooters before he smited them. Uh-oh. Honestly, Smite is so good. I love Val Smite. It's like one of the best skills in the game. It's just so satisfying. Boom. Ah, my eyes.
And by his gifts, the Dreamer provides. They brought this war to our world, but we shall end it, whatever it takes.
Currency womb. Disgusting. Press K for pause. Yeah, we can do that. This honestly looks OP. It stays there and it, like, I assume this multi-hits. You're gonna breed this tree so good. Hey. Flush that cum tissue in the toilet. Do not put it on the tree. What the fuck is that? Keepers of the Flame. That's some good shit.
As you can see, this expansion is a true sequel to the Breach League, first introduced to the game in 2016. We felt like it
POE
was
the
time to
hand
progress the
job
story
league.
of Breach, bringing with it a slew of new updates to the base game.
God damn.
In today's stream, we'll take you on a worthy of the added difficulty. Finally,
This is what Breach Lord column looks like. This is a big ass sperm.
we'll cover some notable time or 3 p.m.
Aspect of Breach. Connection between their run, you'll encounter Aelith, the founder of the Keeper's Flame, allowing you to blast away their barricade and move onwards. Once you enter the mudflats, your hand sunders the space between dimensions,
Actually, look at all this cum. Holy shit.
and touching it will open an unstable breach, causing monsters to flood in. If you can slaughter them quickly enough, you can stabilize the breach. These stabilized breaches are similar to what a breach once was, but managed to complete the encounter.
Mysterious womb gift. Provisioning womb gift. Is there a new ring base? Enthalpic ring. I'm trying to find if there's like a new wand base on here. Opal wand, that's not new. Breach is by default, yeah, it's everywhere. New bases, yeah, this enthalpic ring.
We've taken all the lessons we've learned since the release of Breach 9 years ago and improved upon it in every way we can.
Womb gift.
However, much of the joy of Breach came from its simplicity. While we want
Breach,
to
oh
modernize
true.
the mechanic, we don't want
Jamie
to
does
undermine
like
the
Breach.
core experience.
And it's at core,
You're
it's
still
just base.
mostly just slaughtering hordes of enemies in a circle.
In a circle. Damn it. Like
Finally,
everything.
in in-game areas, you might run into breach constructions that have been left
I will certainly name my character around Reed. What the fuck? God damn it.
unopposed for too long and have grown into their full twisted glory. Breach hives.
You know what? I should just name my character Rants.
Towering flesh-crafted cities in the sky. These are the visions of the Breach Lords made real in Rayclast, teeming with breach monsters. You must raid and destroy these cities with the help of Aelith and her flame.
Jesus.
In some of these hives, you may even encounter some of the Breach Lords themselves, who will not be happy you're intruding on their planned conquest.
It that was Tool, it that was Ish. This guy has a massive shield.
Now, let's talk loot.
Fez that breed. Oh, Fez tree breed. Oh. It that breed. That's the name we need.
Of course, being an exile is hard work, and you're unlikely to help entirely out of the goodness of your heart. Fortunately, Aelith has power and rewards aplenty, born of the Breach Realm itself, to offer you for your assistance. Help her, and she'll bring you to the Monastery of the Keepers, the hallowed halls of her order.
Oh shit. Speak friend. And enter. They took. They took it. Actually good name.
Here, you'll find the
Dang.
Genesis Tree, the growing heart of the Keeper's power. On interacting with it, you'll find that this tree has a tree.
Oh,
That's right.
mama.
It couldn't be Path of Exile unless the tree also had a tree.
True.
More importantly, the Genesis Tree is an engine of unholy creation, and a profitable one. As you complete Breach,
New thread just got added in the patch notes. Just gotta wait for it to go live. Ooh. Soka? Dokuda. Okay.
encounters
Breeder of the Grove.
and work more
That's
with
pretty
Aelith,
good.
you'll be able to grow the Genesis Tree larger and larger, sprouting additional limbs. Each of these limbs,
Just gonna
you'll
name him
notice,
Genghis
has their
Khan.
own inventories.
Damn.
These can
That's
be
kind
used
of
for an
based.
unusual method of crafting new items. With this system, you'll be able to grow
Historically
currency,
correct.
uniques, equipment, and a new kind of otherworldly item, grafts.
Okay.
Grafts are breach hands grown directly from
See
the Genesis
Discord.
tree, born of the same flesh and sinew as the invading monsters. These fuse directly to your body in a completely safe process. Don't worry about it. With grafts, you can
I really
harness the
should.
power of the breach. Some provide passive benefits like this, or this, but they can also grant a wide selection of powerful skills. These graft skills can provide a flexible way to fill gaps in your build, offering everything from damage to potent defensive buffs and crowd control. For example, the Battering All graft will call massive arms to erupt from the
10 seconds. Look at that. Holy fuck.
earth, stunning all those they hit. For some additional pack clearing power, you could consider the Squalling Tool Graft. When commanded, this graft will cast Dance in the White, creating a deadly ice tornado which aggressively seeks enemies and fires off bursts of ricocheting projectiles when you critically strike with skills. For some further utility and a useful buff, try out the Storming Ash Graft. This can be commanded to call down a ring of bolts from the sky that will leave behind the new Radiant Ground.
Oh shit, patch. Let's go, dude. Log in. Alright. It's patch note time. Whoa. Oh my god. Alright. Get rid of this. Dexterity. Thunderstorm. Somatic Shell. Applies a kinetic barrier to enemy staff. This barrier will absorb incoming damage when it's up to a cap. Oh. 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 I don't know where that is, actually. Whisper of Infinite Nerf. Kinetic Fusillade, Kinetic Rain, Wall of Force. This is fucking insane. Allied projectiles which can chain will collide with this roll. Chain. God, that's insane. Previously is second place. Character count. The most used word is now. Previously is second. Buffs and nerfs, maybe? Living lightning support. Wind burst. Kinetic rain of impact. Alright. Bloodlines. Endgame changes. Introduce the lonely, reverent, and traumatic fragments. Ah, okay, so this is the new Uba. The feared maven now requires Cirrus, an incarnation of dread, to be witnessed instead of Chayula and Atsiri. Oh. Interesting. That's very specific, though. Cirrus, an incarnation of dread. The Maven imitation. No, we need some music. Okay, I need to do this for Beyond. I mean, not Beyond, Dennis. Whoa! Oh, no. Oh, shit. No Trila means no Chaos Res. That is true. So technically... No, technically it's easier. Golem Elementalist nerf. Ooh. One step behind. True. Alright, let me see this. Wait, Soul Drinker notable passive no longer has 20% increased attack cast speed while leeching energy shield. What? Did they just remove it entirely? Holy fuck. Dread is chaos damage. Oh, yikes. Okay. But no Atziri means harder to get Atziri reflection. Rip our local wonder. Oh, true. Barkskin has no reservation now. Really? Barkskin has no reservation. That's actually kind of good. That's a good defense. Heartstopper. Previously 40. Yikes. All right. Back to the top. What are we doing? Gem changes. I assume skill gem changes. Wait, player changes. Oh. What? Oh. Really? This actually... That's terrible. Spell suppression now prevents 40% of damage from suppressed hits and ailments they inflict. Oh, shit. Previously 50? Wow. More top? You missed in game. Oh, shit. Okay, okay. Tier 70 maps can now sometimes be corrupted to have 8 modifiers. Wow. Minion attack always hit. Really? Oh, that's actually pretty fucking puggies. Abyss Scarab of Edifice no longer causes abyss in the air to spawn hordes as they travel. Instead causes abyss pits in the area that do not lead to the abyssal depths. Or spawn abyssal trove was spawned minor Stygian spires. No! Oh yeah, I mean, of course they would nerf this though. Abyss Scarab of Edifice was like actually goated. Minion accuracy stat removed. That's good. Thank God. Additional bosses from Blightscare of Blooming no longer spawn extra monsters in their wave. Oh. Interesting. Rain nerf, yep. Zedegg. Cartography Scarab of Risk now has a limit of 1, previously 5. Okay. That's a massive nerf. The volume mouse have been added back. Academy, Arachnid Nest, Arena, Burial Chamber, Cells, Coves, Crater, Crimson Temple, Desert Excavation, Factories, Forking River, Infested Valley, Lava, Lookout Marsh, Mud Geyser, Pit, Primordial Pool. Are these all dog shit? Yes, fuck Risk. Damn. Yeah, but you're a Blight farmer, not a Risk farmer. Yeah, Blight got kind of fucked slightly. Crimson Jail is back, baby. Oh. Crimson... Oh, Crimson Temple. Ah. I see. Oh, deal. The following maps have been removed. Armory Basilica, Bog, Colonnade, Conservatory, Cold River, Crystal Ore Dig, Dungeon Geode, Forbidden Woods, Foundry, Laboratory, Leyline, Malformation, Peninsula Pier, Scriptorium, Siege, Sunken City. You know what? I don't really care about any of these maps, so that's actually not bad. Blight strat you use is still 100% functional. Oh, okay. Necro summon builds got decent buff. Ooh, okay, okay. Atlas tree path. Oh, Keepers of the Flame League's breach clusters have been removed from the Atlas tree. Beyond clusters have been moved from the left side to the right side for Keepers of the Flame Leagues. Okay. Straight and Narrow has been reinstated. Straight and narrow. What was straight and narrow? Majority of those maps won't get missed? Yeah, I think so too. Guarded Horde's notable passive no longer grants voltaic sulfide veins and chests in your maps have a 5% chance to contain double sulfide. Mining byproducts notable passive no longer grants sulfide veins chests in your maps have 10% chance to also contain an additional amount of sulfide. I mean azurite. Oh, that kind of sucks. Oh. Your maps have no chance to 2% chance to contain extra content that can be turned. Ah, Smuggler's Case. Really? Interesting. This was... Huh, okay. Mining byproducts was goated. Yeah. It's too bad that the azurite was removed. It was really good. Too bad. Small passives in the mounting 5% increased rares, previously 3. Okay. Chisel Perfection, increased magic monsters in maps. Previously 3, okay. I have to buy resonators now. Oof. Small passes in the invasive adversaries cluster now grants 1% of map pack size. Invasive adversaries. Fuck. Why can't I? What the hell? Why can't I reopen my closed tab? They were explicit modifiers. Now they added magic and rare monsters. That's a nerf in my opinion. Oh. Zedeg. I couldn't sleep. Hey Ditto, you are back for patch notes. Also, they killed Bama? No, if anything, it's stronger. Well, we don't know exactly yet. We haven't gotten low enough. The reroll with high quality recruits option at Rolf now costs 16k gold, previously 20. Okay. Thank fuck. Yeah, that was kind of too costly. If anything, you almost don't even use that much of the time. Breach League uniques are no longer upgraded from Breach Blessings. Oh, Blessings now only upgrade Breach Stones. Wait, what? How are some things going to be upgraded then? Breach is no longer a reward outcome from other content. The All-Flame Ember of Kulamak is unable to substitute it. It that fled in Keepers of the Flame Leagues. Oh. Saying that though, I only had one miner in my whole King's March. One. Heist, which previously could spawn breach reward rooms, now spawn gold reward rooms, which drop a sizable amount of gold. Interesting. Oh, look at that. They added gold to heists. Masaka. People can just do heist now. Like perma heist. They probably dropped the upgraded items from upgraded breaches. Oh, you know what? That's smart. Maybe. But that's also kind of, F. Blink Arrow bombarding clones now deals roughly 33% less damage with the rain of arrows attacks. Minion duration now is 5 seconds, previously 20. Ooh, that's terrible. Bama is like actually dead. Kind of. Wait. No, it's super dead. Is Bama like actually just gone? 5 arrow duration is terrible. I mean, 5-second duration is horrible. It's still possible, but my goodness. Heist gold better be insane because heist drops like 0 gold. Yeah, it better be crazy. XTD, I'm a god of Dead League Star. 33% less damage and less duration. That's gonna feel horrible. I guess the duration is still workaroundable, but 33 less damage. He's a yikers. I guess it's still, you know what? No, it's still alive, but it's not nearly as good. Cyclone now deals 20% more damage at all gym levels. Cyclone of Tumult now does 20% more damage. Wow. It's Cyclone. Log in. I was gonna do Bomber and they kill it again. Oof. 20% more is huge. It's huge. It's massive, actually. Okay, Valdo's puzzle boxes cannot produce outcomes containing breaches or breach lords during the Keeper of the Flame League. Okay. My Cyclone was already 70 mil. Whoa. God damn. It's gonna be even more busted. It's pretty good. Heist, which could previously spawn breach rooms, not spawn gold. We saw that. Breach reward rooms on blueprints. Pre-existing breach will be converted to gold, yeah. Vault breach will be unobtainable during Keepers of the League, okay. Rogues in the Rogue Harbor will now start at maximum level, yep. Troth and Gems, Heist. Opening a blind chest now opens blind chest within 5 meters. 1.5. It's not about endgame, it's about early. It feels shit to use early. Oof. I don't know, I league started and it was fine. Syndicate battalions are now more common at high-level betrayal safe houses. You're now less likely to get high rarity divination cards from Trest in Betrayal. Transportation safe houses was good. Oh! Oh shit! Gravasi is dead! No! Holy shit, SSF is fucked. Well. Harvest Reforged crafts, which guarantee certain modifier types, such as Reforge a rare item with random modifiers, including lightning modifier, will now respect modifiers on items which restrict modifier types, such as cannot roll attack mods. From tree plus Ascendancy, you can get base 9 seconds from your tree. Oh. Duration is fine, damage isn't. Yeah, so duration is okay. 9 seconds is fine. Yeah, 33% less damage is is quite yikers. I mean, it's still really good because the damage was already insane. But yeah, 33% is quite sad. Characters now required to enter Highgate Act 9 in order to open safe houses at June or enter safe house portals. They removed the speedrun strat where you can level your character immediately through safe houses. Unless you go poison, it should be okay. 33% less damage in total should still be 33% less damage for poison. Because it like poison depends on the hit that you're doing. I think. But yeah, it should be. So you're still ultimately doing 33% less damage. You reread that line? Wait, which one? Oh, or enter safe house portals as a map device? Dot cap is ZDPS anyway, who cares? Damn. Syndicate battalions are more common. Oh. I see. Wait, I read this before? You are not less likely to get high rarity divination cards from chests. Okay, we read that. Harvest Reforged crafts, we read that. When rerolling. Okay, we saw this. Abandoning a commandeered ship now warns you about the loss of crew members. Drops fewer regular items. This does not affect their bonus additional rewards of equipment from each item slot. Gigantic rogue exiles are revived in rituals as regular rogue exiles. Oh no! Woo! Well, rest in peace. You are no longer required to purchase bestiary orbs to itemize. This is good. As such, bestiary orbs can no longer be purchased from INR. Okay, that's fine. The voices and whispers during delirium encounters are now considered ambient sound volume rather than sound effects. I see. Rogue Exile got nerfed. Yep. Looks like you have to resort to Big Blight. Sad egg. Yeah, that's gonna be a lot more risky too. It sucks. Drowning orbs no longer drown players faster. Spell suppression, nerf. Minion attacks always inherently hit. Humongous. Remove all sources of minion accuracy. Huge. My starter is buffed. I'm eating good. Oh shit. Sources that specified other rings have changed to clarify they work with opposite ring instead. What? Bama could still be saved depending on the other ascendancies. New ascendancies. Oh. Maybe? 3 slots. 3 slots. Oh, you mean like the ascendancy for three ring slots? Oh. Oh. Okay, I see. Now there's change up to 8 targets in range, previously 6. Maximum 16 chains, previously 12. 25% more damage. Cyclone now deals 20% more damage. Bladefall now has a base critical strike chance of 10. Previously 6. Ooh. Ooh, wow. Bladefall of Trothus damage has been increased by 50% at all gem levels. Now has a base critical strike chance of 10. Ooh. 3 ring slots, so they made it say opposite instead of other. I see. So it will work on the default 2 slots. I see, I see. So you can use 2 of the thief ring. Oh god, that would be insane, eh? Oh my goodness. Bladeful of Volley. Blast Rain. 4, ooh. Blink Arrow, god damn. Holy shit, 20% less damage, 33% less damage. Good luck getting 3rd slot to use thieves on it. 3rd golden ring. Oh, gold ring. Damn. For no belt slot. Ooh. Bone Shatter now deals 3 to 6% more damage per trauma. Ooh. Previously 2 to 4. Wow, wait, what the fuck? This is kind of large, isn't it? 3x Calandra ring for memes. 75% less minion duration. Convocation. Now a white gem, similar to Detonate Mines, and no longer has any attribute requirements. Oh. Wow. Hey, look at that. This is more ranger quality of life. Kind of. They shake the meta. But everything landed to where they were before. Uh-oh. Dog Pact. Oh, higher crit chance. Now has a base crit chance. Now on reaching 7 ruin. Wait, ruin? Oh, I see. Even more strength for raiding strength stacker? Oh, shit. Oh. Yes and no, because you have to sacrifice either your belt, amulet, or something else. I forget what the 3rd one was. To get a 3rd ring. I'll land on ES stacking Trickster because they kill Elementalists. Econk is gutted. No! Oh, really? That sucks. Ellie hit. That's base radius. Attack speed previously. Oh. Wait, there's a buffer, Elliot. Explosive conch now has. Ooh, wow. Holy shit. Well, they really did gut it. They kind of almost gut it in half for campaign. So explosive flask is kind of just dead. Well, it'll probably be good. Belt doesn't get disabled. Flasks do. Utility flasks. Ah, that's right. It was flasks, amulet, or belt. One of them. Flasks are what made strength stacking work. Uh-oh. 50% less? Yeah, basically, it's basically cut in half. Man, that's sad. Yeah, basically half treatment. Exsanguinate now deals 15% more base physical damage per second with the damage over time. Oh shit. Scion start Exsanguinate? No, really only hit damage nerfed. Are you talking about explosive conch? Question is, does Mage Blood cancel out the can't use utility flasks? Oh shit. That's a really good question. Holy fuck. Wow, because if that is buff from other damage types. Yeah, but no one's gonna be doing the other damage types for Econk. Econk was there for the leveling. It was so good. It's terrible. Use Exsanguinate hit rather than dot. Ah. You know what? That is true. Flames of Judgment, granted by its series rule, Unix staff now penetrates 50% fire res, previously to which? 100% chance to ignite enemies. Huh. Hex Blast now has a 200% more damage with hits if enemy is hexed. 90% more damage with ailments if enemy is hexed previously. I don't. Wow. Okay, Peaconk. Oof. Man, they nerfed Peaconk? No. Why does my leg start always get nerfed? Is Hex Blast back? Yeah, you can't spam Hex Blast, so I would say it's still dead. Kind of. From 98% multiplier to 196%. Econk is now almost the same if you use the flask. Oh, if you use a flask? I see. The uptime is so bad, though. Last time was Lightning Strike, now it's Bama. Yeah, also PS. Can totems cast Hex Blast? That's a good question. I want to say no, but I could be wrong. Maybe they can. Peaconk bouncing. Uh-oh. Yikes. Oh, yeah, man. Equal to... Ugh. That doesn't really help it much. Wow. I mean, Peaconk bouncing is still really strong, but that's kind of sad. That's actually... Yeah, that's a lot of flat to lose. Like, a lot. Pyroclast mines no longer have an aura that adds fire damage. Maybe Impending Doom instead of Hex Blast? We'd have to see. I might, depending on if there's no nerf to like Impending Doom and stuff like that, I might actually do like Ignite Impending Doom. funny enough, as like a league start. We'd have to see. Still better endgame. I would say 2% buff. 2%. Is it though? For Peacock? Is this a 2% buff? That's a lot of flat to lose. I don't think this makes up for it. I mean, it is still really good, but I mean, Peacock are bouncing. Place Pyroclast mines no longer have an aura that adds fire damage to hits. Oh shit. Oh man, they're removing the buff from this. They instead now apply an aura that inflicts fire exposure. The effect of this exposure scales with the effect of auras, but multiple placed mines do not cause the exposure effect to be higher. Oh. Oh, interesting. Okay. No Sparkin notes. You cry. Uh-oh. Zedek. Pyroclast lands now deal 35% more damage. Wow. Holy shit, 110? Whoa, Pyroclast mines are kind of correct. Assassin Poison Spark is a thing now, though? That is true. Pyroclast Mine of Sabotage. Oh. Oh, I see. Because it needed to... Oh, okay. Oh. Sabotage is kind of good, though. You absolutely despise Poison Spark. Dang. Reap. Physical damage per second. Okay. Shield Crush. Now has a mana cost. Okay, better. Siege Ballista. More attack damage. Spectral Helix. Oh. That's good. Leveling upgrade. Spectral Throw. Ooh, another leveling upgrade. Scion leveling upgrade is good. Give Hyro Spark back to me, GGG. Ooh. Give me back Infinite Valve Spark. Stop it. I want FPS and servers to survive. Also, remind me not to stay up for League Start, because I can never play until 8 hours in. Fair enough. Storm of Judgment. Okay. Storm Rain of the Fence. Storm Rain of Conduit. Wait. Regular Storm Rain is not changed? Previously 4. Oh my, wait, what? What the fuck? Fish, you hosting a private league? Okay, this is also a discussion that we need to have. Are we hosting a private league or are we doing trade? Asynchronous trade is added, which makes trade really, really desirable. But we can also use asynchronous trade in the private league to make, you know, trading stuff within the private league a lot more desirable as well. You like trade? I might put it up to a vote inside the Discord channel and see what people think. Like depending on the feel of what people want, we can do that. Sunder of Trothus. If we do trade, I'm 100% making a ranger worth doing 40 mil damage and surviving the sun. Yeah. Damn. I'm so tempted to go trade because of the asynchronous trade. 4.1 mil, 2.7 mil damage. with Bomber with 33% less with my basic setup. Huh, 2.7 mil damage is actually not bad. And that's basic, yeah? Because 2.7 mil damage can do basically anything except for, you know, Uba. Don't forget Bomber Minion lasts 75% less. Yeah, that shouldn't be much of a problem, depending on how much CDR you can get. Because apparently, according to Londa, you can his lasts up to 9 seconds. So that's more than enough time for them to get damage off. So if anything, Bomber is still doable. It's just not like insane. You tend to spam them anyway. That's true. This, honestly, Stormwind of Conduit, doesn't this buff the shit out of Connor's build? Qualities not provide. Holy fuck, 2? Wait, isn't this an insane buff for Stormwind of Conduit? Like, really good. You posted a picture to Discord? Beyond, do not look at it. It has infinite spiders. Uh-oh. What the fuck? Is that the infinite spark? Holy shit. He has 29 headhunter stacks. Stop him. Look for minion damage if you used a minion skill recently. It's the normal spark. Really? Holy fuck. Minion damage. Okay, wait. Storm Rain. Eh? Yeah. Oh, wait. Minion damage. Apologies for the ears. Okay, that doesn't work, so it is not there. Unless you're talking about something else. This seems really strong. Minions deal 15% extra damage if you used a minion skill recently on etc. on drills. Oh. Wait, are you talking about... Eh? What do you mean? Winter Orb is from 1.4 to 1.5, so like 5% buff. Now has... Oh. What the fuck? My bad, stream delay? Oh, okay. %80 more projectile frequency while channeling. Previously 125%. Fuck. Why are they killing Winter Orb further? Winter Orb was like hardly used. And it was like giga ultra mid, like even below mid, I would say. I mean, it was decent, but... I mean, this is not bad, but still. Volatile Dead. 25% more damage. Wow. Volatile Dead buff? Base speed is higher? Yeah, that's true. For Winter Orb. Does this come out to a buff? This frequency compared to this? I'm clueless. Yep. Oh. Damn it. Oh shit, volcanic fissure of snaking. 0.4 is huge. Ooh. No longer has 50% more area effect. Fissures will not automatically target enemies hit by the explosion of the previous fissure in the chain. Ooh, shit. Okay, volcanic fissure snaking is kind of dead now. Yikes. Hey, you don't need to make a Wintertide brand of the chick in this league. Damn, where is chicken actually? We haven't seen it in a while. Well, Toxic Burst now is a base radius. Okay. That's kind of nice. Ooh. Vortex of Projection. Now unable to explode from frostbolts that will explode from other casts of Vortex Projection. Oh bye. Val Gems. Val Cyclone. Okay. Val Reap. Yeah. Spectral Throw. Attack Speed. Awaken Hex Touch. Less Restoration. Corrupting Cry Support. More for... Ooh. That's not bad. Wasn't this actually a pretty valid skill? Corrupting Cry build. Energy Leech Support. No longer has supporter skills do more damage. Oh, supporter skills now deal more damage while on full energy. Previously, quality now grants skill increased damage while leeching. Okay. Hex Touch. Rupture. Can now stack up to 4 times on our target, previously 3. Sadism. Spellslinger support. 30. Ooh. Hey. Spellslinger buff. Wow. That's not bad. Namahu. No more whispering plus E leech support. Yeah. Sad egg. Okay, ascendancy changes. Chieftain. Namahu's flame advanced notable. Now has a non-unique jewel. Costs small and notable passive skill and large to grant up to... Oh, shit. Wait, what? Previously 3. Hey. Wait a minute. Did rating use this specific passive? Not gonna lie, Fisher Slam build would go hard in this league. Would it though? Volcanic Fish or Snaking got nerfed like big. It can't double hit anymore, so the single target is dog shit. The clear is still probably pretty good though. Are we doing Fisher again this league? Single target Fisher got nerfed a lot because it can't multi-hit anymore. The cursor size UI option has been changed to a slider. Let's go, dude. Hell yeah. The worthy cause is notable. Now grants banner skills have 100% increased duration. Whoa. Was that needed? 100% increased duration. Does that mean I can make it half my screen? You might need it. Okay, we saw the Assassin rework. Trickster. Heartstopper notable. Ascendancy passive skill now grants every 10 seconds. Wait. Take 40% less, but now it's 50% less damage from hits. So that's just a buff. Okay, Soul Drinker. Soul Drinker no longer has... Man, the increased attack speed and cast speed. Holy shit, that's sad. Wanna do Sabo? Sabo Wand. Oh, Wand Slinger? But mana code is too damn high. Oh, mana cost is too damn high. For Spellslinger? Oh, do you mean like just for reserving slinger stuff? Spellbreaker notable no longer has 20% chance to suppress damage, and now has. Oh. Ooh, interesting. One step ahead got kind of fucked. Your action speed is at least. Ugh. Man. I know it was needed, but holy shit, 90%. Because Sabo has trigger bot, right? No mana cost per trigger is massive. Ooh. One step ahead, two step behind. Yeah. Yikes. Like Clockwork notable. Now grants 40% increased cooldown recovery rate. Wait, what? Holy shit. Wait. They just... This is global cooldown? Oh. What the fuck? I didn't even notice. Elementalist. League of the Primordial. Notable Ascendancy passive now grants... Holy shit. Oh, okay. I guess that needed to happen. It was really strong. 50% though. Oof. Previously 100. Corpse Pact. 4% increased attack speed. Ooh, wow. Wait, what the fuck? Does this mean Scion is gonna change? $200. Run 5x. Lavanga's spirit. Uh-oh. Pathfinder. Oh, no. What did they do to my girl? Master Distiller. Now grants bonuses to non-channeling skills. You are consuming 3. Really? Okay. I mean, does anyone even take that? I don't think anyone has ever taken Master Distiller, like ever. No one used this. So this is like a non-change. No one takes that. Yeah, this is a non-change. Barkskin granted no longer has a mana reservation. This is big, kind of. For like early defenses, that's very nice, I would say. Lesson of the Seasons per bark. Removed accuracy mastery for minions. Yeah, that's good. Replace the minion offense mastery that grants minions accuracy to have 20% increased cool. Whoa. Really? 20% CDR? Holy shit. Never took Barkskin. Oh. Damn. Straight to freezes. Fair enough. 20% increased cooldown is kind of big. Spectre's back. Man, the Hydra Spectre? Holy shit. The Hydra Spectre is a very interesting one. Really torn between playing Minions and Slayer Cyclone right now? Oh, torn, I assume. Graves passive cluster now grants chaos resistance instead of minion accuracy. Okay. The ash color unique wand is now found on Goat's Horn. Is now found on Goat's Horn base types. Previously carved. Eclipse Solaris unique wand is now found on Fawn's Horn. Previously engraved. Holy shit, now provides increased attack speed. Wow, look at that attack speed. Increased light radius? Who the fuck cares? Now has adds 2 to 5 for every... 1% of your light radius above base value. What the fuck is that? Light radius stacker? That's weird. Light radius nerfed. Uh-oh. What? Glorious Madness buff from Beacon of Madness. Now inflicts a random touch debuff every 2 seconds. Previously every 1. Oh. Hinakora's Sight. Oh. Okay. Nebulous. Oh, interesting. It's all elements now. Oh, wow. Interesting. Nebulous is no longer just cold or lightning. Huh. Remove light radius. Shit stat. Damn. You like your old light radius stacking cock fireball? That reminds me of a Josus build. I think Josus used a light radius stacking fireball build for the AoE, yeah? Omen Mond. Replica. Okay. Twitzel. Piscator's. Oh, Piscator's Vigil is now found on a kinetic wand base, previously imbued. Huh. So, kinetic wand base type is now the one of the new ones, and somatic wand is now also new. Poet's Pen is now somatic. Wine of the Prophet unique flask. The Doctor buff now displays as granted stolen rare modifiers for 60 seconds, previously stated 20, but was functionally 60. Oh, okay. Uh-oh. Ooh, can be made worse with divine. Yikes. Do they tell us the new base stats in the notes? For the items? Whispers of Affinity, yeah. Whispers of Infinity got kind of fucked. Not even in half, by 4. Good God. The new wand bases, I mean? Ah. Some of them they do tell you. Like Kinetic Wand, Somatic Wand, and Calling Wand, I guess. I think Omen Wand. Wait, no. I think is Omen and Calling already there? But Kinetic and Somatic are definitely new. Whisper if any energy. That's a big nerf. But they didn't change how it interacts, so last build we gotta wait for the GGG PK then data mine. Yeah, probably. Item changes. Essence of Fear. Now grant minion damage on helmets for minion accuracy. Oh, okay. Rune Graft of Recompense. Cover. What? Now instead grants fire at most 1 projectile. Skills chain. Oh. Oh, that's so weird. So the interaction still works. Yeah. It still works with CI and what was it again? Eldritch Battery? Oh, no. Wait, was it Eldritch Battery? I'm stupid. Instead of 30k ES, Ben's gonna get like 20k. Good nerf, am I right? Damn it. Redeemer amulets can now roll prevent. Previously 2%. Okay. You can no longer obtain rings in Delve that have curse skills that have increased skill effect duration modifier. Oh. Well, that sucks. The carved wand, engraved wand, and imbued wand bases can no longer be obtained. Existing items are not affected by this change. Accumulator, Assembler, and Congregator wand now have a base critical strike chance of 8.5. Calling. Okay, they're listing the names of them, I think. Oh my goodness. They're nerfing the shit out of the crit strike chance for these wands. Oh, wait, well, that's terrible. I guess they aren't listing the wand types? No, never mind. Yikes. Ambusher. More crit strike chance. Hollow point dagger. Okay. Boot knife. Modifiers on heist rogue gear that granted increased experience gain for the equipped rogues no longer can roll. The existing mods will be removed. These just aren't useful anymore. That's good. So I guess you're going minions this league? What though? SRS? Balma? Spectre? That's a good question. Because Spectre is looking quite nice. What you're looking forward to the most this league is what MP and his group cooking up. Kind of true. Monster changes. Oh shit. Abyss now costs 3, previously 5. Ambush now costs 4, previously 3. Anarchy, 4 from 6. Domination, 4 from 3. Heist, 5. Oh, okay. That's nice. Skeleton, surely. Yeah, just do a zoom answer. It'll be OP. Legion cost 3, previously 7. Wait. Oh. I really see. Oh. Anarchy nerf. Yeah. Yikes. Previously 7, 4. More anarchy nerfs. Settlers. No one cares about this though. Torment now costs 2. Like, Breach been removed. Kinetic Rain can be purchased. Okay. Kinetic Fusillade, Thunderstorm, Living Lightning, Kinetic Wall of Force. User interface changes. Bug fixes. Okay. You had a use for Settlers, Scarabs. 3-1 to the other Scarabs. That's kind of true. Okay, so back, don't save. Builds. Oh, wait, we don't even use one step ahead. No way, right? No, you do use that. Yikes, man. Ooh, Jammy wins again. Frenzy stacking Slayer, Cyclone, General's Cry, Endurance Slam, the Frisia League build. Ooh. Cut that stream delay. Dang. Copium on extra updates in the coming days about the spell buffs like Spork. Let's hope. Alright. Well, that is the patch notes. Shit. Want to see the spin to win you cleared last league with? Jesus Christ, the damage. Oh. Oh. It's pretty good. Holy shit. Could you change the win meshes to include total wins? Oh. True. That is unbuffed damage. Oh, God. And after you implement the leaderboard? Ooh. Abyssus with 3k life? You are insane. So, funny enough, Power Siphon Mind Trickster is actually still good. Waiting on leaderboard? Don't yet. Your max block? You never died on tier 17s? Dang. Huh. Okay, so Power Siphon Minds is actually still a good league start. And funny enough, Impending Doom Ignite might actually still be good. Yeah. Pure Spectre's gonna slap again this league? It probably will. Hey, Radiated bot wins. Let's go. You were 2% to 98% to 98 farming tier 17s. It's really tanky, even though it doesn't look like that on paper. You'll ask for Power Siphon Mine update later. Fair enough. Yeah, so Power Siphon Miner Trickster is like actually still really, really good. From the patch notes at least. Because it wasn't it wasn't touched. If anything, it might even be better because of the new wand changes. So you can make the wand pretty damn good. Also, Power Siphon Mine Trickster better than Sabo. Yeah. Just defensively. Like, Escape Artist is still fucking good. One step ahead is honestly still good, but it doesn't give you more like action speed. So honestly, you can take Spellbreaker instead of one step ahead. Unless you're doing tier 17s, then you know one step ahead. But one step ahead also means that you don't get frozen, etc. Which is really good. Swift Killer is not changed. That's really good. Polymath, still good damage. Yeah, it's actually still fine. Now, Forged Frostbearer. You couldn't do 5 risk, of course. I mean, most builds couldn't really. Move ailment when you cast a curse spell. Yeah, I might actually league start as an elementalist. Because I also have the chance to use what was the helmet that makes you explode specters and you can do giga ignite damage. I can maybe finally play that build. Alright, let's see. Maw? Yeah, that's the one. Maw of Mischief. That is correct. Okay. Oh shit. Wait a minute. Yo. Shatar is streaming. Takes a while to get there. Yeah, that's true. It will take a while to get. That's why, you know, just using Impending Doom Ignite and... Wait, what is this? Val Flame Blast? Yeah, Val Flame Blast to single target with, just to go around. Should be pretty good. Alright, well, that will be it for me today. We got some good contents. My goodness. Man, I'm hyped for POE 1. Also, don't think it's worth going private league this time. It might not be. We might go trade. Yeah. Sadly. Alright, let's raid Shatar. Shatar is doing POE 1 stuff. Shatar did join our private league. I think so. Alright, to everyone that's here, watching, lurking, thank you guys for being here, as always. It is super appreciated. Let's go. We're getting a POE 1 league again. Alright. I will see you later. Gonna probably raid and run, because we gotta make dinner. It's already 7. We're gonna be having dinner kind of late. I'm sorry, babe. Okay. Well, I hope you guys all stay healthy, stay safe, and good night. See you all later. GG's.